for his personal collection. At the very least, I know that piece of history will be preserved." Rachel frowned deeply. Her work with the Italian police dealt specifically with the black market sale of antiquities. "Whom did you sell it to?" The priest balked at answering. Vigor didn't press him. "Right now, it doesn't matter." Still, Joseph explained. "Please, do not hold this buyer at fault. It was my choice to sell it, and he only bought it to preserve his own country's history." Monk returned the discussion back to the problem at hand. "If you're right that the next breadcrumb is here, I don't see us discovering it in time to do any good. It'll be like trying to find a needle in a very dry haystack." "I waited too long," Joseph continued. "Then maybe we should just continue on to Mongolia," Jada said, sounding not overly displeased at the prospect. As the banter waned toward defeat, Duncan ran his hands over the surface of the book one more time, just to be sure, before speaking. Satisfied, he hovered a finger over a spot on the surface. "Monsignor Vigor, is this the location of the eye you mentioned?" Vigor stepped closer and looked over his shoulder. "It is indeed. I know, it's hard to see. I only found it myself with the aid of a magnifying loupe." Duncan ran his fingertip over the book, tracing the surface of the energy field. As he reached the spot near the eye, his finger raised up, then down again after he passed it. "I don't know if this is significant, but the energy is stronger over the eye. I can feel the upwelling of its field. It's very distinct." Vigor crinkled his brow. "Why would that be?" Jada moved to his other shoulder, bringing with her a waft of apple blossoms. "Duncan, you said the skull had a significantly stronger field than the skin, which I assumed was a reflection of mass. More mass, more energy." Duncan nodded, loving when she talked science. "That must mean this spot on the cover has more mass than the rest of the surface." Vigor frowned. "What are you both saying?" Duncan turned to the Monsignor. "There's something else hidden under this eye." Father Joseph gasped. "I never thought to look. I had the book X-rayed, but nothing abnormal showed up." Jada shrugged. "If it's soft tissue, like the skin, it could easily have been missed by X-rays." Monk pointed. "We have to open that eye." Vigor turned to Father Joseph. "I'll get my tools," he said, and dashed off. Vigor shook his head. "I should have considered that. The essential core message of St. Thomas's Gospel is that the path to God is open to anyone who looks. Seek, and you shall find. All you have to do is open your eyes," Rachel added. Joseph ran back with the pointed X-Acto knife, tweezers, and forceps, ready to do some ophthalmological surgery. Duncan moved aside to make room for Vigor and Joseph. The two archaeologists set to work snipping tiny cords that bound the eye closed ages ago. The lids were too dried to peel open, so with great care they excised a circle around the eye and teased the leather up and to the side. Awe filled Vigor's voice. "Get me a—" Joseph passed him a magnifying lens. "Thank you." The Monsignor leaned closer to the hole they'd created in the cover. "I see what appears to be the desiccated remains of papillae on the surface. I think the hidden tissue is a thin slice of mummified tongue." "Oh, great," Jada groaned, moving back. It seemed there were limits to her scientific curiosity. "They tattooed the surface," Joseph commented. "Come see." Duncan leaned closer, while Vigor held the lens. On the surface of the leathery tissue was a distinct picture inked in black. "It's a map," Duncan realized aloud. recognizing the resemblance to Joseph's earlier chart. A map of the Aral Sea. Rachel looked no happier than Jada. Preserved on his tongue? Joseph glanced at her, feverish excitement shining from his face. Genghis is telling us where to go. Vigor confirmed this. One of the islands is tattooed in red with the word Equus inked beneath it, Latin for horse. Horses were extremely prized by the Mongols, Joseph said. They were literally the life's blood of their riders. Warriors would often drink their mount's blood while on long journeys, or ferment mare's milk to produce arak, a potent alcoholic drink. Without horses, a noise at the door drew all their attentions around. Joseph visibly tensed, but when the tall figure bowed into the room, he relaxed, breaking into a broad smile of greeting. "You're back? And what timing? We have fantastic news." The priest hurried over and hugged the young man, who could be Sanjar's brother, what with his similar taste in sheepskin and loose pants. Only this one must have left his falcon at home. Joseph led the stranger back to the table. "Everyone, this is my good friend and the leader of my excavation crew." He clapped him on the shoulder. "His name is Arslan." Chapter 13. November 18th, 10:17 p.m., ULAT. Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Batu Khan stood in the middle of his gallery, wearing a thick robe and slippers. He had spent the past quarter hour pacing through his collection, something he did often when in a contemplative mood. He had treasures from across the golden ages of Mongolia. Jewelry, funerary masks, musical instruments, pottery. One wall displayed an assortment of antique bows, once carried by Mongol warriors, from short, sinuously curved weapons meant for horseback, made of sinew and horn, to the oversized triple crossbows used to capture walled cities. He had other tools of war, too, including battle-axes, scimitars, and lances. Still, such a collection was not just for show. He spent many hours training in the old ways with his fellow brothers of the Blue Wolf, on the steppes surrounding the city on horseback, in traditional silk garments, overlaid with lacquer-impregnated leather and iron-crowned helmets. He, like all his men, was skilled with both light and heavy Mongol bows. He stared across the breadth of his collection. To accommodate its growth, he had turned the upper loft of his penthouse into his personal museum. A bank of windows overlooked the brightly lit Parliament Square and offered a spectacular view of the stars and the shining comet in the night sky. But at the moment, he returned his full attention to a small case holding a gold wrist piece. The cuff was hinged on one side, featuring a phoenix being beset by demons. He had purchased the exquisite work from Father Joseph Tarasco, back when Batu Khan had considered the priest nothing more than a trafficker in antiquities, a crackpot in the desert. In the end, the man had proved much more than he seemed. Still, like the rest of his collection, the gold cuff was not just for show. He sometimes wore it proudly when among his brothers, knowing it had once adorned the wrist of Genghis himself. For that privilege, Batu Khan had paid dearly for that golden relic, only to have that money squandered by the priest, turned into hundreds of holes in sand and salt. What a waste! At last his phone in his pocket chimed. He removed it and spoke, not bothering with greetings. "Have you reached Father Joseph? Are the Italians there?" The caller was accustomed to his brusque manner and responded just as tersely. He pictured the young man huddled out of sight with his satellite phone. They are here, along with a trio of Americans. More archaeologists? I don't believe so. They look military, at least the men. Is that going to be a problem? No. I have my crew taking them into consideration. We're almost set. But I wanted you to know that Father Joseph believes he has a lead on a significant clue that could point to the great Khan's tomb. They are all very excited and determined to set out this night to investigate. A significant clue? Batu Khan stared across the breadth of his museum. It was a pale mirror of the true wealth and wonders that might be found in Genghis's lost tomb. Discover what that clue is, Batu Khan decided, and let them go search. If anything is discovered, make sure you secure it. After that, or if they don't find anything, proceed as planned. Bury them all under that rusted ship. It will be done. Batu Khan did not doubt it. Arslan had never failed him. Chapter 14. November 18th, 11:22 p.m. KST, Taedong River, North Korea. Gray raced along the river road with his bike's headlamp off, trailed by the other two motorcycles, running equally dark. Tall marsh grasses and stands of willow trees further hid their race from Pyongyang to the Yellow Sea to the west. With the moon down, and only starlight and the glow of the comet to light their way, their progress was agonizingly slow. It didn't help matters that his shoulder burned. Half an hour ago, Seishan had halted their flight for a brief pit stop, removing the med kit from the bike's pack. As the others guarded from a distance ahead and behind, she had cleaned his wound, bandaged his shoulder, and popped him with an injectable analgesic and antibiotic. It was the least she could do, since she had shot him. Luckily, the bullet wound was only a deep graze. With the pain meds dulling the worst of the fire, he took the last shift on the bike, wanting to keep his arm from stiffening up in the cold. He didn't know what they would face once they reached the coast. To their left, the expanse of the Taedong River reflected the starlight, winding from its source high in the mountains to the north, through its capital city until it drained into the sea. They did their best to avoid the few industrial plants along the way, sticking to the smaller roads. The city of Nampo glowed in the distance, marking the mouth of the river basin. Gray used that marker to gain his bearings. A rutted track and agricultural road split off and headed away from the river. He slowed to check the GPS reader on his wrist. Though the distance from Pyongyang to the coast was only 30 miles as a crow flies, on a motorcycle in the dark, winding through mud or gravel tracks, it seemed 10 times that. Still, they were close to the end, but they dared not miss their midnight rendezvous at the beach. Their window of opportunity was very narrow. They would only have this one chance. Gray pointed down the side road, wincing with the motion, and called to the others. "This is it. Should take us straight to the sea." With a growl of his engine, he turned his bike and headed in that direction. It was less a road than a series of potholes and boulders strung together. They set off, moving as swiftly as possible. Gray found firmer terrain by running his motorcycle along the very edge of the road, where it wasn't as churned by tractors and other agricultural equipment. The fields around them were fallow with the start of the winter season, rolling away in frost-crusted furrows. Closer at hand, tangles of barbed wire fencing ran to either side. Gray felt exposed out in the open like this. Even the rumble of their motorcycles seemed to grow louder, echoing over the empty farmlands. But they only had a couple of miles or so to go. Then a new noise intruded, an ominous thumping. Gray slowed enough to crane around, searching the skies. Seishan clutched his good shoulder and pointed to the southeast. A dark shadow swept low over the barren fields, slightly silhouetted against the glow of Namfo. A helicopter running without lights. It wouldn't be doing so unless it had already acquired its target. It flew in the dark, attempting to close as much distance on them as possible before being detected. From this, Gray knew they had been found. Someone in Pyongyang must have given up this escape route, or maybe some rural farmer reported the passage of the 3 dark motorcycles in the night. Either way, there was no hiding from here. Knowing the helicopter was likely equipped with night vision equipment anyway, Gray stabbed on his headlamp to better illuminate the road. They needed as much speed as possible from here. "Keep with me," he yelled to the others, gunning his engine. Lights flared behind him, coming from the other bikes. Off to the southeast, the sky ignited with the chopper's navigation lights. A spotlight beamed down upon the farmlands, sweeping toward them. Gray raced his motorcycle along the edge of the rutted road. Kowalski took the other side, trailed close by Zhuang and Guanyin. They had no means to take out the helicopter. Back at the prison, they had used up all their rockets. Any additional heavy equipment had gone with the truck, a defensive necessity. The vehicle was meant to be the larger target, intended to lure the hunt away from the bikes. Seated behind him, Seishan swung around and raised her assault rifle. Clinging to the bike with her thighs, she aimed across the field and fired a short burst. The chopper's course wobbled, but only from surprise. Still, the distraction allowed them to stretch their lead. Kowalski pointed to the right, toward a large farmstead. Pinned between the rows of barbed wire, their bikes had no room to maneuver, no way to avoid the coming onslaught. Their best recourse was to reach open country. "Go!" Gray agreed. The 3 bikes cut into the farm. Trundling over a cattle guard, they entered a wide gravel expanse. Rows of milking barns lined one side. On the other, a series of bunkhouses and mechanics' shops. Corrals and fields spread out from here. It looked like a major operation. House lights clicked on, illuminating faces at several windows, likely drawn by the noise. But upon seeing what was coming, they quickly ducked away and pulled their shades. In his rearview mirror, Gray spotted the lights of the attack helicopter. The chopper dove toward them. It would be on top of them in the next few seconds. "This way!" he yelled, and swerved his bike to the left. He raced for the open doors to one of the milking barns. They needed cover. Emphasizing this necessity, the rattling roar of a chain gun erupted, ripping toward them. The pilot must have recognized that his prey was trying to dive into a hole. Seishan fired back at them, and so did Guanyin from the back of Zhuang's bike. Mother and daughter faced the coming barrage without flinching, doing their best to match it, their rifles blazing on full automatic fire. Then Gray's bike flew through the barn doors and into its shadowy depths. To his right and left, the other 2 bikes followed. The chopper brushed higher, thumping over the top of the barn, sweeping for the other side, where another set of doors stood open. The barn was long and wide. It had a Soviet industrial feel to it, built for mass production. A long line of automatic milking machines and stations rose to the left. On the other side stretched a long line of pens, each holding 4 or 5 cows, their large eyes shining back at them, mooing a complaint at the intrusion. Gray figured over 100 head of cattle were housed inside. Beyond the far door, massive corrals flanked to either side, packed nose to tail with more cows. The smell was likely to kill them long before any gunfire. He doused his headlamps and slowed to a stop halfway down the length of the barn. The others followed his example. The helicopter circled overhead, thumping ominously, knowing its targets were pinned down, waiting to see which end they might run out. Unfortunately, Gray knew they would have to make the attempt. They could not stay here. Ground forces were surely en route. But that was the least of his worries. He checked his watch. It was almost midnight. If they didn't reach the coast in the next few minutes, none of this would matter. "What's the play here?" Kowalski asked. Gray explained. Kowalski went pale. 11:41 p.m. "It's not like we have much choice," Gray thought as he got everyone ready. Using a set of binoculars, he searched beyond the empty fields of the farm. A tree line beckoned a quarter-mile away. If they could get there, the coastal forest should offer them enough coverage to reach the beach and make their rendezvous. But that meant abandoning the shelter of the milk barn. "Let's do this," Gray ordered. He and the others dismounted their bikes and swiftly went about opening the pens, starting from the middle and working their way to either end. With pats on rumps, they got the cows moving into the alleyway in the center. It didn't take much effort, as the cattle were clearly conditioned by their regular milking schedule. With the central corridor crowded now with large milling bodies, Gray waved everyone back onto their bikes. From the middle of the barn, they kicked their engines into a roar which got the cows moving away in either direction. To get them going faster, Seishan raised her rifle and fired a spat of rounds into the metal roof. The deafening noise did the job. Bellowing loudly, the cows fled for both exits, bumping into one another, spreading and heightening the panic. Gray followed the herd, streaming out the back. The other two bikes did the same. They ran dark, headlamps off, tucked amid the stampeding bodies. Caught off guard by the thundering forms bursting out both ends of the barn, the helicopter buzzed from one side to the other, plainly unsure what was happening. Lost amid the chaos, the three bikes shot out into the night. For the moment, the helicopter hovered on the far side of the barn, but it was already heading back, its searchlights sweeping toward them. Once in the open, Gray cut off in one direction, Zhuang in the other. In tandem, barely slowing, mother and daughter hopped off the bikes and slid open the gates to the larger corrals on either side. The panic of the neighboring stampede had already set the crowded pens to mooing, shifting nervously and stamping their hoofs. Growing alarm spread like a match in dry grass through the packed cows. As the gates opened, the pressure inside released. The closest beasts burst free, drawn in the wake of the others. More followed, slaves to herd mentality. In seconds, the trickling stampede became a flood. Kowalski sat on his idling motorcycle to one side, while the women rushed back to their respective bikes. He had his rifle pointed up, steadied on his shoulder. The thumping of the helicopter became a roar. The rotor wash and noise further panicked the animals, not to mention the blinding glare of its searchlight as it swept over the barn. Kowalski fired from his position. Glass exploded above, and darkness returned. The chopper, caught by surprise, shied away. With Seishan and Guan Yin back on their bikes, the trio set off with the cattle. Staying low, lights off, they raced amid the thundering herd as it stampeded out into the open fields, away from the barns and toward the distant trees. Gray tried his best to avoid colliding into any of his beefy companions, but the courtesy wasn't returned. Several times he got sideswiped or smacked with the tail, but he managed to keep them racing across the cold fields. The other two bikes kept up. Behind them, the helicopters still circled near the barn, baffled as to where its quarry had gone. With clear hesitation, the chopper slowly swept out into the fields. By now the herd had spread out and ran in all directions. Still, the helicopter refused to admit defeat. Its chain gun rattled to roaring life as the chopper began sweeping back and forth in a deadly arc, ripping through cattle in its path. Gray's heart went out to the poor beasts, but considering the cruel housing, the poor conditions, the signs of neglect and abuse, maybe this was a kindness. At least the beasts had a momentary taste of freedom. Kowalski had his own assessment as they reached the forest and slowed. He looked back at the slaughter. "Fucking assholes." It was a costly escape, but Gray intended not to waste it. They fled through the shadowy coastal forest until they reached a road. Using GPS, Gray sped them to the coordinates at a breakneck clip. A minute later, they roared out of the trees and onto a wide stretch of rocky beach. Gray searched the curving banks of the cove as waves lapped against its flat stones. Starlight shone coldly down upon them. It all appeared empty. "Is this the place?" Kowalski asked. Gray nodded, but he feared they were too late. From the storage pouch of his bike, he slipped out a flare, ignited it, and tossed it to the beach. Green fire sparked to life, reflecting off the water. He prayed someone would see it. Someone did. To the right, the North Korean helicopter burst out of the forest, thumping loudly. It swung out over the water and sped back toward them, drawn by the sputtering flare. Its guns chugged to life. Then a flash of fire winked out in the darkness beyond the cove, accompanied by a furious whistling. A Hellfire missile slammed into the side of the helicopter and exploded, shattering the chopper into fiery ruin. Ducking from the deafening boom, Gray watched flaming debris rain into the forest, while the scorched bulk of the aircraft fell heavily into the sea. Even before the blast echoed away, a small aircraft sped through the smoke and drew to a hover over the beach. It was a new design of stealth aircraft, a miniature version of a U.S. Black Hawk helicopter, with harsh angles and flat surfaces meant to confound radar. But the fiery blast would not go unnoticed for long. With its missile pod still smoking, the helicopter lowered to the beach and the doors opened to receive them. Gray had arranged this extraction with Cat earlier. As planned, the stealth aircraft had taken off from a U.S. ship parked in South Korean territorial waters and flown low over the waves to the beach. Cat had warned that this was a one-time deal, requiring perfect timing. The North Koreans wouldn't fall for it twice. As his team clambered into the chopper, a crew member slammed the door shut behind them. The helicopter immediately turned its back on the Korean peninsula and sped away, whisking over the water, its blades whispering through the night. Strapping in, Gray looked toward shore, weighing all the risk and bloodshed. As he settled back, he saw Guan Yin reach from her seat toward Seishan. For the first time in decades, a mother gently touched her fingertips to her daughter's cheek. Gray turned around, staring forward now. It had been worth it. Chapter 15. November 18th, 9:41 p.m., QYZT, the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan. As the Eurocopter lifted in a swirl of salt and sand, Rachel worried about her uncle. He was deep in conversation with Joseph, their heads bent together, seated next to each other, like excited schoolboys about to head out on a field trip. But neither of them were boys, especially Vigor. Though he put on a strong facade, age was beginning to crack through that veneer. She saw it as he climbed into the helicopter a moment ago, needing an extra hand, when in the past he could have vaulted inside. She had noted it in 1,000 different ways before this trip, even commented upon it a couple of months ago, but he had dismissed her concerns, blaming it on the time he spent now at a desk versus out in the field. She suggested he'd lighten his schedule, take on fewer responsibilities at the Vatican, but that was like asking a freight train with a full head of steam to slow down. During this trip, she had grown even more concerned. Prior to this mission, she hadn't seen as much of her uncle as she would have liked, just the occasional family dinner or holiday. But now, spending the past 24 hours with him, she feared it was more than age. She had noted the dark circles under his eyes back at his university office. She now saw how he breathed heavier, how he sometimes clutched his left side. But whenever he caught her looking, he dropped his hand. He was not telling her something, and it terrified her, even more than the end of the world. After her father had died in a bus crash, Vigor had filled that void. Under his care, knowing she was hurting, he had taken her by the hand and kept her moving, exploring Rome's museums, going on outings to Florence, diving at Capri. He taught her to pursue her passion, never to settle for less as a woman. He had also instilled in her the respect and love of history and art, where the greatest expressions of humankind were cemented in marble and granite, oil and canvas, glass and bronze. So how could she not want to protect him? Back in Rome, fear had made her want to bottle him up, to shelter him from harm, even against his will. But as she watched him now, smiling and excited, she knew she had been wrong. She didn't know how many years she had been with him, but she recognized it was time now for her to take his hand, to be the one to offer him strength when he needed it, to keep him moving. He had given her the world. She could never take it from him. Knowing that, she turned her attention to the blasted landscape below. The helicopter banked away from the rusted ship below and turned to the north, headed for a region even more desolate and barren. Moonlight turned the baked salt flats into an endless silver expanse, broken by boulders, the decaying hulks of other ships, and the occasional chalky hill. She pictured the seas refilling the basin below, swamping over the flatlands until the hills became islands again. They were headed to such a spot about 40 kilometers to the northeast, a lone atoll in this ocean of dry salt and dust, all based on a map inked on the tongue of a dead conqueror. She could not help but feel some of her uncle's excitement spark inside her. What might they find? The others looked equally enthused, even the reluctant Jada Shaw. She shared a window with Duncan, a new Sigma operative, both equally young. Their eagerness shone from their skin. Monk caught her staring and smiled, as if to say, "Remember when we were so young?" He now had 2 girls at home and a wife who loved him, and he wore his scars proudly. Even his prosthetic hand was a badge of honor. She sank back into her seat, happy for the company around her, even the young Sanjar, who carried his falcon on his wrist, held close to his body. Its plumage was a striking silvery white, accented with stripes of black and slate gray. He noted her attention and nodded. "What type of bird is he?" she asked. Sanjar's back straightened, happy for her interest. "He is a gerfalcon, Falco rusticolus, one of the largest falcon breeds." "He is beautiful." He grinned, showing a flash of white teeth. "Best he not hear that. Heru is already quite full of himself." "But he sits so still." He ran a finger over the top of a tufted bonnet. "Without sight, a bird knows not to move. A hooded falcon will remain motionless, trusting his handler. In the past, aristocrats used to carry them to court, to banquets, even on horseback. And apparently now on helicopters. We must all adjust to the modern world. But falconry goes back to the time of Genghis Khan. Mongol warriors used to hunt foxes, even sometimes wolves, with falcons." "Wolves? Truly? Something so large?" He nodded. "Not just wolves, but humans too. In fact, Genghis's personal bodyguards were falconers." "Then you are keeping up a proud tradition, Sanjar, continuing to look after Genghis even today." "Yes, my cousin and I." He nodded to Arslan in the next row of seats. "We are very proud of our great ancestor." The pilot interrupted. "Folks, we're a minute or so out from the designated spot. Do you want me to land or circle for an aerial view?" Vigor answered, leaning forward. "From the air, please. That might prove useful." They all turned their attention to the windows as the helicopter swept over the Aral Qum desert. The salt marsh glistening even brighter here. Ahead, a gloomy peak broke through the dried crust. It was steep-sided and wind-carved, slightly concave at the top, looking not unlike a boat riding a wave of rock. The helicopter circled it twice, but nothing of note struck anyone. "We'll have to land to continue our search from here," Joseph decided. Monk yelled forward, "Put us down, as close to that hill as you can." The pilot expertly maneuvered the aircraft and landed within 10 yards of the leeward side of the rock. But it had clearly been a struggle. "Wind's kicking up out there," the pilot warned. "Pressure front must be moving in." As the doors were swung open, his weather report proved true. The temperature had dropped several degrees. Even sheltered by the bulk of the hill, Rachel felt an icy wind cut through her jacket. They all hopped out. Salt crunched underfoot. Around them spread a strange sight. It looked like someone had spread a thick layer of French fries over the hard pan. Bending down, she realized they were geometric straws of salt, each crystal a finger wide and pointy-ended. It cast a prickly, otherworldly appearance to the place. Standing beside her, Joseph ignored the geological feature and stared up at the hill. Steep cliffs faced them, though some sections had crumbled down into flows of sand and boulders. "We should circle around it on foot first," he suggested, as flashlights were passed out. Vigor nodded, though he held a hand pressed to his side. Rachel crossed to her uncle and offered him the use of her shoulder for support. "Come on, old man. You dragged me out here." He scowled good-naturedly and took her up on her offer. Together they headed out across the field of ice crystals. He leaned on her for the first 10 minutes, then eventually felt strong enough to continue on his own. She wanted to question him about it, but she gave him the space to come to her when he was ready. Monk came over, likely noting the same debilitation, his brow creased with concern. Still, with his usual infallible ability to sense a mood, he stayed silent, or at least about her uncle. He stared around the crust of sharp crystals. "Looks like no one has set foot around here in ages." She realized he was right. No footprints. The crystals looked fragile and likely took years to form. If anyone had traipsed through here, there would have been a record of it in crushed salt. Eventually they circled out of the shelter of the hill and into the wind's teeth. It blew hard and steady, stinging of sand and tasting bitter on the tongue. Sanjar had trouble controlling the falcon perched on his gloved hand. He slipped off the hood and cast the bird into the wind, letting it stretch its wings and work off its anxiety. It screamed into the night, its silvery wings flashing in the moonlight. The young man's cousin pointed to the horizon. The crisp line between salt flats and starry sky blurred out there. "Storm coming," Arslan warned. "A black blizzard," Sanjar clarified. Shielding her eyes against the wind, Rachel stared out at the churning wall of sand, salt, and dust, remembering her uncle's warning of the toxicity of such clouds. "We don't want to be here when it arrives," Arslan warned. No one argued, so they set a faster pace. Within yards, they were soon covering the lower halves of their faces with handkerchiefs passed out by Sanjar. Clearly such a precaution was commonplace here, where winds regularly whipped over this ancient dead seabed. Still, between the burn of the stinging dust and the cold bite of the wind, any exposed skin felt flayed and raw. The winds forced them to stay close to the hill. Moving single file, flashlights bobbling, they crossed into a narrow cut between the cliff face and a line of fanged rocks, perhaps the remains of an old reef. Any shelter from the wind was a welcome respite. A shout rose from ahead. Rachel hurried forward with the others, bunching together around Joseph. He shone his flashlight at his feet, to the bottom of the cliff, where a large crack broke into the rock face. Rachel failed to understand what had the priest so riled up. "Does that look like a horse's head?" He pointed out the features with the beam of his light. "Nose high, ears pulled back, neck stretched." Stepping back, she realized he was right. It looked like the silhouette of a horse, drowning in billowing sand, trying to thrust its head up for air. "Equus!" Vigor gasped out. "Like what was written on the tattoo." Joseph nodded, his eyes feverishly bright. Monk knelt at the entrance and shone his light inside. "Looks like there's enough room to climb into it." "Is it a tunnel?" Jada asked. Duncan searched up the cliff. "If so, it would have once been a sea tunnel," he clarified. "When this lake was full, this entrance would have been underwater." Joseph stared over to Vigor. "Just like the Tisza River in Hungary. It was only during the drought that the secret entrance to the river vault revealed itself." "Then what are we waiting for?" Monk asked. He ducked inside, taking the lead in case there was any danger. The others quickly followed. Vigor glanced over to Rachel, grinning ear to ear, ready to follow, barely able to contain himself. This is what he lived for. She prayed that it didn't also kill him. 10:37 p.m. Vigor followed on hands and knees behind Joseph. The tunnel had more headroom than he had expected, but it helped that Monk used his industrial-strength prosthetic hand to clear any blockages out of the way. Tumbles of rocks, berms of sand, crusts of salt. He was a living drill bit, tunneling deeper into the former island. "Looks like it opens a few yards ahead," Monk called back. A minute later, he was proven right. Monk's light vanished from view, leaving its glow behind. Then Joseph followed him out, climbing free of the tunnel. Once on his feet, his friend froze, then stumbled weakly to the side, clearly in shock. With his heart thudding harder, Vigor clambered to the tunnel's end and pushed into the cave beyond. Stunned, he lifted his light higher as he stood up, adding his illumination to the others. A large cavern stretched before them, caked entirely in salt. The domed white roof dripped with glistening stalactites of crystalline salt. Stalagmites rose like opalescent fangs. Elsewhere, full columns of salt connected floor to ceiling. Silvery white crystals coated every surface. The others joined them, voicing various levels of astonishment as they entered. Duncan came last, adding, "Holy mother of—" Joseph cut him off, gaping around. This cave must have been underwater, too. When the waters receded, seeping slowly away, it left only the sea's salt behind. And hopefully something else, Vigor added, and pointed across the chamber. We need to search for more of Genghis's relics. The group spread out, working gingerly across the floor. It was a difficult task, as the stone underfoot was piled thickly with the same finger-like crystals seen outside, only some here were as thick around as a man's thigh, leaning drunkenly upon one another like a felled forest of salt. The crunch of crystals echoed off the walls as they labored. The air smelled of the sea and burned the eyes. Jada whispered with Duncan, but her voice reached everyone due to the cavern's acoustics. Water levels must have risen and fallen in here over the centuries to create this accumulation. And rainfall added to it each year, Duncan said, leaching more salt from the ground above. Jada stared up to the roof. I'm guessing during Genghis's time this cavern was not entirely flooded, but only accessible by swimming underwater. They were probably right. Suddenly tired, recognizing that perhaps archaeology was a young man's sport, Vigor leaned on a salt column as wide as a telephone pole to rest, believing it sturdy enough to hold his weight. Instead, it cracked under his hand, breaking in half, proving its fragility. Luckily, Monk and Rachel were there to pull him back and shield his body as a shower of crystal shards and larger chunks rained down. "Take care, Uncle," Rachel warned, helping him straighten and brushing sparkling dust from his shoulders. "Look here," Monk said, pointing to the flared base of the broken column. Vigor turned, bringing up his flashlight. He shone its brightness into the core of the translucent pillar. Something buried there reflected his light even brighter. "Over here!" he called to the group. Others gathered and added their own beams, helping to reveal what was preserved in the salt. Joseph dropped to one knee. It appears to be a pedestal of stone, holding up a box of some sort. His friend stared up at him, wonder shining in his face. "Like the Hungarian bishop described in Attila's tomb," Vigor exclaimed. "This must be it." Joseph stood. "We must break it free of the salt." Arslan appeared, bringing up a small satchel of tools. Using hammers, chisels, and brushes, Joseph worked with Arslan to chip away at the thick base of the column. As it was slowly revealed, the box proved to be large, a foot or so tall and twice as long. Joseph swept crystals off its black surface. The chisel had nicked it in a few places. Vigor's friend used a fingernail to dig more vigorously at one of the scratches. "It looks to be silver under the tarnish." Vigor leaned closer as Arslan freed the lower half of the chest. "I think you're right, and it's hinged at the back here." In short order, the remainder of the box was broken free of the crust. It shifted on its pedestal with a final strike of a hammer. Arslan stepped back, his work done. Vigor waved to Joseph. "You open it. You've earned the right." His friend gripped his arm in gratitude, speechless with anticipation, his fingers shaking slightly on Vigor's arm. With both hands, Joseph lifted the lid and cracked it open with a salty grate of its hinges. As he raised it, the front panel fell open, apparently hinged on its bottom edge. Rachel stepped away, covering her mouth. "My God!" 11:02 p.m. As Vigor's niece moved back, Duncan had a clear view of what the box held. It looked like a miniature sculpture of a boat, with a prominent keel that swooped into a knobbed bowsprit at the front, its sides made of artfully curved planks. A pair of masts supported square sails, both slightly ribbed like a closed set of blinds. "Looks like a Song Dynasty junk," Vigor said. "During the Middle Ages, such ships plied the seas and rivers of China." Rachel shook her head. "But this one is constructed out of rib bones and vertebrae. The sails are made of dried human skin." Duncan stepped closer and saw she was right. The curved planks of the boat's side were ribs. The knob of the bowsprit was a spinal vertebra. It would take her word that the sails were made of human skin. "More of Genghis," Monk said. "Can we be sure?" Rachel asked. I can send a sample to the same genetics lab in Rome, Vigor offered. We could have confirmation in a day or so. Jada nudged Duncan and stated, "Oh, we find out right now." All eyes turned to him. He understood. She's right. He lifted his hands and wiggled his fingers. If this tissue is from the same body, I'll know. The others cleared out of his way. Stepping forward, he reached out and moved his fingertips to the curved sides of the boat. Immediately he registered the same pressure, the same unique energy field as the earlier relics. He swore now he could almost sense the color of the field. It was a term people like him used to describe the minute variations of electrical fields that defied adequate description, like trying to describe blue to a blind person. Only in this case, if he had to pick a color for this field, it would be black. He stepped away and shook the tingle from his fingertips, shivering all over for a breath. Definitely the same, he concluded. Before anyone could comment, a piercing screech made them all jump. Sanjar's falcon flew effortlessly through the tunnel and swept high into the room. Sanjar lifted his arm, and the bird dove to a fluttering landing, panting through its open beak. "Storm must be here," Sanjar said, brushing dust from the falcon's feathers. "We should be going." Another squawk erupted. This time it was from the team's radio. Monk spoke with the pilot and got confirmation. "He says we must get going now." Monk pointed Duncan toward the box. "Close that up and let's get moving." With Joseph's and Vigor's help, Duncan secured the tarnished chest and hauled it up. It was damned heavy. If it was indeed silver, it was likely worth a small fortune. Monk assisted him in getting the chest through the tunnel. Once back outside, Duncan understood the falcon's sudden desire to rejoin its master. The starry night of earlier was gone. Black clouds roiled overhead. Sand blasted against the cliff. To the west, conditions looked even worse. The group hurried across the flatlands, following their crushed path back. They all shuttled sideways, putting their backs to the wind. Visibility was crap. Duncan carried the box under one arm and had a hold of Jada's hand in the other. Ahead of him, Monk and Rachel helped Vigor, while Sanjar and Arslan supported Joseph. Finally, they circled to the far side of the hill, out of direct assault by the storm. The pilot spotted them. He hopped out, opened the side door to the helicopter, and waved them to hurry. Not that any of them needed that encouragement. As a group, they ran for the shelter of the chopper's cabin and clambered inside. Even before they had strapped in, the pilot had the bird lifting off. Once the wheels were off the ground, the helicopter swung around and flew low across the salt flats, keeping to the shelter of the tall hill for as long as possible, putting as much distance as possible between them and the storm. Everyone found seats, and harnesses clicked into place. Finally, the helicopter shot higher, buffeted by the storm's leading edge, and fled under full power. The bouncing and rattling jarred teeth and challenged the strength of their seat belts. For a few more long minutes no one spoke, and hardly anyone breathed. Then the flight of the helicopter evened out as it escaped the teeth of the storm. "Should be smooth sailing from here," the pilot said, though his voice had a shaky edge that suggested their escape was closer than Duncan cared to think about. They rushed through the night, the stars shining overhead again. Duncan finally let out a long, shuddering breath. "Well, that was fun." Jada looked aghast at him. 11:33 p.m. As they flew back toward their base of operations, Vigor studied the tarnished silver box. It rested on the seat next to Duncan, who kept a palm atop it. Vigor pictured what it held. But he wasn't the only one wondering. "There must be a clue contained within that boat," Joseph said. "Some indication where we must go next." Vigor pictured the eyes sewn shut on the cover of the book, and the secrets it had hidden. "You are probably right. Once at your library, we'll see what we can discover." Joseph must have noted the lack of enthusiasm in his voice. "What's wrong?" He waved a hand dismissively. "Just tired," he lied. "I wonder how many more caches of Genghis's relics are out there," Joseph said. "Into how many pieces the great Khan had been divvied." Vigor shifted in his seat, surprised that Joseph was so dense. "There is only one more spot to go." Joseph frowned at him. "How do you know?" Then understanding dawned in his eyes. He patted Vigor on the knee. "Your body may be tired, my friend, but not your mind." Monk stirred across the way, having eavesdropped on the conversation. "How about you explaining it to those who are tired in both body and mind?" Vigor smiled with warm affection at him. "The box we found is silver." He nodded to the chest at Duncan's side. "But according to the Hungarian bishop's account, the box at Attila's tomb was iron." Joseph sat straighter, thrilled. "Which means the final box, the one holding the greatest treasure of this hunt, will be gold." Monk got it. Like the 3 original boxes of St. Thomas's reliquary. Iron, silver, gold. Vigor nodded. "We are one step away from the lost tomb of Genghis Khan." Duncan patted the box with his palm. "That is, if you can solve the riddle of that boat made of bone." Vigor sighed, praying that God would keep him strong enough for this challenge. "If only for a little longer." The pilot reported good news. "We're back to where we started, folks, but we may need to batten down the hatches for the night. The weather coming is not going to be fit for man or beast." Vigor looked out toward the storm on the horizon. It seemed that the black blizzard hadn't given up its chase and bore down on them with all its fury. Knowing what was coming, the helicopter dropped quickly toward the rusted bulk of the ship, seeking its shelter. The giant vessel had clearly weathered such gales in the past, and would do so again. Vigor settled back, relieved. Once we get underground, we should be safe. Chapter 16. November 19th, 2:44 a.m., KST, off the coast of South Korea. Seishan stood at the rail of the USS Benfold, a United States guided missile destroyer. She wore a borrowed parka, its fur-edged hood tossed back. She could not stand the confinement below any longer, with its cramped hallways, the press of bodies, the windowless chambers all painted the same drab colors. She needed air, so she climbed topside. The night was bitterly cold, the stars hard as diamonds. Even the comet looked like a lump of ice dragged across the sky. The ship cruised south through the territorial waters of South Korea. So far, no alarm had been raised by Pyongyang. Likely those in power up north were too embarrassed to admit their failure. Still, it had been a very close call. Gray was with the medics, getting properly attended. She flashed back to firing her pistol, acting on instinct, blind to anything but survival. She had only meant to knock the rider off his bike. Still, I almost killed him. A deck hatch clanged open behind her. She closed her eyes, not wanting any intrusion. Footsteps approached, and a form stepped to the rail next to her. She smelled jasmine. The scent threatened to cast her deeper into the past if she let it. Even now, an image of a flowering vine in sunlight appeared in her mind's eye, with purple flowers, the bauble of fat-bellied bees. She pushed it down. "Chi?" her mother said, using her old name, a single note from the lips that carried too much weight for that short exhalation of breath. "I prefer Seishan," she said, opening her eyes. "I've been that far longer than the other." Small hands gripped the rail beside hers, not touching hers, yet close enough for Seishan to feel the warmth from them on this cold night. Still, the distance between them remained a vast gulf. Seishan had imagined this reunion 1,000 ways, but none of them as such profound strangers. She had studied her mother's features during the trip back here. She could touch and point to those that were achingly familiar: the arch of an eyebrow, the curve of her lower lip, the shape of her eyes. But at the same time it was the face of a stranger. Not because of the purplish scar or the tattoo, but something deeper. When last she looked upon her mother, she had been a child of 9. She looked upon her now as a woman 2 decades older. She was not that child any longer. Her mother was not that young woman. "I must leave soon," her mother warned. Seishan took a deep breath, testing how that made her feel. Tears threatened, but only because she felt nothing at those words, and it devastated her. "I have obligations," her mother explained. "Men and women who are still in jeopardy and need my help. I cannot abandon them." Seishan held back a bitter laugh at the irony of those words. Her mother must have still sensed it. "I look for you," she said softly after a long pause. "I know." Seishan had heard the same from Gray. "They told me you were dead. Yet still I searched until it hurt too much to do so anymore." Seishan stared down at her own hands, surprised to find them so white-knuckled as they gripped the rail. "Come with me now?" her mother asked. Seishan remained silent for too long. "You can't, can you?" her mother whispered. "I also have obligations." Another silence stretched, filled with far more import than their words. "I heard he is leaving again. So you will go with him?" Seishan didn't bother answering. They stood together for a long time, both with so much to say and so little to talk about. What else could they do? Compare scars? Swap tales of horror and bloodshed, of what one did to survive? In the end, they said nothing. Finally, her mother unclasped her hands and faded back, turning away, leaving only a whisper behind. "Have I lost you forever, my little Chi? Did I never really find you again?" And then she was gone, leaving behind only the scent of jasmine. 3:14 a.m. Gray leaned against the conference table, too tired to trust his legs. He and Kowalski had the officers' wardroom all to themselves, courtesy of the ship's captain. The crew had brewed coffee and laid out a spread of scrambled eggs and bacon. It wasn't every day a couple of U.S. operatives escaped North Korea. With his wounded shoulder scrubbed, sprayed with a liquid bandage, and wrapped, he felt worlds better. The muddy coffee certainly helped, too. Kowalski sat in a neighboring chair, his feet propped up on the table, a plate of bacon resting on his stomach. He yawned with a jaw-cracking pop. The large LCD monitor before Gray finally flickered to life. The feed was being dispatched through high-security channels to this private room. He found himself staring into the communications nest at Sigma Command in D.C. The director faced him, with Kat seated to the side, tapping furiously at a computer console. She had set up this private video conference call. Painter nodded to him. "Commander Pierce, how are you holding up?" "I've had better days." "And worse." Despite all that had happened, they had succeeded in rescuing Seishan and made it out alive with their skin intact. Okay, not entirely intact, but close enough. "I know you've been through hell and back," Painter said, "but we need you up and running for another mission, if you're able." "In Mongolia?" Gray said. He had already debriefed with Kat and was relatively up to speed in regard to events surrounding the crashed satellite. "I need an honest assessment," Painter said. "Are you and Kowalski fit enough to continue?" Gray glanced over at Kowalski, who merely shrugged and picked up another slice of bacon. "I think fit enough pretty much describes us," Gray answered. "But a little more sleep en route, and we'll be even better." "Good. Then I wanted to show you this." Painter turned to Kat. She shifted into view, still tapping at the keyboard with one hand while staring at him. "I'm going to patch you in with Lieutenant Josh LeBlanc out of McMurdo Station." "In Antarctica?" "That's correct. He's with a recon crew about 100 clicks out from the base on the Ross Ice Shelf." Kat punched a few more keys and spoke into a microphone by her chair. "Lieutenant LeBlanc, can you show us again what you found? Walk us through what you saw?" A sputtering response reached Gray that sounded vaguely affirmative. Then the screen cleared and was replaced with the face of a young man in a military parka. He had his hood thrown back, apparently enjoying the bright morning of an Antarctic summer. He wore a woolen cap over his short, dark hair, his cheeks reddened from the cold, or maybe flushed from excitement. From the shaky image, someone was filming him with a handheld camcorder. He spoke while walking backward up a ridge. "About 2 hours ago, we saw 5 huge fireballs shoot over McMurdo. Thought it was a missile attack. The sonic booms, one after the other, had the entire base scrambling. My team was sent out to investigate. This is what we found." He reached the top of the ridge and stepped aside. The cameraman moved forward, the image jangling wildly. Once he stopped and steadied his hand, a hellish landscape came into clear focus. Across the expanse ahead, massive craters pocked the blue ice, roiling with steam, blackened at the edges. Gray pictured the 5 meteorites punching through the ice and melting in the sea 300 meters below. He spotted men, small black ants, moving on the ice, likely a part of LeBlanc's crew. They offered perspective as to the huge size of those smoking pits. Thunder rumbled over the speakers. Gray didn't understand the source of the noise until a resounding series of thunderclaps followed. On the screens, cracks exploded across the snowy field, shattering ice high into the air. Fault lines burst jaggedly from crater to crater and splintered outward across the shelf. Out of view, LeBlanc swore loudly. Then he appeared, running down the slope toward his endangered crew. The videographer dropped his camcorder and followed too. The camera landed askew in the snow, still shooting, offering a crooked view of the chaos. Fissures in the ice split wider, tearing apart the terrain below. Men fled the destruction in all directions. Faint screams reached the camera's microphone. Gray spotted a pair of sailors falling away as the ice opened under them. An entire continent of ice slowly split away from the main shelf. Another crack skittered toward the camera and exploded before its lens. Then the screen went black. Kowalski, a former Navy man himself, was on his feet, his fists clenched in frustration, unable to do anything. Then Painter was back, red-faced and shocked, bent beside Kat, passing on orders. "McMurdo Station, raise the alarm. Tell them to get birds in the air ASAP." Gray waited silently as Painter and Kat sounded the alarm. Once done, Painter finally returned his attention to Gray. "Now you understand what we might be facing." "What do you mean?" "Shortly before LeBlanc reported from Antarctica, technicians and engineers over at the SMC in Los Angeles had confirmed their initial speculation that the destruction caught digitally by the crashing satellite was secondary to a cluster of meteor strikes along the East Coast." Gray pictured the devastation from a moment ago, imagining what would happen if those 5 meteors had hit a population center. The techs estimate that what impacted Antarctica were super bolide meteors, averaging 17 to 20 meters across. They each struck with the energy equivalent of 8 atomic bombs. Gray swallowed. No wonder that shelf shattered into pieces. Painter continued. From analyzing the satellite image in great detail, taking into account the blast patterns, the depth of the impact craters, the degree of catastrophic destruction, they estimate that it would take meteors 3-fold larger than in Antarctica to cause that much damage. Gray went cold, picturing all his friends and family out there, including everyone at Sigma Command. "And it might not just be the East Coast," Painter warned. "We have only this one snapshot. There is no way of telling if the destruction is more widespread, even global. Or if it will happen at all," Gray added, still skeptical. But after what he'd just witnessed, he was willing to err on the side of caution. "That's why we need that satellite recovered," Painter said. "We have every eye looking skyward at the moment. The Hubble, NASA's Swift satellite, the UK Space Agency. We're tracking a slew of rocks, dragging in the wake of that comet, some as large as 200 meters across. So far, according to all estimates, none of them are at risk of hitting the Earth. But what about the ones that just struck Antarctica? That's the problem. We can't catch everything. It's taken NASA 15 years to track less than 10,000 asteroids in near-Earth orbit, meaning the vast majority go undetected. Take the Chelyabinsk meteor that exploded over Russia last year. It came as a total shocker. And if that meteor hadn't exploded in the upper atmosphere, releasing a lot of its energy, it would have hit Russia with the force of 20 Hiroshima bombs. So we can't be sure of anything. Painter glanced at Kat, as if reluctant to say something. "What?" Gray asked. Kat nodded to Painter, who sighed loudly. "There's one last bit of disturbing news coming out of the SMC. It's too early to draw any firm conclusions, but one of the physicists who was working closely with Dr. Jada Shaw has been analyzing her data on the initial gravitational anomalies in the comet, those same inconsistencies that Dr. Shaw believed proved the presence of dark energy. And the physicist at SMC has been continuing to track those anomalies as the comet comes closer to Earth. He's convinced they're growing larger." "What does that mean?" Painter shot a glance toward Kat. "We're still waiting for an answer to that very question. It could be significant, or it could be meaningless. We won't know until more data is collected and analyzed." "How long will that take?" "Half a day at the least, maybe longer. So in the meantime we find that satellite. It may hold the answers to everything." Painter stared hard at him. "How soon can you leave?" "Now? If Kat can arrange the logistics." She shifted back in her seat. "I can get Commander Pierce's team on the ground in Mongolia by daybreak." "What about Monk's team?" Gray asked. "I just heard word out of Kazakhstan," Kat said. "A storm front will have them pinned down for a short time. But barring any other problems, they should be able to join you at Ulaanbaatar by mid-morning." "Then let's make that happen," Painter said. We need as many eyes on the ground out there as possible. Is Seishan willing to join you?" On the way to this meeting, Gray had spotted Guan Yin heading down the hall, hiding the tears in her eyes. She was flying back to Hong Kong to assist with those of her triad who were still in harm's way. From those tears, Gray could guess the answer to Painter's question. "I believe Seishan will be coming." "Good." Painter quickly signed off, plainly busy on multiple fronts. Gray stared at the black screen, again picturing the destruction in Antarctica, appreciating the urgency. Monk had better not be late. Chapter 17. November 19th, 12:17 a.m., QYZT, the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan. Rachel and the others hurried below, returning to the clutter of Father Joseph's inner sanctum. Even buried deep in the warren of tunnels and rooms, the howl of the wind reached them as the storm bore down upon the derelict ship above their heads. It whistled through the rusted hull, shook loose tin, rattled broken rails. Up above, the pilot was securing the chopper against the storm, positioning the craft on the leeward side of that mountain of corroded steel, and doing his best to seal and cover the engine and moving parts from the blowing salt and sand. More of Joseph's crew occupied the lowermost levels, seemingly oblivious to the racket and danger, plainly used to retreating below when nature grew too violent above. They lounged or played cards, or did simple chores to occupy their time. Rachel took some small comfort at their ease. "Let's get this box on the table," Monk ordered Duncan. As the two hauled the tarnished silver chest across the room, Jada shook sand from her hair and patted dust and salt off her clothes. But she wasn't the only one with her feathers ruffled. Sanjar coaxed his hooded falcon to a wooden perch. Heru flapped his wings several times, irritated, but his sharp claws clung to the roost. He knew better than to fly blind. His handler whispered soothingly, calming the bird with a preening scratch behind its neck. Rachel stood next to him, appreciating his skill. Her uncle had other interests. He waved Joseph toward the table. "We should study this as thoroughly as we can, discern any clues about where to go next." Joseph nodded, but again he wore that distracted look, as if his mind were elsewhere. He stood staring at a tall bookcase, his back to the table as Monk and Duncan placed the box next to the other relics. Arslan moved to the priest's side, as if to consult him. Instead, he placed the muzzle of a black pistol into Joseph's side and barked loudly. "Everyone, away from the table! Hands up and high!" Caught off guard, no one moved for a breath. Then men poured into the room through the open door, carrying rifles or curved swords. They appeared to be members of the excavation crew hired by Joseph. Gunfire echoed out in the hallway. Rachel could guess the fate of the remainder of that crew. She pictured the explosion at the university, the bombing in Aktau. It seemed the enemy had been closer than anyone suspected all along. Joseph turned to his foreman, wearing a confused expression. "What is this about, Arslan?" As answer, Arslan cuffed him hard across the mouth, splitting his lip. He then roughly grabbed Joseph's arm, spun him about, and moved the pistol to the middle of his back. Sanjar stepped forward. "Cousin, what are you doing?" "I do what the Master of the Blue Wolf commands," Arslan said. "And you will obey. You swore allegiance same as I." Joseph turned to Sanjar with a wounded expression. Arslan motioned with his head toward the door, bitter command in his voice. "Go now, cousin, or be buried here with them." Sanjar took a step back, I agreed to watch, to report on Father Joseph's actions. But not this, never this. He is a good man. These others have done no harm. Then die with them, he said with ringing disdain. You are always too weak, Sanjar, your head in the winds with your bird, pampered by your rich parents, who look down upon their poorer cousins. Never a true warrior of the Khan. Turning aside, Arslan shouted to his crew in Mongolian. 4 immediately ran up, scooped the relics from the table, and retreated to the door. Rachel watched their hard-won treasures vanish. Arslan followed in their wake, with Joseph clutched in front of him, using the priest as a hostage and a shield. He called to his men, who began closing the door to the chamber. It was heavy steel. From the rivets and rust, it was probably a hatch salvaged from the ship above. From the doorway, Arslan shared a final threat for his cousin for them all. While you are all gone, my warriors placed explosive charges throughout this hollowed-out rat's nest. Rock will turn to dust, collapsing all. And as the heavy ship above sinks atop you, it will be your gravestone. None will ever know what happened here. A few men laughed harshly. The crew kept their guns trained, especially on Monk and Duncan, wise enough to recognize the biggest danger to their plans. "Kill them," Arslan ordered his men in the room. "Then join us up top." Sanjar cast a glance toward Rachel, rolling his eyes up, then over to the falcon. It took her a heartbeat. Then she understood. With the crew ignoring her, Rachel reached over and plucked the bonnet from Heru's feathered head. Sanjar yelled a command in his native tongue and pointed at Arslan. The falcon exploded off the perch, sweeping up to the wooden rafters that bolstered the sandstone roof. Weapons shifted, shooting at the bird, the blasts stinging Rachel's ears. Untouched, Heru dove down, a feathered arrow shot from Sanjar's bow. Claws raked Arslan, splitting cheek and scalp. Wings beat at his face, driving the man to his knees, screaming in pain. Then gunfire erupted in the middle of the room. 12:38 a.m. As soon as the nearest weapon swung toward the roof, Duncan moved. He bowled into the nearest guard, taking him down. The gunman's head hit the corner of the table, hard enough to crack bone. The man fell limp under him. He grabbed the loose rifle and rolled away. Still on his back, Duncan took out a second assassin with a burst of rounds to the chest. Then gunfire chewed into the stone between his legs, chasing him backward until he was under the table. From his sheltered vantage, he took out the shooter's left kneecap. As the man toppled, he placed a round between his eyes. Another attacker slid into view on his knees, strafing under the table. Then the neighboring bookcase fell on top of him, crushing him. Monk clambered over the top and punched a stunned gunman in the throat with his prosthetic hand. With his larynx crushed, the man fell to his side, writhing, choking on blood. At the exit, one of Arslan's crew clubbed the bird away from their leader's face. Joseph used the chaos to break free and run deeper into the room. 2 shots cracked loudly. The priest's chest blew out. He collided with Monk, who caught him in his arms. Behind them, Arslan's pistol still smoked as his men dragged his bloody form through the door. Duncan fired after them, but the hatch swung closed with a clang of steel. Climbing back to his feet, Duncan rushed the door and shouldered into it. It refused to budge, likely braced on the other side. They were locked in. He surveyed the room, taking swift inventory. Jada rose from a crouch behind another bookcase, shoved there by Monk as the first shots rang out. Sanjar knelt by Heru as his stunned bird flopped dazedly on the stone. Rachel hurried alongside her uncle to Joseph's gasping form. Seeing the blood pooling beneath the priest, she knew the man did not have long to live, which was probably true for all of them. 12:40 a.m. No, no, no. Vigor knelt beside his friend, who had come back from the dead only to die again. A man who the fates had already afflicted so cruelly, gifting him with both brilliance and madness. He did not deserve this end. He took Joseph's hand and began last rites. Joseph stared up at him, disbelief in his eyes, blood on his lips, unable to speak, his lungs collapsed and shredded by the bullets of a traitor. "Lie still, my dear friend." Monk cradled his thin form in his lap, supporting him. Vigor took Joseph's hand, squeezing all his love for the man between his palms. He could do no more. He had seen that truth in Monk's eyes. Stripped of his voice, Joseph found the strength to take Vigor's hand and bring his palm to his bloody chest. Vigor felt the beat of his friend's heart. "I will miss you too." In his eyes he read the man's struggle, his regret. Joseph knew the danger the world faced and could do nothing more to help. "You've shouldered this burden long enough, my friend. Let me carry it from here." Joseph kept staring at Vigor as he gently anointed a cross on Joseph's forehead. "Go, rest," Vigor whispered. And he did. 12:42 a.m. Duncan helped Monk place Father Joseph atop the table. "I'm sorry," Duncan said. "I wish we had the time to bury him properly." Vigor fought tears, but nodded, staring around the chaotic library. "This is a good spot for him." Monk got them all moving. "Let's not make it our burial spot, too." Duncan turned to Sanjar. "Is there another way out?" Sanjar had his falcon wrapped in a blanket. "I'm sorry, no. The other tunnels just lead to more rooms, dead ends. The only way up is through this sealed door." Duncan knew they had at best another few minutes or so to break free. Once Arslan and his crew evacuated the ship, they'd blow the lower levels. His only hope is that the assassins would drag their feet long enough to scavenge anything of value on their way out. But he couldn't count on that. Jada stood, wide-eyed, hugging herself with her arms. "They meant to kill us," she said, shivering near shock. "And they may still succeed," Duncan conceded, figuring there was no reason to sugarcoat their situation. She scowled at him. "That's not what I meant. Think about it. If we hadn't gotten the upper hand, we'd be dead. The explosions were meant to bury our bodies in this unmarked grave." Duncan still didn't get it. "We're not supposed to be alive right now," she said, her voice growing heated. She waved a hand around the room. "That jackass said he planted bombs throughout this place, so why not here, too? It's the lowest level. He thought we'd be dead already." "Of course." Monk swore and set off looking along the walls. Cursing his stupidity, Duncan canvassed the other side. It took him less than 30 seconds to find one of the charges. It was hidden at the base of a thick wooden brace that helped support the roof to this large room. "Got one," Duncan called out. "Found another over here," Monk yelled from across the room. "Remove that one's transceiver," he shouted back, "and be careful." Rachel had followed him over. "Do you think you can defuse them all in time?" "Not the plan," he said as he worked. "They're likely planted all over the place." With great care, he freed the wad of plastic explosive, being careful of the blasting cap and transceiver. He rushed with it over to the steel hatch. Monk met him there, another transceiver in hand. Duncan slapped the chunk of explosive to the thick hinges of the hatch. He popped open the transceiver, a device that contained both a radio transmitter and a receiver. Using a fingernail, he changed the receiver to a different setting, one unique from the other charges planted throughout this maze. Don't want to bring this whole place down. He then took the transceiver out of Monk's hand. "Do you know what you're doing?" his partner asked. "I didn't take all those electrical engineering courses to work at Radio Shack." Working quickly, he adjusted the transmitter to the new frequency, then waved everyone back. "Find shelter and cover your ears." He retreated with the group and hid behind a sturdy bookcase. Once in position, he brought his thumb to the tiny red button on the transceiver. His jury-rigged charge should be the only one that responded to this new frequency. But when it came to explosives and radios, bad things sometimes happen to good engineers. He pressed the button. From the skull-crushing explosion that followed, Duncan believed he had failed, that he'd blown everything. Smoke and dust rolled through the space. Standing up, he waved and coughed. Across the way, the hatch was gone, along with a fair amount of the wall around it. Monk joined him, sounding as if he were speaking underwater. "Bastard probably heard that." Duncan nodded. "In other words, run!" 12:46 a.m. Jada sprinted up the steps behind Duncan, who led the charge topside with their only flashlight. Behind them, Monk and Rachel helped Vigor with the steep stairs, half carrying him between them. Sanjar brought up the rear. At any moment, Jada expected the world to explode around her, crushing her under tons of stone, burying her in sand and salt. The exit that led into the ship's rusty hold seemed an impossible distance away. The size of this labyrinth swelled around her, stretching higher and wider, expanding in proportion to her terror. Above her, the winds whistled and howled through the corroded bulk of the ship, taunting her to run faster. "Not much farther," Duncan gasped, taking 2 steps at a time, his rifle in hand. She craned up, but his bulk blocked her view. In another 5 yards, he was proven right. Rock turned to steel treads under her boots. The group clanked the last of the way up. Then the ground bucked violently under them, accompanied by the sound of the earth cracking beneath their feet. They all went crashing to their knees on the salt-corroded stairs. A flume of sand, dust, and smoke blasted up from below, choking them, blinding them. Jada climbed the remainder of the stairs on her hands and knees, drawn by the glow of Duncan's flashlight. A hand grabbed hers and hauled her up and out of the stairwell, lifting her as if she were weightless. Placed back on her feet, she stumbled to the side as Duncan drew the others into the hold with her. "Make for the exit!" he hollered, and pointed to the hole cut into the port side of the ship's hull. She turned, but her footing slipped, as her world tilted under her. The stern of the ship dropped precipitously behind her with a groan of steel, while the bow rose up. She pictured the back half of the 1,000-ton vessel collapsing and crushing into the sinkhole created as the labyrinth below imploded. Across the length of the hull, a half-century of wind-blown sand suddenly shifted en masse, flowing toward the stern. Jada could not hold her place any longer, dragged by the tide of sand. She fell to her knees and started sliding down the steep slant. The others fared no better, unable to gain any traction as the sands turned into a streaming cataract, growing deeper, pouring faster, trapping limbs, tumbling them all back toward the sinking stern. Jada fought, flailing, feeling like a swimmer about to drown. And maybe she was. A sandstorm swirled treacherously below, waiting to swallow her up. Behind her, the other half of the ship's sand flowed after her, ready to swamp her once she was trapped. Then Duncan appeared and sped past her, half skating, half body surfing. Not resisting the tidal pull like the others, he quickly vanished into the dusty cloud ahead. Has he simply given up? 12:50 a.m. Racing atop the sand, Duncan aimed for their only hope of survival. He recalled their arrival earlier in the day when the Land Rover came wheeling out from a makeshift garage in the ship's stern, sweeping out to confront the newcomers. As the world upended a moment ago, he had spotted the rover still parked back there. He aimed for its bulk, already axle-deep in sand, and being buried rapidly. He hit the bumper hard and flung himself onto the hood. Once at the windshield, he squirmed sideways through the open side window and dropped into the driver's seat. He checked and found the keys still in the ignition. Thank God! With a twist of his wrist and a pound on the gas, he felt the paddle-treaded tires churn, kicking up a rooster tail of sand behind him. Then he was moving, tires digging back up the slope. Monk had already noted Duncan's goal and swept fast down the slanted hull, no longer resisting the pull of the sand. Reaching the rover, Monk leaped over the front grille and rolled up onto the hood, landing belly down, passing Duncan a prosthetic thumbs up. "Keep going!" Monk yelled. Duncan slowly ground his way upslope as Monk fished the others out of the churning flow of sand. Vigor slid across the hood until his back rested against the windshield. Rachel soon joined him. At the right fender, Jada helped Monk grab Sanjar, who still clung to his blanket-wrapped Falcon. With everyone on board, Duncan gave the engine more gas. Staying in a low gear, he climbed up the steepening slope, picturing the massive weight of the ship shifting to the stern, driving it deeper into the collapsing subterranean complex. Even with sand tires and four-wheel drive, the rover fishtailed in the flow. He held his breath each time the vehicle slipped, knowing if they fell back to the stern, they might never get out. If that happened, they'd be quickly buried alive as the ship's 5 decades' worth of sand, silt, and salt filled the stern. As he labored, the rusted vessel groaned, echoing with the strain of stressed steel. Hull plates popped like gunshots and tumbled into the stern. It was all coming apart. Angling to the port side, he finally reached the hole cut through the hull. With the ship tilted, the opening was several feet off the ground, but they would have to risk the jump. Duncan fought the tide to hold them steady, as Monk shuttled everyone through the hole, half tossing them into the teeth of the storm out there. "You next!" Monk screamed into the wind blowing through the opening. Duncan waved him. "Go! I'll follow!" It was a lie. There was no way Duncan could move. Once he let up on the gas, the rover would immediately roll backward. Monk stared through the windshield, read Duncan's determination. Then, with a scowl, the man turned and jumped toward the hole. But rather than leaping through the opening, he hung from its lower edge by his prosthetic hand and reached out with his other arm. "Pull even with me," he yelled, "then grab my hand." Duncan balked, knowing such a maneuver would likely end with both of them dead. "Don't make me jump down after you," Monk bellowed. Guy probably would, too. Knowing that, Duncan gunned the engine and gained a couple of yards, his tires spinning on the sliding sand as he fought to hold his place. With one hand on the wheel, he stretched his arm out the window. Monk caught his fingers, then his palm, gripping tightly. With a silent prayer, Duncan let go of the steering wheel, took his foot off the gas, and shoved out the window. As he had suspected, the rover immediately plummeted backward, shedding from around his body as it fell away, leaving Duncan hanging from Monk's arm. He gasped in relief. But it was premature. As he hung there, the ship broke in half. 1:04 a.m. From only yards away, huddled low against the storm, Jada watched the middle section of the rusted vessel fracture, splitting in half with a scream of rent steel. The entire bow came crashing down, blasting up more sand into the storm. They all fled backward as debris rained down around them, whipped viciously by the wind. Sand swirled everywhere, obscuring anything beyond their noses. Duncan! Monk! The constant gale of the wind quickly cleared the worst of the dust, blowing it across the salt flats. She searched the ruins of the ship. Movement along the hull revealed two small forms climbing free of the hold and falling to the sands. Luckily, the ship had fractured above the exit, sparing their lives. On the ground, Monk helped Duncan through the reefs of sharp steel littering the vessel's skirts. He held the younger man under one arm as Duncan limped alongside him. Jada hurried forward, shielding her face against the wind. Her heart quailed at the sight of Duncan's blood-soaked pant leg. The others gathered with her. "What happened?" Jada asked. "I tried to go down with a sinking ship," Duncan said, "but Monk convinced me otherwise." "Let's keep moving," Monk warned, squinting through the storm. He noted someone was missing. "Where's Sanjar?" Jada searched around. She had failed to notice that he had slipped away. Vigor answered, "He went to check on our pilot." Jada felt a flare of guilt, glancing toward the shadowy bulk of the helicopter. She had not even considered the man's fate. Somewhere at the back of her mind, she must have assumed him dead, murdered like the rest of Joseph's crew at the onset of this assault. Monk headed toward the helicopter with Duncan. Along the way they found 3 bodies, sprawled in cooling pools of blood, all shot. Duncan limped through them. "Seems like our flyboy put up quite the fight." "And saved our lives at the same time," Monk said. "His showdown likely delayed Arslan from blowing up the ship long enough for us to make our escape." Jada felt doubly guilty now. She had never even learned the pilot's name. They crossed to the helicopter and found its flank peppered with bullet holes, its canopy chipped and splintered. The tarps around it flapped and twisted in the wind. A fast search found no sign of Sanjar. Then, from out of the dark storm, a pair of shadowy shapes appeared, leaning against each other, huddled against the fierce winds and the sting of blowing salt. Sanjar and the pilot. Monk left Duncan with Jada and helped the other pair back to the helicopter. "I followed his blood trail," Sanjar said as he rejoined him, "from the helicopter out into the storm." "Got shot in the upper thigh," the pilot said. "Pinned under the helicopter, I thought I was a goner, but then there was a big blast from the ship. Used the distraction to limp off into the storm, hoping to get lost, which apparently worked." Jada pictured the shattered hatch down below. "So in the end, it sounds like we both saved each other." "Can the bird still fly?" Monk asked. The pilot frowned, eyeing the damage. "Not in this weather, but with a little bit of spackle and glue, I can probably get her flying after that." "Good man," Monk said. They all retreated into the helicopter's cabin as the winds howled, but the storm was the least of their problems. Monk turned to Sanjar, who had recovered his falcon from a seat still covered in a blanket. He must have secured the bird inside the cabin before searching for the pilot. "Do you know where Arslan was taking the relics?" Monk asked. I can't say with certainty, but most likely back to Ulaanbaatar. Vigor pressed him. Once there, what then? Who is he going to give them to? Now, that I can state with certainty. He'll hand them over to the head of my clan, a man who goes by the title Borjigin, meaning the Master of the Blue Wolf. That was Genghis Khan's old title, too, Vigor said. Sanjar nodded. What's his real name? Monk asked. I do not know. He came to us always wearing the mask of a wolf. Only Arslan knows his true identity. For a lot of good that does us, Duncan said as he bandaged a deep gash on his leg. Without that last relic, Vigor said, we are doomed. Jada stared out the window as the storm began shredding apart, revealing the glow of the comet in the night sky. As a scientist, she put her faith in numbers and facts, in solid proofs and indisputable calculations. She had scoffed at the superstitions that led to this side excursion to the Aral Sea, dismissing it as irrelevant. But as she looked skyward, she simply despaired, knowing the truth with all her heart. The Monsignor was right. We are doomed. Third, Hide and Seek. Chapter 18. November 19th, 11:09 a.m. ULAT. Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. And you all believe this cross is important, Gray said. He sat with everyone in a suite of rooms at the Hotel Ulaanbaatar, in the center of the capital city's downtown. The facade of the building looked Soviet industrial, a holdover from the country's oppressed past, but the interior was a display of European modernity and elegance, representing the new Mongolia, a country looking to an independent future. Their suite even featured a meeting room with a long conference table. Everyone was seated, with Monk's team on one side, Gray's on the other. Only an hour ago, a knock at Gray's door revealed a familiar bald and smiling face. Monk had grabbed him in a bear hug, almost ripping his shoulder back open. Behind him, his new partner, Duncan Wren, bowed his tall physique inside. He was accompanied by a young Mongolian man wearing a mid-thigh sheepskin coat. He had a pet carrier in hand and something stirring inside. But it was the pair who came last, who triggered his strongest reaction, a mix of joy, warm memories, and deep affection. Gray had grabbed Vigor with as much enthusiasm as Monk had him a moment ago. He found the Monsignor his same self, tough, resolute, yet gentle of spirit. Only now Gray saw the man's age physically. How his frame seemed thinner, wasted. Even his face looked more gaunt. Then there was Rachel. Gray had greeted her just as warmly as the others, memories blurring as he held her in his arms. She clung to him an extra moment longer than ordinary friendship warranted. The two had been close for some time, intimate even, beginning to talk of something long-term, until the shine of new romance waned into the practical realities of a long-distance relationship. The romance settled instead into a deep friendship. Not that it didn't occasionally well up into something more physical whenever they still happened to cross paths. But circumstances had since changed. Gray looked at the woman seated across from Rachel. Seishan also knew of their past history, and had her own complicated relationship with Rachel. But the two had come to terms, respecting each other, but were still cautious. Once Monk's team had time to settle in, Gray had ushered them into the meeting room, needing to decide how to proceed from here. They all placed their figurative cards on the table. After receiving permission from Painter, Monk had shared the details of the crashed satellite with Vigor and Rachel, even with the Mongolian named Sanjar. The young man had offered his services as a guide into the Khan Kenti strictly protected area, the mountainous region northwest of the city. The story of the destruction captured by the falling spacecraft and the recent events in Antarctica had sobered the jubilance of their reunion. They now all understood the stakes at hand. But Gray still remained doubtful about one detail. Monk's group had filled him in on what had transpired in Kazakhstan. They all seemed convinced that this cross, one carried by St. Thomas in the past, bore some significance to the potential disaster to come. Even Dr. Jada Shaw believed it was vital to find. She explained that now. I know from my observations and calculations that Comet Icon is shedding an unusual energy signature, one triggering gravitational abnormalities. That you believe is caused by dark energy, Gray said. All I can say is that those anomalies exactly match my theoretical calculations. And the cross? According to Duncan, the ancient relics are also giving off some form of energy. We believe it was because Genghis was exposed and contaminated by that same energy while carrying the cross for many years on his person. She ticked off additional points on her fingers, her dark eyes flashing with certainty. First, the cross's history is tied to a meteor strike. Second, it's connected physically to a prophecy of a disaster set to play out in roughly 2.5 days, matching the same time frame as the satellite image. Third, it's giving off a strange energy signature that left its trace on these relics. I say it's worth investigating, or at least somebody should check into it. But not you, Gray said, challenging that certainty. She sighed. I'll be more useful, going after the wreck of the crashed satellite. My expertise is astrophysics. I know that spacecraft inside and out. My knowledge of history, on the other hand, barely extends beyond the last presidential election. It had already been decided that Jada, Duncan, and Monk would head straight for the crash site deep in the remote mountains. Sanjar would act as their local guide and interpreter. Gray wanted to go with them, but Monk and his team were unanimous in their belief that somebody had to find that cross, one prophesied by a dead saint to be vital to surviving the coming fiery apocalypse. Vigor was adamant about continuing on this path. If so, he would need logistical support and protection. Everyone faced Gray, waiting for a final decision. He still balked, and for good reason. But you've lost that last relic, which held the only possible clue to the location of the cross. Then we find it again, Vigor said. How? You don't know where it was taken or the identity of this mysterious clan leader. With the timer counting down, it seems a better plan to pool our resources and go after that satellite together. At the moment, the wreckage of the spacecraft is our best chance of learning more about this pending disaster. And that knowledge could be our best weapon to avert it, not this cross. Even Jada sank back in her seat, clearly accepting the wisdom of his plan. But then she was a scientist, accustomed to following the dictates of logic. Vigor, on the other hand, was a man of faith and heart. He simply crossed his arms, unconvinced. I am no use to anyone on this search, Commander Pierce, and I made a promise to Father Joseph that I won't break. I will still pursue the cross with every effort, even on my own. Rachel caught Gray's eye, clearly worried about her uncle. They both knew how stubborn Vigor could be, and she did not want Vigor pursuing this alone. The danger of that path was evident enough in all their bruises, scrapes, and cuts. She looked to him to sway her uncle against this course. To that end, Gray turned to Sanjar. This local man could better express the futility of that path. Sanjar, you've already stated that you have no clue as to the identity of this clan leader named Borjigin, the master of the Blue Wolf. But you know how resourceful and ruthless he can be.
That is true,
the man said solemnly.
His core followers, like my cousin Arslan, will do anything to serve him. To them, Genghis Khan is a god, and the clan leader Borjigin is their pope, a conduit to the glories of the past and a promise of an even brighter future.
Gray heard the echo of that same nationalistic passion in the man, but Sanjar had failed to drink all of that madman's Kool-Aid.
Borjigin claims to be a direct descendant of the great Khan. I remember once he even wore...
Sanjar's words abruptly stopped. He sat straighter, his eyes wide. He pressed a palm to his forehead.
I'm a fool.
Vigor turned to him.
What is it, Sanjar? I only just remembered it now.
He bowed his head toward Gray, as if thanking him. But thanking him for what?
As proof of his claim, Sanjar said, Borjigin once displayed a gold wrist cuff, a treasure he said once belonged to Genghis himself. I doubted it at the time, thought it was mere boasting, so I never gave it much thought.
He turned to Vigor.
But then I overheard what Father Joseph confessed in Kazakhstan yesterday. I knew Joseph sold the treasure to finance his search, but I never knew what it was until that moment.
Vigor's voice grew sharper.
You're talking about the gold cuff found in Attila's grave, the one with Genghis's name on it. Could it be the same one?
He reached and clasped Sanjar's forearm.
Did the cuff you saw Borjigin wearing have images of a phoenix and demons on it?
Sanjar cast the Monsignor an apologetic look.
I did not get a close look at it. Only from a distance, and only that one time. That's why I failed to connect the two until now.
He slipped his arm from Vigor's.
And I may still be wrong, Sanjar admitted. Antiquity dealers across Ulaanbaatar have shelves of items said to be tied to Genghis, and wrist cuffs are nothing unusual. The tradition of falconry is still prized here. Many wear such cuffs as a token of our illustrious past. From something simple, like the leather one I wear.
He bared his wrist, exposing a thick piece of scarred leather, or something ornate, worn as jewelry. But how does this revelation help us? Gray pressed. If what Joseph sold to finance his dig is the same cuff worn by the master of the Blue Wolf, how does that bring us closer to identifying the man?
Sanjar ran fingers through his hair. Because, though I didn't know what Father Joseph had sold until last night, I knew who he sold it to.
Rachel stirred.
I asked that very question of Joseph. Vigor looked stricken, and I dismissed it as unimportant. Uncle, you were just trying to protect Joseph's feelings. We could not know the importance of such information.
Gray stared hard at Sanjar. Who bought the priest's treasure, this gold cuff?
Workers' talk tells stories. So even this might not be true. But everyone seemed convinced it was sold to someone important in the Mongolian government.
Who?
Our Minister of Justice. A man named Batu Khan.
Gray considered this new information, recognizing the thin nature of this line of conjecture. Maybe it wasn't the same gold cuff. Maybe Batu Khan wasn't the one who bought it. And even if both were true, the minister could have sold it to someone else long ago. All eyes were upon him. It's worth checking out, Gray finally admitted. At least we should pay this guy a visit. But if this minister is Borjigin, he'll likely know all your faces. He nodded to Monk's side of the table, but he won't know mine, nor Seishan's. Excitement drove Vigor to his feet.
If we can recover that last relic—
Gray held up a hand. That's a big if. And I'm not willing to delay the hunt for the wreckage of the satellite on this long shot alone. He pointed across the table. Monk, you take Duncan and Jada and head into the mountains with Sanjay. You've got the latest GPS waypoints from Painter that mark off the search grid, right? The team at the SMC had further refined the trajectory estimates of the crashing satellite, narrowing the parameters to as small a region as possible. It's still a lot of terrain to cover, Monk conceded. So we'll get started immediately. In the meantime, I'll investigate this minister with Seishan and leave Kowalski to guard Vigor and Rachel here at the hotel. If nothing pans out, we'll join you in the mountains as soon as possible. With a nod, Monk stood ready to go. Kowalski stretched and mumbled, "Yeah, it's always a good idea to split up. That's worked so well for us in the past." 12:02 p.m. Seishan paced her room. She'd come in here to take a fast nap after Monk and his group headed out to begin their trip into the mountains. In the next room, Gray worked with Kat back at Sigma Command. They were putting together a profile on the Mongolian Minister of Justice, including where he worked and lived, and the schematics of both places. They also gathered financial records and a list of known associates, business partners, anything that might prove useful before approaching the enemy. If he was the enemy. No one was ever who they seemed to be. It was something she had learned long ago. Thrust as a child into the realities of the harsh world, where everyone had a price, and faces were as much of a facade as the clan leader's wolf mask. She had learned to trust only herself. Even around Gray, she could not totally let her guard down. She wasn't afraid of him seeing her true face. Instead, she feared she had no face. After so many years, playing so many different roles to survive, she feared nothing was left. If she dropped her guard, would anything be there at all? Am I just scar tissue and instinct? A knock at the door drew her from her thoughts. Glad for the interruption, she called out, "Yes?" The door opened and Rachel poked her head inside. "I didn't know if you'd fallen asleep yet. What do you want?" It came out brusquer than she intended, revealing some of that scar tissue. She felt no animosity toward Rachel. While they could never be friends, she respected the woman's abilities, her sharp intelligence. But she could not discount the spark of jealousy when she first saw Rachel today. It was mindless, a feral instinct to protect her territory. "I'm sorry," she tried again. "Come on in." Rachel took a tentative step inside, as if entering a lion's cage. "I wanted to thank you for agreeing to help my uncle. If he had gone out on his own—" Seishan shrugged. "It was Gray's decision. Still, and I like your uncle." Seishan was momentarily surprised how true those words were. Upon entering the hotel room earlier, Vigor had touched her arm with affection, knowing full well her dark past. That simple gesture meant a great deal to her. "How long has he been sick?" Rachel blinked a few times at her question and swallowed. Seishan realized Rachel hadn't fully accepted that reality. From the pending tears, Rachel must know it down deep, but she hadn't truly faced it, at least not out loud. Seishan waved her father inside and closed the door. "He won't speak about it,"
Rachel said stiffly, and moved to a chair and sat on the cushion's edge. I think he believes he's protecting us, sheltering me. But this is worse. Rachel nodded and wiped a tear. I'm sorry. It's okay. He's been going downhill for a while. But it's been so gradual, each small decline easy to dismiss and excuse. Then suddenly you truly see him, like on this trip. And you can no longer deny the truth. Rachel covered her face with her hands for a long breath, then lowered them again, struggling to keep her composure. I don't know why I'm burdening you with this, she said. Seishan knew, but remained silent. Sometimes it was easier to open one's heart to a stranger, to test emotions upon someone who means little to you. I appreciate you helping to watch over him. Rachel reached out and took her fingers. I don't think I could have done this alone. Seishan involuntarily stiffened, wanted to yank her hand back, but fought against it. Instead, she whispered, We'll do it together, then. Rachel squeezed her fingers. Thank you. Seishan slipped her hand away, awkward at the intimacy. She knew Rachel wasn't only thanking her for shouldering the burden of her uncle, but also for allowing her to share her fears. Silence fueled anxieties, gave them their true power. Expressing them aloud was a way of releasing that tension, of letting go, if only for a brief time. I should get back to my uncle. Rachel stood up. As she headed out, she paused at the door. Gray said, You found your mother. How wonderful that must be for you. Seishan froze, weighing how to respond. She considered taking Rachel's example of telling the truth, of attempting to share her own fears and trepidations with another, a near stranger to whom she could test what it would feel like to open up. But she had been silent all her life. It was a pattern hard to break, especially now. Thank you, Seishan said, hiding behind a lie. It is truly wonderful. Rachel smiled at her and left. As the door closed, Seishan turned to the bright windows, ready to face what lay ahead, glad to put thoughts of warring triads, her mother, and all of North Korea behind her. Still she felt an ache deep in her stomach, knowing her silence was wrong. 1:15 p.m. KST, Pyongyang, North Korea. What is she doing in Mongolia? Juan Pak asked. Julong followed the North Korean scientist out of one of the administration buildings of the prison. Julong was still at the camp, not as an inmate, but for his own protection. Or so he had been informed. Once freed from the interrogation room in the middle of the night, it had taken hours to settle matters, to discover their captive had escaped out of North Korea, whisked away by American forces. Not that this event would ever be officially acknowledged. It had put Julong in a precarious situation. The North Koreans, especially Juan Pak, needed someone to bully, someone to blame. Julong was a convenient target. Still, from long experience, he never entered hostile territory without a secondary plan in place. Years ago, as a precaution, he had taken to tagging his merchandise, including sales like this. It was only sound business practice to keep track of your inventory. While the pretty assassin had been in his custody and drugged, Julong had planted a micro-GPS tracking device on her. She had been significantly abraded and lacerated following the ambush in the streets of Macau when he'd slammed his Cadillac into the bike she had been driving. He had the micro-tracker, a postage stamp-sized wafer of electronics, sutured beneath one of her wounds. Eventually it would be found, or the battery would die. but in the short term it worked wonders at keeping tabs on his merchandise. Earlier this morning, he had played this card, informing Pak about this ace up his sleeve. Julong suspected it was the only reason he had been treated so well after last night's events. They had even offered him a bed in the officers' quarters, where he caught a couple of hours of fitful rest. Before retiring to bed, he had placed a call to Macau and had the tracker activated. It had taken longer than he would have liked to discover the escaped prisoner's whereabouts, mostly because no one expected to search so far afield. "I don't know why she's in Mongolia," Julong admitted as they reached the same building where all this had started, the prison's interrogation center. Pak had said he left something important here, something to help them capture the woman. Julong followed the man through the building to the back. They entered the same room where he and Pak had been trapped last night. A new prisoner sat strapped to the chair, his head hanging listless, blood pooled beneath him. Cigarette burns blistered his arms. His face was so badly bruised and swollen that it took Julong a moment to recognize him. He rushed forward. "Thomas!" It was his second in command. Hearing his name, Thomas groaned weakly. Julong swung to Pak, who stepped forward with a smile. It seemed the North Korean had been denied his pain last night and took it out on another this morning. "Why?" Julong asked, furious. As if taking cruel joy in punctuating his point, Pak lit a cigarette, drawing deeply until the tip glowed a fiery red. "As a lesson," Pak puffed out. "We don't tolerate failure." "And this loss of the prisoner was my fault?" He pointed to Thomas. "His fault? How?" "No, you misunderstand me. We don't blame you for her escape, but we will hold you accountable for her capture. You will continue to track her and accompany an elite Spec Ops team to retrieve her. The Americans rescued her for some reason. My government wants to know why." "I don't handle lost merchandise," Julong said. "In good faith I delivered her to you. She was in your custody when she escaped. I don't see how this is my responsibility." "Because you did not screen your merchandise as thoroughly as you should have, Delgado C. You delivered what my government considers to be a bomb onto our soil, one that was still armed. If we had known this woman was so important to American forces, we would have handled this differently. So you must make amends for this grievous error and the embarrassment to our country." "And if I refuse?" Pak removed his pistol, set it to the side of Thomas's head, and pulled the trigger. The shock, as much as the noise, made Julong jump. Thomas fell limp within his restraints. "Like I said, this is a lesson." Pak reached to his phone and held it out to Julong. "And this is your incentive to succeed." Stunned, he took the phone and raised it to his ear. A voice came immediately on the line, trembling with fear. "Julong!" His heart clenched with recognition and all it implied. "Natalia? Help me. I don't know who these—" Pak snatched the phone back, keeping his pistol pointed at Julong's chest. A wise precaution, as it took all Julong's control not to break the North Korean's neck. But he knew it would do his wife no good. "We are holding her, and I suppose your son, too, in a location in Hong Kong. Neither will be harmed as long as you cooperate. At the first sign of insubordination, we will have a doctor remove your son and mail his body to your home. We'll keep your wife alive, of course. If that happened, Zhulong knew his son's death would be a kindness compared to what they do to Natalia. Pak smiled. So, do we have a deal? Chapter 19. November 19th, 1:23 p.m., ULAT, Rural Mongolia. Duncan crossed a span of centuries in a matter of hours. After he and the others had left Ulaanbaatar in an older model Toyota Land Cruiser, they passed through a small mining town to the east, a post-apocalyptic landscape of coal pits, heavy machinery, and soot-coated Soviet-era buildings. But then a sharp turn to the north cast them into a valley thick with poplars, elms, and willows. Farther ahead, a silvery river split the rolling grasslands of the higher steppes, all colored in shades of winter amber. Tiny white yurts, which Sanjar called gurs, dotted those brittle waves, looking like boats in a storm-swept sea. As they stared out at the spread of nomadic tent homes, Duncan imagined the countryside had changed little since the time of Genghis Khan. As they climbed out of the valley, though, he saw evidence of the modern world encroaching upon this ancient way of living. A satellite dish sprouted from a yurt. Next to it, a small Chinese-made motorbike had been secured to an ox cart. Winding their way slowly higher, they aimed for the mountains rising ahead, the most distant to the north capped with snow. Under them, the road changed from asphalt to gravel, eventually to dirt. The gurs grew less frequent, more authentic, with goats in pens and small horses tethered outside. As their SUV trundled past, a few short-framed, sun-wizened folk in sheepskin jackets and fur-flapped hats came out to watch. At the wheel, Duncan offered them a curt wave, which was returned with genuine enthusiasm. According to Sanjar, hospitality was a highly esteemed virtue among the Mongols. In the front passenger seat, Monk played co-pilot and navigator. He had a map unfolded on his lap and a portable GPS in hand. "Looks like you should take the next left turn. That road should take us into the search zone." The word zone was rather generous. The search parameters placed the debris field in a box 100 miles on each side. Still, that was down from 500 miles yesterday. Duncan made the next left turn and headed at a grinding pace into the mountains. The terrain challenged the SUV's four-wheel drive. It was mostly broken rock and patches of grassland, crisscrossed by forests of larches and pines. Rains had washed out parts of the road, requiring a careful traverse. "I'm not sure this region needs special protection by the government," Duncan said. "I think nature is doing a pretty good job of it herself." Sanjar leaned forward from the back seat, which he shared with Jada. "It is why our ancestors chose these mountains for our grave sites. You'll find them throughout this area, with tombs often stacked atop other tombs, and unfortunately, grave robbing is a real problem. Locals will often search these old sites, then middlemen from the city drive through and purchase anything scavenged from these tombs to resell in China." He pointed ahead to a rounded peak higher than the others. "That is Burkhan Khaldun, a most sacred mountain. It is rumored to be the birthplace of Genghis, where most people believe he is buried. Some say he is entombed in a large necropolis under the mountain, believed to hold not only his body and treasures, but also that of his descendants, including his most famous grandson, Kublai Khan." "That's a mighty big prize for whoever finds it," Duncan said. "People have hunted for his tomb for centuries, which has led to much looting and vandalism. To protect the environment and our heritage, the government restricts access here, even by air. That was one of the reasons their team was driving. But they had another motive, too. Satellite imaging of the region had failed to pick up any trace of the crashed spacecraft, so it was unlikely that a search by helicopter or airplane would have fared any better. It was even possible the satellite had entirely burned up during re-entry. All this might be a wild goose chase, but they had to make the attempt. "I should warn you that there is another reason for these restrictions, too," Sanjar said. Jada turned to him. "What reason?" "It is said that Genghis himself declared this area sacred. Many locals believe that if his tomb is ever found and opened, the world will end." Duncan groaned. "Great. If we find his tomb, the world will end. If we don't find his tomb, the world is doomed." "Damned if we do, damned if we don't," Jada mumbled. Duncan caught her eye in the rearview mirror, and she offered a small smile. "Something Director Crow said before I set off on this trip," she explained. "Seems he was right." Monk stirred, his nose still in his map. "Never bet against Painter." 2:44 p.m. An hour later, Jada half drowsed in the back seat, when Duncan loudly declared, "End of the road, folks." Jada sat straighter, rubbing her eyes, realizing it wasn't speaking metaphorically. The dirt track ended at a cluster of 5 gers. Free-ranging goats ran from their path as the SUV rolled toward the tents. Farther back, a group of horses roamed a large paddock. After reaching the perimeter of the search zone, Sanjar had recommended this detour off the main road. It wasn't on any map. But he said that the best bet to find the satellite was to question the locals. "They know every movement of twig and shift of breeze up here," he had declared. "If something large crashed in the area, they would know." As the Land Cruiser drew to a stop, Sanjar hopped out. "Follow me." They all clambered free of the vehicle into the chilly day. Jada stretched circulation back into her stiff limbs. Once they were all moving, Sanjar headed straight for the closest ger. "Do you know these people?" Monk asked. "No, not personally. But this is a fairly established encampment." Sanjar strode up to the stout wood door and pulled it open without knocking. He had warned them that this was tradition, another hallmark of Mongol hospitality. It would be considered an insult to the family inside if you knocked, as if you doubted their good manners and generous disposition. So in he strode, as if he owned the place. They had no choice but to follow him. Jada obeyed his prior instructions, careful not to step on the threshold, and to turn right, as was traditional, as she entered the circular tent. She found the place surprisingly spacious and warm. The roof was supported by ribs of wood. The walls were framed by lattice. It was all sealed against the winds and cold by thick layers of sheepskin and felt. Faces greeted them with smiles, as if expecting them. It was a family of 4, with 2 children under 5. The husband formally buttoned the collar of his dull robe and waved them to stools. Before she knew it, she had a cup of hot tea warming in her hands. Apparently an early dinner had been underway, judging from the boiling pots on a central hearth. She smelled curry and steaming mutton. A bowl and plate landed in front of her. The wife encouraged her to eat, smiling broadly, pantomiming with her hands. "It's Bort's soup," Sanjar said. "Very good. And these bits on the plate that look like broken pottery are Arul cheese. Very healthy." Not wanting to be rude, she tried a chunk of the cheese and found it to be as hard as pottery, too. She ended up sucking on it like candy, which the locals also seemed to be doing. When in Rome... Sanjar spoke with their host in a native dialect. It involved much gesturing, some corrections. But the husband began nodding vigorously, pointing northeast. Jada hoped it was a positive sign. The talk continued for some time after that. She could only watch and eat. To the side, the children found Monk's prosthesis fascinating. He had one boy on his lap, showing the child how the hand could be detached from his wrist, yet the fingers still wiggled. Jada found it actually disconcerting. The children were enthralled. Finally, Sanjar grabbed his own bowl of soup and tucked in with a spoon. He explained while eating. Our host, Chulun, says he heard stories from someone passing through yesterday, coming from the north. The man spoke of a fireball in the sky. It supposedly crashed into a small lake at the snow line of the neighboring mountain and set the water to boiling. Monk frowned. If the wreckage is underwater, no wonder it was never picked up by satellite. Then how are we going to get to it? Jada said. They hadn't thought to bring diving equipment, let alone a wetsuit. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it, Monk said. Let's find this place, confirm the location, and we'll ship in what we need from there. Sanjar had an additional precaution. Be warned. It's a treacherous trail to reach that location. We'll never make it by car or truck. I've asked Chulun if he would be willing to lend us 4 of his horses. Jada balked at that idea. She could ride, just not well. Still, it's not like I have much choice. Did he agree? Monk asked. Yes, and he'll even send one of his cousins to guide us there. With luck, we should be able to reach the lake before the sun sets. Monk stood up, and let's go. Jada followed his example, bowing her thanks to their hosts. Chulun led them outside and spoke to one of his children, who ran off to a neighboring ger, likely to fetch the cousin. Chulun pointed past the neighboring sweep of meadows, patched with dense forests, to the next peak, its upper slopes iced with snow. That was clearly their destination. It looked no more than 20 miles away. With their goal so close, trepidation set in. Responsibility settled heavily on Jada's shoulders. The world was looking to her for answers, for a way to avert the coming doomsday. As if reading her intimidation, Duncan stepped to her side, answering her silent question. This is how. By working together. A commotion drew them to the next ger. A young woman, no older than 18, came charging out, snapping together the collar of her sheepskin jacket snugly. She had a flag of black hair, loose to her mid-back. With a leather tie in hand, she magically bound her hair into a fast braid. Once done, she snatched a curved bow from beside the tent and shouldered a quiver of arrows. She also carried a rifle over her other shoulder. Was this their guide? She approached them in knee-high Mongol boots that looked well-worn. I am Kedu, she said in heavily accented English. You wish to go to the Wolf Fang. I will take you. Good time to go. She looked to be in as much of a hurry to leave as them. An older man appeared at the door, calling over to her. She harumphed and stalked away. Sanjar explained, a suitor for her hand. Likely an arranged marriage. No wonder she wants to leave. They all hurried to catch up as she headed for the paddock. Monk smiled. This trip just got a little brighter. You're married, Duncan nudged him, with kids. He scowled back. You say that like I'm dead. Jada sighed. Maybe I'm better off going alone after all. 3:33 p.m. Duncan stared up at the Wolf Fang as they set off on horseback across the highland valley toward the snowy peak. The mountain did indeed look like a hooked fang, pointed up at the sky. With the sun overhead, the day's chill quickly warmed away. It was a pleasant afternoon for a ride, made more so by the rugged landscape they traversed. With the thunder of hooves, they raced across meadows of porcupine grass or skirted dense forests of white-barked birches fringed with blueberry and blackberry bushes. Jada clearly did not share his passion for this ride. He noticed how tentative she was with her horse, so he kept by her side. Monk brought up the rear, while the fiery Kadu rode ahead with Sanjar. But in the true lead was Heru. It seemed the falcon had recovered from taking a hard knock yesterday. Set free, the bird soared high into a crisp blue sky, obeying the occasional whistled command from his handler. Sanjar was plainly showing off a Kadu, who kept close to his side. And it seemed to be working. She leaned over often to ask a question or point out some feature in the land. Meanwhile, Jada's attention was not on the skies, but on the ground zipping under her mount's hooves. Duncan tried to reassure her as they climbed a slippery slope of shale. He patted his stallion's spotted neck. "Just trust your mount. They know what they're doing. These are sturdy Mongol horses, descendants of those that Genghis himself once rode. So, in other words, they're last year's model." She offered him a crooked smile, trying to put on a brave face. A few minutes later, they reached a narrow path with a steep drop on one side. He drew abreast of her, putting himself between her and a long fall to the sharp rocks below. Now was not the time to panic. To distract her, he talked shop. "What do you think really happened when that satellite crashed?" he asked. "About the image it shot." She glanced at him, clearly distracted but willing to talk. "Dark energy is the stuff of time and space. When we drew that much energy into the Earth's gravity well, the smooth curve of space-time around the planet wrinkled along that path. And time skipped a beat," he said. "You also mentioned to Painter that you believed the eye of God might have become entangled at the quantum level with the comet. If it absorbed enough dark energy, it's a possibility. I'll know better once we reach the wreck of the satellite." "Then let's examine the converse." She glanced at him. "The cross," he explained. "Let's say it's a piece of the comet that fell to Earth when it last appeared. Or maybe it's some asteroid that passed too near the comet at that time, absorbed its energy like Genghis's tissues did, and fell to Earth as a meteor." She nodded. "I hadn't even considered that second option. But you're right, that's a possibility too. Either way, I'm not sure it matters. The bigger mystery is, how did the cross grant St. Thomas the ability to predict this doomsday? That's a good question." "So, I've stumped you, Dr. Shaw." "Hardly," she said, clearly spurred by the challenge in his voice. "3 facts to consider. 1, dark energy is the driving force behind quantum mechanics. They are one and the same, a universal constant. You mentioned that before. 2, some individuals are more sensitive to electromagnetic radiation, even without magnets." She looked pointedly at his fingertips. He was actually familiar with the concept of electromagnetic hypersensitivity. Some people got sick if they were exposed too long to power lines or cellular towers, showing symptoms of headache, fatigue, tinnitus, even memory loss. While, conversely, some individuals had a positive effect. It was believed that dowsers, those people wandering around with divining rods looking for water, buried metals, or gemstones, were uniquely attuned to the tiny gradient fluctuations in the ground's magnetic field. 3, she continued, A common consensus among neuroscientists is that human consciousness lies within the quantum field generated by the vast neural network that is our brain. So consciousness is a quantum effect. She smiled whimsically. I've always found that last thought reassuring. Why? If that's true, then by virtue of quantum mechanics, our consciousness is entangled across all the various multiverses. Perhaps when we die, it's just a collapse of that potential in this timeline, and our consciousness shifts into one where we are still living. From his doubtful expression, she delved deeper. Take cancer. You have this cell in your body that divides wrong. A small mistake in a process that happens over and over again in a healthy body. If it divides correctly, no cancer. If it makes a mistake, you get cancer. A mere toss of the genetic dice. Heads or tails. Duncan hid a wince from her. Her words struck too close to home. His hand rose to touch the palm print tattooed on his chest. He pictured his younger brother, wasted to bone in a hospital bed, leaving behind nothing but the ghost of his shit-eating grin. Billy had died of osteogenic sarcoma, losing that toss of the genetic dice. Jada continued, oblivious to his reaction. But what if we are all entangled across multiple universes? That opens up a unique possibility. In one universe, cancer may kill you. But because you are entangled, your consciousness shifts into that other universe where you don't get cancer. And you keep living? Or at least your consciousness continues, merging with the other. This can happen over and over again, shifting each time to a timeline where you live, until you live your fullest life. He pictured Billy's face, finding comfort in that possibility. But what happens after that? He asked. What happens when all those potentials collapse down to a single universe and you die there? I don't know. That's the beauty of the universe. There's always a new mystery. Maybe all this is just a test, a grand experiment. Many physicists are now convinced our universe is just a hologram, a three-dimensional construct built upon equations written on the inside of the sphere of this universe. But who wrote those equations? She shrugged in her saddle. Call it the hand of God? A higher power? A superintelligence? Who knows? I think we're getting off track, he said, returning to the subject of St. Thomas and his vision of doom. To summarize your 3 points, the human brain functions quantumly. Dark energy is a function of quantum mechanics, and some individuals are extra-sensitive to EM fields. She looked at him to see if he could put it all together. He was up to the challenge and proved it. You think St. Thomas was a sensitive. Because of that, he was especially affected by the dark energy given off by the cross, an energy that warped the quantum field in his brain to bring him a vision of this time. Or there might be a simpler explanation. Like what? It was a miracle. He sighed loudly. Whether science or a miracle, it still strikes me as damned coincidental that both the eye of God and inner eye of St. Thomas had a vision of the exact same moment in time. And God doesn't play dice with the world, she said, quoting Einstein. Nice. I don't think it was a coincidence, she continued. Remember, time is just a dimension. It has no inherent flow, backward or forward. In other words, the distinction between the past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion? He raised an eyebrow toward her. See, I can quote Einstein, too. She grinned, looking 5 years younger. Then consider time like a point in space. Both the eye of God and that inner eye of St. Thomas slipped to that same point in time Likely when the comet's corona of dark energy will come closest to Earth. There, like hitting a deep groove in a record, they both became stuck, trapped and playing the same bit of music over and over again. Or, in this case, vision, showing the ruin of Earth. She nodded. But what do you think is going to happen then? From what Director Crow shared concerning Antarctica, I think when that dark energy corona reaches its maximum, it will bend space-time near the Earth, just like gravity does normally. Because dark energy and gravity are intimately entwined concepts, he said, this time quoting her. Exactly. Only this time, instead of a wrinkle of space-time, it will create a chute, down which a rain of meteors will roll, like marbles along a slide. That's a cheery thought. It's only a theory. But seeing her expression, Duncan could tell she believed it. Afterward, she remained silent for too long, as if something was bothering her. "What is it?" he asked. "I don't know. Seems like I'm still missing something." Before they could look deeper, a shout drew their attention forward. They had reached the end of the precarious ledge, and a wide plateau opened before them. Directly ahead rose a sharp mountain peak. Sanjar thundered back to them, trailed high by his falcon. "We've reached the Wolf Fang." "See, the ride here wasn't so bad," Duncan reassured her. "The worst is over. It should be smooth sailing from here." 3:34 p.m. "We've found them," Arslan reported over the phone. Batu Khan sat in his office, in the Parliament building, and waved his secretary out, a young thing in a tight dress and jacket. While her outfit was distinctly of the West, not traditional in the least, he appreciated its form-hugging cut. Some customs of the West would be welcome in the new Mongolia, an empire he planned to create with the treasures of Genghis Khan. He already envisioned what he would do when that tomb was found. First he would hand-pick and smuggle out the most valuable items, treasures that could be melted down or stripped of gems and sold on the open market. Then he would announce his discovery to the world, turning that fame into power. He wanted to be the wealthiest man not only in Mongolia but in all Asia. He would conquer the world like his ancestor had in the past, creating an empire of wealth and power with himself at the helm. But there were a few loose ends to clean up first. After the storm had blown over in Kazakhstan, a member of Arslan's crew had returned to the Aral Sea to confirm the deaths and salvage the abandoned helicopter, only to find the aircraft gone. No one knew if the pilot had escaped alone, or if anyone else had survived. Batu Khan had no fear of repercussions personally, as only Arslan knew his identity. Still, as a precaution, he had planted spies throughout the lower steppes between Ulaanbaatar and the Khenti Mountains. He wanted all roads into the region watched, in case any survivors attempted to continue their search for Genghis's tomb by heading into those sacred mountains. Truthfully, he had not expected to catch anything with this net. The spies were placed, mostly, to guard those mountains, where he still believed Genghis was buried, until such a time that he could study the stolen relics and discern the tomb's location. It was a shame Father Joseph had to die before Batu Khan could question him. Genghis abhorred torture. Batu Khan considered this to be the Khan's biggest fault. Now came this news. "What do you wish me to do?" Arslan asked. "How far ahead of you are they?" "They have an hour's lead, but so far they make no effort to hide their passage." "Then another 30 minutes will make no difference." Gather your most loyal men, those who show the most skill with sword and arrow. Form a full mounted battle group. I will join and lead you."
"Very well, Bojigin."
Desire rang loudly in Arslan's voice. It sang to Batu Khan's own bloodlust. In the past, the clan's practice skirmishes out on the steppes had been with props and stand-ins. The worst injury sustained had been a broken arm when someone fell from a horse. Batu Khan found it fitting that his ascendancy to the throne of the new Mongol Empire would require bloodshed. But more important, he had also always wanted to put an arrow through someone's chest. Now was his chance.
"I should also inform you," Arslan said. "The traitor, Sanjar, is among them."
"Ah, now I understand the fiery hatred in your tone." Batu Khan pictured Arslan's face after the man had returned from Kazakhstan. His scalp had been ripped down to bone, a cheek punctured clean through by a talon. The man clearly wanted revenge for his disfigurement, and he would get it. Traitors must be taught a lesson. His intercom buzzed. "Minister Batu Khan, I have the two representatives from the mining consortium here for their 4 o'clock appointment."
"Hold them there a moment."
He finished with Arslan and considered canceling this meeting, but this could be a very lucrative contract, one that could pay off handsomely, and be yet another brick in his road to a new empire. He buzzed back and said,
"Send them in and bring us tea."
These were Westerners, so they would probably prefer coffee. But he had never acquired a taste for that brew, preferring traditional tea.
"It is high time Americans grew accustomed to our traditions."
The door opened, and a tall man with storm-blue eyes and a hard face entered. Batu Khan felt a twinge of a challenge, sensing a worthy adversary in this one. Behind him came his aide, a handsome Eurasian woman in a prim suit. Normally, he felt no threat from the softer sex, but with her, his hackles rose even higher. Interesting. He waved them to a seat.
"How may I help you?"
Chapter 20. November 19th, 3:50 p.m., ULAT. Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Gray knew an enemy when he faced one. On the far side of the desk, Batu Khan put on a friendly face, showing all the common courtesies. He seemed a pleasant enough fellow, fit and hard for someone in his late 50s. But Gray caught peaks of someone else, cracks in his mask, a hungry glint in his eyes, an overlong and dismissive glance down Seishan's form, an unconscious clenching of a fist on his desk. During their discussion of mineral rights, oil futures, and governmental restrictions, the man was on edge the entire time. Gray caught him glancing at his watch once too often. Seishan had already planted a wireless bug on the underside of his desk, so they could track any conversations following this meeting. But for that bug to attract the spider, they needed to tweak its web. Gray shifted in his seat, noting a cabinet of Mongolian artifacts to the left of Batu Khan's desk. It held pottery, weapons, and a few small funerary statues. He also noted a pair of carved wooden wolves. "Excuse me," Gray said, cutting the minister off in mid-sentence, irking him purposefully. He pointed to the cabinet. "May I take a closer look?"
"Certainly."
His adversary puffed out his chest a bit with pride at his collection. Gray stood and crossed to the glass case. He bent his nose close to the small carvings. "I see wolves all over the city. Lots of places carry the name Blue Wolf." In the reflection in the glass, he saw a sly tightening of the corner of the man's lips,
Someone savoring a secret. What's the significance? Gray asked, straightening and facing the man.
It goes back to the creation mythology of our people, where the Mongol tribes are said to be descended from the mating of Guamaral, a wild doe, and Buerte Chino, a blue wolf. Even Genghis Khan took the clan title of Master of the Blue Wolf.
He heard the telltale catch in the other's voice. Gray had no doubt this was their man, the mysterious Borjigian.
And why this continuing fascination with wolves?
Seishan asked, clearly noting the same. She stirred and stretched a long leg, baring her ankle.
They are a good luck symbol here, especially for males.
He had to clearly pull his gaze from her leg.
Wolves also represent a lusty, overabundant appetite.
How so? Seishan asked, crossing her other leg, keeping the guy distracted.
A wolf kills more than he can eat. According to our stories, God told the wolf that he could eat 1 out of every 1,000 sheep. The wolf misheard him. He ate 1 out of every 1,000 sheep he killed.
Gray heard a hint of envy in his words, also maybe threat.
Batu Khan made a show of checking his watch. Perhaps we should finish our business as the day grows late, and I have other matters needing my attention.
I'm sure you do. Gray quickly concluded their business and made their goodbyes. Once out of sight of the office door, he slipped a small earpiece into place. Seishan mumbled next to him.
Do you think we got him suspicious enough, with all that talk of wolves?
Gray had his answer quickly enough. He heard Batu Khan speaking to his secretary, canceling the rest of his day. Then he was on the phone again, his voice taking a harsher edge of command.
I'm heading out of the city, he said. While I'm gone, keep the packages under guard at the warehouse at all times. Around the clock.
He gave Seishan a thumbs up. Gray had thought they could unsettle the man enough to get him to lead them to the stolen relics. But this was good enough. From Kat's review of the Mongolian minister's holdings, he had only one warehouse in the city. Back out on the street, Gray hailed a cab. They quickly crossed a city that was an odd mix of ornate Mongol palaces, blockish Soviet-era buildings, and serene Buddhist monasteries. Over it all hung a shadowy pall, courtesy of the city's pollution and smog. He leaned next to Seishan, slipping his hand into hers, and whispered, like a lover in her ear,
Feel like climbing through some sewers?
She smiled.
You always know how to make a girl feel special.
4:28 p.m. With the sun low on the horizon, Seishan stood next to Gray as he pried open a manhole cover, exposing the steam tunnels that crisscrossed beneath the world's coldest capital city. A waft of hot air blew up from the city's bowels. Along with it came faint singing, like a distant children's choir. It was disconcertingly sweet, coming from this steamy netherworld. People make their homes down there, Gray said. Seishan had spent her fair share of time in such hiding places, fleeing the cold, finding company with other children of the street. With the city's high level of unemployment, coupled with its struggle to make the transition from communism to democracy, people fell through the cracks, including lots of homeless children. Gray headed down first. Their actions were hidden by the shadow of a neighboring apartment complex. It lay only a couple of blocks from their goal. Back in D.C., Kat had pulled blueprints for the warehouse from city records. They discovered this set of steam tunnels led directly under the building and offered access to it via heating ducts.
Seishan descended the ladder, quickly abandoning the bright, cold day for the warm, dark tunnels. With each rung it got hotter, quickly becoming nearly unbearable. And then there was the overbearing stink of refuse and waste, some of it human. Gray clicked on a flashlight and dropped to the tunnel floor below. She joined him, hunched down, coming close to burning herself on a pipe overhead. She switched on her own flashlight and swept its beam down the tunnels that branched in 4 directions. Down one she spotted a scurry of motion, a flash of a small, scared face. Then nothing. Even the singing had stopped. She expected the tunnels were regularly raided, the children rounded up, and likely sent to detention centers that were little better than the North Korean prison. No wonder they ran. "This way," Gray said, and headed in the direction of the warehouse. The path was not straight and required checking their map twice. Finally, Gray waved her low. "That next ladder should lead up to the main warehouse floor. We'll only have the element of surprise for a short time, and we don't know how many guards we'll find up there." "Got it." In other words, move fast. She adjusted the night vision goggles atop her head. Gray wore a matching set, looking like he had the disarticulated eyes of an insect. She waved him forward, having to go on hands and knees from here. As Gray departed, Seishan felt something grab her ankle. She twisted around, a pistol in her hand, elongated with a silencer. She found herself facing a small girl of 9 or 10, with almond eyes and wide cheekbones, as if looking in a mirror of her own past. The child cowered down from the weapon. Seishan put the pistol away, freeing her leg from the girl's fingers. "What do you want?" she whispered in Vietnamese, knowing it was close to Mongolian. The girl looked after Gray, or at least in the direction he was headed. She shook her head and tugged the edge of her pant leg as if to pull her back. It was a warning of danger. The children living here must have surmised she and Gray were not with the police. Then, tracking the two of them, they must have realized their goal. Clearly, the children down here must have had encounters with the warehouse guards, and not pleasant ones. The effort to warn them was likely less about concern for her and Gray than it was for themselves. Whatever transpired, it was likely to have dire repercussions for the street kids down here. And they were probably right. Retribution might be exacted upon those living down here after they left, but there was little Seishan could do about that. She couldn't change the harsh and unfair ways of the world. She'd had that beaten into her enough times to know. "I'm sorry, little one. Get as far from here as possible." She tried to communicate that. "Đi," she said in Vietnamese. "Go." With a final scared flash of her eyes, the child vanished into the darkness, a shadow of her former self. Gray hissed for her from the foot of the ladder, oblivious to what had transpired. She hurried over to him. He silently climbed the rungs and secured tiny charges to the locked grate up top. Dropping back down, they both ducked to the side as he hit the detonator. A fast bang echoed. It was not much louder than a firecracker, but it would surely draw any guards in the warehouse. Gray rushed up, with Seishan behind him. He hit the smoking grate with the palm of his hand, knocking it open. With his other hand, he expertly tossed in 2 smoke grenades, rolling them in opposite directions. As the bombs blew, with a flash of fire and a blast of smoke, Gray and Seishan rolled out onto the warehouse floor. She already had her night vision goggles in place. Lying on her back on the concrete floor, she targeted every light she could see through the smoke. Firing rapidly, she took them all out, sinking the warehouse into deeper darkness. Gray was already moving, running for the office. It was the most likely place the relics would be secured.
If they were wrong, they would force one of the guards to talk. Muffled blasts of suppressed fire marked Gray's progress across the chasm of the warehouse. She kept on her back, hidden by the smoke, holding their exit. She toggled her scope to infrared, picking out the heat signatures of guards rushing from the far side of the warehouse. She aimed her pistol. Pop, pop, pop! Bodies crumpled. Others scattered, seeking cover, firing back blindly. Seishan knew the smoke cover would only last a few more minutes. Then she would be left exposed out here. Don't take too long, Gray. 4:48 p.m. Sweeping through the smoke, Gray fired upon anything that flared through his scopes. He took out 2 men on the floor, and another on the open stairs leading to an office that overlooked the warehouse. He climbed 2 steps at a time, staying low. A bullet pinged off the stair rail. He swung toward the source, identified the heat signature, and fired. The shooter fell. Clambering to the top landing, he shot out the door lock, not even bothering to pause to check if it was unlocked. This high up, it was clear of the smoke. Proving the danger, a burst of rounds peppered the front of the office. Not slowing, he shouldered through the door and rolled low inside. He kept away from the windows and kicked the door closed while still on his back. At the same time, he swept his pistol across the small space. A door at the back led out to more administration spaces and a conference room. Finding the room empty, he stayed crouched and checked that back door. Locked. Good. He didn't want any surprises from that direction. The desk was not in direct view of the windows, so he stood up, noticing the boxes and cases stacked there. The largest was tied up in a blanket. It was the right size from Vigor's description. A peek through a fold revealed tarnished silver. Gray pawed through the rest, but failed to find the other relics. He tried the desk drawers. In the bottom one, he discovered a wolf mask staring back up at him. So Borjigin had been here, likely savoring his new treasures. While bent down, Gray spotted a small army duffel tucked into the knee well of the desk. He unzipped it and found the skull and the leather book inside. Relieved, he tossed the duffel over his shoulder and lifted the box under one arm. It was heavy and awkward, but it left one hand free to hold his pistol. A quick glance out of the window showed the smoke beginning to clear. His search had taken too long. Using a toe, he nudged open the door. He spotted 2 men running up the steps toward him, both carrying submachine guns with flashlight undermounts. Beyond them, a firefight was underway in the fading smoke as Seishan kept the rest of the warehouse at bay. Thinking quickly, Gray ripped off his night vision gear, rushed back to the desk, and opened the bottom drawer. He grabbed the wolf mask and tugged it over his face. He snatched his pistol back off the desktop just as the door was kicked open. As he turned, 2 men burst inside, submachine guns at their shoulders. Their flashlights blinded him, but the sight of the wolf mask startled them. Fear of its mysterious owner made them pause for a fraction of a heartbeat. Gray used it to place rounds in both of their heads. As their bodies fell, he leaped past them, stopping only long enough to trade his pistol for one of their weapons. With the mask still over his face, he burst out the door and slid down the stairs railing to the main floor. Rounds ricocheted around him as he landed hard in the thinning pool of smoke. He crouched low as he fled, coming upon a guard running at him. The man's eyes widened as the apparition of a wolf's head appeared out of the pall before him. Gray cut him in half, firing at point-blank range. Only afterward did Gray realize why he'd run into the man. The firefight from a moment ago had gone silent. The guard had clearly been trying to escape. He found Seishan where he had left her. She was up on a knee, disheveled but unharmed. She swung toward him,
and it took her a visible extra beat not to shoot him. He tugged off the mask and threw it aside. She scowled at him. "You truly have to stop wearing disguises, Gray. It's very unhealthy for you." "Don't worry. I'll make sure you're unarmed next Halloween." 4:52 p.m. Seishan assisted Gray in getting the blanket-wrapped box and satchel down into the steam tunnels. With the smoke down to a heavy haze, she kept watch, but it appeared any surviving guards had fled. Searching around, she noted the warehouse was stacked with boxes of dry goods, electronics, car parts, even baby formula. It seemed Batu Khan had his fingers into many different pies, including hoarding foodstuffs in a city where many starved. She followed Gray below, back into the stink and the heat. He managed the box, crawling ahead, while she shouldered the duffel. Reaching a side tunnel, she spotted a familiar face shining back at her. Seishan paused, reached to her own head, and tossed over the night vision goggles. They would be invaluable to a little girl trying to survive in this dark netherworld. But it wasn't only this one child. Beyond the little one's shoulders stirred more shadows, likely representing hundreds of other kids. Seishan pointed back to the ladder, to the wealth lying unguarded above. "Di hai! Nola Antoine!" she called to them all. "Go, take. It is safe." With nothing more she could do, Seishan headed after Gray. She might not be able to change the world, but she could at least make this small part of it momentarily a little better. Chapter 21. November 19th, 5 p.m., ULAT, Khenti Mountains, Mongolia. Jada and the others climbed out of the darkness and into the light. With the sun less than an hour from going down, the group had set a hard pace up the forested flank of the mountain. The upper peak blazed with the day's last light, reflecting off snow and ice. The woods below, a mix of birch and pine, lay in deep shadows as night filled the lowlands. Wolves howled out of that rising darkness, accompanied by yipping echoes, welcoming the coming sunset. It seemed the wolf fang had not earned its name from its shape alone, but also from what haunted its slopes. Beyond the forest stretched the highland meadow they had crossed earlier. It seemed impossibly far below. Hard to believe we gained this much elevation. Jada thought she spotted movement down there along the edge of a patch of woods, but as she strained, it vanished. Shadows playing tricks. Duncan still had his ear cocked to the chorus of the neighboring woods. "The wolves, will they attack people?" "Not unless provoked," Sanjar said, "and seldom when faced by numbers such as ours. But it is the start of winter, and they are beginning to grow hungry." Duncan plainly did not like that answer. "Then let's keep going before we lose any more light." "Why?" Sanjar pointed ahead. "We're already here." Jada swung in her saddle to return her attention forward to this last island of daylight in the sea of night. They had reached a wide plateau, a giant's step in the side of the mountain. The snow line began another 30 or 40 yards upslope, but she saw no lake. "Where is it?" Duncan asked. "Around that tumble of boulders to the west," Sanjar explained, and trotted his horse in that direction, dragging them all with him. They circled past the old rock slide. It was a narrow squeeze between the pile of boulders and the edge of a steep cliff. Jada eyed the precarious stacking. It looked like an avalanche that had frozen in place, but more likely it had been there for centuries. Clearing the rockfall, they saw the plateau spread even wider on the far side. It dropped off to sheer cliffs on the left and rose into a snowy slope to the right. Filling most of the remainder of the space was a 2-acre lake, a midnight blue to match the darkening skies, reflecting the few clouds. Its shoreline ran right up to the edge of the ice, suggesting the lake was fed by snowmelt, likely swelling in the spring to pour over that ledge into a glistening waterfall. Monk drew alongside her. "Has something crashed here? It sure doesn't look like it now." He was right. It looked pristine, untouched. Kedu had ridden ahead to the lake's edge. She slid smoothly out of her saddle and walked her overheated horse to the water. Her mount dipped its nose as if to slake its thirst, but then tossed its head back and trotted back several steps. Kedu steadied the mare with a firm hand on the lead, keeping it from retreating straight over the cliff. With a furrowed brow, Sanjar hopped down and handed Kedu the reins of his own horse. He crossed to the shore and dipped his hand in the lake. He turned and gave them a wide-eyed look. "It's warm!" Jada remembered the story from the eyewitness, the one who saw a fireball crash here. He had said it set the lake to boiling. It certainly wasn't now, but Jada pictured the overheated metal slowly cooling in its depths. The lake must not have had time to fully cool back down yet. "It's in there," Duncan said, clearly coming to the same conclusion. "But how can we be sure?" Jada asked. Monk jumped off his horse and helped her down. "Looks like someone's going to have to dive in there and take a look." 5:12 p.m. Duncan stood in his boxers at the edge of the lake. He shivered in the icy breeze sweeping down from the mountaintop. Having grown up mostly in the southern half of the United States, he was not a fan of cold weather. His family had moved almost yearly, across a swath of states: Georgia, North Carolina, Mississippi, Florida. Regularly switching jobs, his father shed his skin like a snake, mostly leaving his 2 sons to fend for themselves. It was why Duncan and his younger brother had grown so close. After Billy died, with their mother already long out of the picture, Duncan and his father had found themselves with nothing to hold their tiny family together. Unfettered, they spun coldly out of each other's orbit. Estranged for years now, he didn't even know where his father lived. "Can you hurry up?" Duncan asked, not wanting to dwell on that past. Jada knelt by an open laptop. "I just need an extra moment to finish setting up the feed." Besides his boxers, Duncan also wore a headband equipped with a waterproof camera, radio, and LED light. A trailing length of antenna wire attached to a float would wirelessly transmit video back to the laptop. "Can you hear me?" she asked. He adjusted the radio earpiece. "Loud and clear." Jada knew more about the satellite than anyone. She would follow his progress topside and communicate to him in an effort to guide his salvage operation. "Then we're all set here," Jada said. Monk stood beside Duncan. "Don't do anything stupid." "I think it's too late for that." Duncan waded into the shallows, finding the water warm, welcomingly so. He leaped outward into a shallow dive. After the cold wind above, the water felt downright balmy. In the past, he had done some diving in Belize, where the sea was like bathwater. This was even warmer. He set off, swimming with long strokes across the surface, kicking hard. With a lake this large, it could take hours to explore fully, going grid by grid. Duncan decided to narrow his search by playing a kid's game of hot and cold, or in this case, warm and warmer. If the crashed satellite was down there, the waters closest to it were likely to be the hottest. So as he swam, he turned away whenever the water grew cooler and explored the warmest patches by diving deep, sweeping his light along the lake's rocky bottom. He spotted some plump trout, someone's lost boot, and lots of sweeping moss. Reaching a particularly hot spot in the lake, he took a big breath and dove, kicking his legs high to drive him deep. After he had gone down 3 meters, with his ears complaining of the water pressure, he spotted a flash below, something reflecting his light. "Turn more left," Jada directed him, in his ear, excitement in her voice. Following her order, he twisted and kicked himself farther in that direction. The beam lit the waters around him and speared deep to the bottom, and there it was, resting in a crater of blasted river rock, surrounded by a halo of slag metal and charred debris. The Eye of God. It was in utter ruin. 5:34 p.m. Jada felt like crying. "There's nothing left," she mumbled to herself and to the others. Even with the poor reception, which only grew worse the deeper Duncan dove, she could tell there would be nothing to salvage here. The original satellite had been the size of a hot dog vendor's cart, a beautiful synthesis of theory, engineering, and design. She stared at the shaky image on her laptop screen. All that was left was a scorched heap of wreckage the size of a mini fridge. After the blazing heat of re-entry, followed by the blast impact and water damage, all that remained was charred junk. She picked out a few details: a burned horizon sensor, a piece of the solar array melted into the outer casing, a shattered magnetometer. Any hope of recovering significant electronics or data was nil. She had to admit that to herself and to Duncan. Needing air, he had resurfaced. He exploded from the lake, sluicing water from the hard planes of his body, his hair plastered to his head. But he already knew the truth. His face was a mask of defeat. She imagined her own looking no better. After coming so far, surviving so much. She shook her head. Worst of all, the wreckage held no hope for answers, no solutions to the catastrophe looming on the horizon. Duncan pointed his thumb down. "It's resting about 15 feet under me. I'm going to see if I can at least haul it up. I may have to do it piecemeal." She recognized that the guy needed to do something to keep busy, anything to staunch the sense of defeat. "I better let Sigma Command know," Monk said, removing his satellite phone and stepping away to keep his grim conversation private. Sanja and Kadu hung near the cliff's edge, sensing their disappointment. On the screen, Jada watched Duncan dive below again, kicking deep, reaching the satellite quickly. He tentatively reached his hands toward the wreckage, perhaps fearing it was still hot. As his fingers touched the outer casing, the image on the screen blacked out. Lifting her head, Jada checked the lake. The antenna float bobbed like normal on the surface. She should still be getting feed from below. "Duncan," she radioed, "if you can hear me, I've lost the connection." After another 30 seconds of silence, with the chop of the lake from his dive smoothing out, she grew concerned. She stood up, half turning and calling to Monk. "Something's wrong." 5:38 p.m. As soon as Duncan's fingers touched the wreckage, he felt a familiar tingle in his fingertips, that sense of something pushing back, even through the pressure at this depth. The warm water went cold as he recognized that oily black field to the energy signature, the same field as he had sensed emanating from the relics. If there was any question about the ancient cross being connected physically to the comet in some way, that was gone now. They clearly must share the same strange energy, dark energy. He wanted to burst back up and tell Jada, but not without first recovering the remains of the satellite. He grabbed hold and tried to yank it up, but it wouldn't budge. It seemed to be stuck to the rock beneath. He pictured its metal shell, still molten from the heat of re-entry, cooling and fusing to the blasted rock. Frustrated, he passed his hands over the surface, noting a gradient to the energy field. It pushed stronger near one end than the other. Probing with his fingertips, he found a crack in the surface, the edge of a steel plate, curled and bent from the force of the impact. Maybe I could crack it open. He tried using his fingers, but he couldn't get good leverage. Recognizing the futility and running out of air, he pushed off the bottom of the lake and shot back up. As he surfaced, taking in a big gulp of air, he saw Monk splashing into the water fully clothed, a panic to his actions. "What are you doing?" he called to shore, treading water. Jada stood behind Monk. She lowered the hands that were at her throat. "We thought you were in trouble. We suddenly lost the feed, and you were down there for so long." "I'm fine." He swam for shore. "Just need some tools." Reaching the others, he began to rise out of the water, but the first frigid breeze drove him back into the warmth. "Pass me that small crowbar," he said. "I'm going to attempt to crack through that hard shell and search inside." Jada passed the length of steel to Monk, still knee-deep in the water, who handed it to him. "Why?" she said. "Nothing significant could have survived. I'm feeling an electromagnetic signature off the wreckage, a strong one." Her brow furrowed, her expression doubtful. "That's impossible." "My fingertips don't lie. And I'm pretty sure I recognize the unique quality of this energy field." He looked hard at her, lifting an eyebrow. "Like the relics?" Her eyes widened. "The skull and the book?" "Same damn signatures." She took a step forward, looking ready to join him in the water. "Can you get the wreckage to shore?" "Not all of it. The majority of its shell is melted into the rock. But I think I can break it open and gut out whatever is inside." "Do it," she said. He saluted her with the crowbar and dove back down. 5:42 p.m. With the sun below the horizon, but the skies still glowing to the west, Jada crouched by her laptop. For some reason, the feed had resumed after Duncan had surfaced. She again watched him descend toward the wreckage. "Duncan, can you hear me?" she radioed, testing their connection. He gave her a thumbs up. As he went deeper, the image on the screen grew sketchier, with pixel loss and cutouts. Could it be the presence of the wreckage? Urging caution, she told him, "I think the energy field off the wreck might be interfering with the feed." Monk shivered next to her in his wet clothes. "Tell him not to touch it. His ungrounded body might have acted like a conduit before and temporarily fritzed his gear." He was right. "Duncan, keep back and let me see what you see. Show me where you feel the energy is the strongest, where you want to use the crowbar. We don't want to damage anything that might prove vital later." Hearing her, he shifted to one end of the crashed satellite and pointed the tip of his crowbar. "That end looks to be the main electronics module," she radioed. "And you're pointing to the thermal radiation door? If you can get it open, I can try to guide you from up here." Duncan dug the end of the crowbar into a gap in the door. "Careful." Using the steel bar as a fulcrum, he got his feet on the rock to either side of the wreckage and heaved down. The thermal hatch resisted his efforts for a few seconds, then ripped away, flipping through the water. It took Duncan a moment to swim into a proper position to point his camera into the innards of the crashed satellite. Again, Jada felt a sink of defeat. All the electronics were charred, most of it melted into mounds of plastic, silicon, and fiber optics. On the screen, Duncan moved one hand over the inside, still careful not to touch anything. His finger pointed at one square object, a block of steel, with visible hinges on one side. Protected by the bulk of the craft, it looked relatively intact. From the urgency of Duncan's motion, it was clear he was trying to communicate. "That must be where the energy is the strongest," Monk said, looking over his shoulder and apparently reading her mind. "Duncan, that's the gyroscopic housing. If you can, try to keep it intact. It should only have a single fat cable running to it. If you can twist that off, it should lift free as a whole." He gave her another thumbs up and leaned the crowbar against the side of the satellite. It would need both hands free to pull this off. Again, as his fingers touched the housing, the feed went dead. Jada shared a look with Monk. Then they both stared toward the lake. If Jada's theories of dark energy were correct, Duncan could be about to wrestle with the very fires that fueled the universe. Be careful. 5:44 p.m. Running out of air, Duncan fought both the satellite and his own revulsion. Stubborn piece of... He wasn't prone to swearing. But between the melted slag that trapped the gyroscopic casing and the repellent touch to its energy field, he felt as if he were trying to unscrew a pickle jar while his fingers squirmed in electrified gel. As soon as he had popped the hatch in the back of the satellite, the EM field had surged stronger, pushing like steam out of its scorched interior, rising from this steel heart. When he touched the housing, his fingertips felt as if they were pushing through mud. The energy field resisted him, or at least it registered as such to his magnetic sixth sense. When his fingers finally made contact, it was indescribable. During his training as an electrical engineer, he'd brushed against a live wire or two. But this was no bite of copper. It was more like touching an electric eel. The energy had a distinct living feel to it. It set his hairs on end. Finally, with a savage twist of its half-melted cabling, he broke the housing free. He lifted it out, as if removing its power core, and kicked off for the surface, anxious to be rid of it. Reaching the surface and fresh air, Duncan breathed heavily and kicked for shore. He carried the gyroscopic housing in one large hand, as if palming a basketball. A ball he was more than happy to pass off to a fellow player. 5:47 p.m. Jada waited for Duncan at the edge of the lake, carrying a blanket in one hand. As he reached the shore, he shoved up, dripping wet, his tattoos bright against his chilled flesh, covering his shoulders and down his arms. Clicking off his headlamp, he fell into shadows. Focused on the laptop, she hadn't realized it had already gotten so dark. Night did not waste any time falling at these elevations. Duncan waded out of the lake. She traded her warm blanket for his steel prize. "Why is this so important?" he asked, his teeth chattering a bit. "I'll show you." She moved to her makeshift desk, basically a flat boulder holding her laptop, and placed the housing down. She explained, "If this is giving off the same electromagnetic signature as the relics, it must be tied to the comet's corona of dark energy. If I could get this to a lab and properly study it, I might be able to get some real answers." She glanced significantly at Monk. On it, he said. "Cat will get us back to the States by the fastest route possible." Jada spoke as he raised his satellite phone. "We're already this far east. It'll be quicker to reach my labs at the Space and Missile Systems Center in L.A. I've got everything I need to do a complete analysis there, plus access to engineers and techs familiar with my research. If there are any solutions to our problems, my best chance to discover them is there." Monk frowned as if disagreeing with her, but that was not the source of his consternation. It was his satellite phone. "I can't get any signal now." "Might be the energy given off by this thing," she realized aloud. She pointed him toward the neighboring rock pile. "Try farther away. I'll have to figure out a way to insulate this if we're going to travel by air." Duncan crouched next to her, back in his clothes after drying off. "I ran a hand over the remainder of the wreckage after yanking that thing out. I couldn't feel any trace of the energy left in the satellite. It all seemed to be emanating from that housing." "Makes sense." "Why?" "This is the heart of the Eye of God, its very namesake." She shifted her attention back to the housing. She searched along its sides until she found a small latch and undid it. With great care, she broke the case open, the two halves hinging apart to reveal what it protected. Duncan leaned closer. Seated inside, reflecting the glow from the laptop, was a sphere of quartz about the size of a softball. Though you couldn't tell from looking at it, the sphere was virtually flawless. "This is the gyroscope that spun in the heart of the satellite," she explained. "We used it to measure the curve of space-time around the Earth during our experiment." "But why is it charged with energy now?" "I'll need to do 100 tests to confirm it, but I have an idea." As it was spinning out there, measuring the curve of space-time, it monitored the wrinkle that formed. I believe the stream of dark energy that created that wrinkle flowed along that crease and poured into the eye of the only observer, the crystal sphere, turning it into a true Eye of God. But how does that help us? If we could— A strange whistling noise drew both their eyes, followed by a thunk of something striking flesh. Kadu sank to her knees, her back to the cliff. Her hands found her belly, and the steel arrowhead sticking out from there. Chapter 22. November 19th, 5:55 p.m. ULAT. Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Vigor paced around the conference table in the hotel suite, his heart thudding tiredly, his eyes sore. For the past hour, he had been balanced between jubilation at Gray's recovery of the relics and frustration at his inability to solve the 800-year-old mystery. The focus of everyone's attention rested in the middle of the table, the macabre sailing ship made of bones and tanned skin. Vigor had spent a solid hour with magnifying loupe in hand, poring over the relic that they had recovered from the Aral Sea. He could still smell the salt off the tarnished silver box sitting next to it, a bitter reminder of the loss of his friend. Joseph had sacrificed everything to uncover this artifact. And to what end? After an hour of study, Vigor had come to no firm conclusions, except a deep respect for the artisan. The rib bones of the hull had been boiled and bleached to make them easier to carve. Intricate waves had been scrimshawed into them, along with a plethora of fish, birds, even seals, the latter of which frolicked in the sea and leaped high out of the water. The sails were rigged with twisted human hair and ribbed in the traditional manner of Chinese junks of the Song dynasty, an era that matched Genghis Khan's time period. But what did it all mean?
Where was this breadcrumb supposed to lead them? To solve that, he had a laptop open on the table where he had been researching anything and everything that might offer a clue. But he had hit dead end after dead end. Everyone around the table looked to him to solve this mystery, but maybe it was beyond him. He wished for the 100th time that Joseph were here. He needed his friend's mad genius now more than ever. Gray spoke up, seated beside Seishan. Since it's a Chinese ship, it must be pointing to somewhere in China. Not necessarily. Genghis was a great admirer of the science and technology of the nations he conquered. He absorbed and incorporated whatever he found, from Chinese gunpowder to the compass and the abacus. He certainly would appreciate such boat-making skills. Still, it is a fishing boat, Gray pressed, pointing out the details of the scrimshaw. Doesn't that suggest the hiding place is somewhere along the Pacific Ocean or the Yellow Sea? I agree, and the coast does mark the easternmost reach of Genghis's empire. Joseph's earlier words played again in his head. I believe Genghis had instructed his son to turn the entire known world into his grave, to spread his spiritual reach from one end of the Mongol Empire to the other. His friend was right. Genghis's head had been ceremonially buried in Hungary, representing the westernmost reach of his son's empire. Then the bone ship was hidden in the Aral Sea, marking the western edge of Genghis's conquered territory. So it only made sense that the next spot would be along that eastern edge. There was only one problem, and Vigor voiced it aloud. If we're right, that's nearly 1,000 miles of coastline. Where do we even begin to look? Rachel stirred on the opposite side of the table. Maybe we need a break to clear our heads and start again fresh. We don't have the time to spare, Vigor snapped back at her, but he regretted his tone immediately and patted her shoulder in apology as he passed by her while continuing to pace. Something kept nagging at him and wouldn't let him sit still. Then, contrarily, the stitch in his abdomen flared with every step, making it harder to think. Maybe Rachel is right. A little rest might be a good idea. Gray frowned and tried talking it out. They buried his head in Hungary, and I guess because the ship is made of rib bones and vertebra, it represents his chest. Or more likely his heart, Vigor corrected, that nagging feeling flaring as he said that. Head and heart, Kowalski mumbled. He was sprawled on a neighboring couch, an arm over his eyes. Guess that means all we have to do is find this guy's feet. Vigor shrugged. That actually sounded right. Head, heart, feet. Joseph's words repeated yet again. Spread his spiritual reach from one end of the Mongol Empire to the other. Vigor stopped so fast he had to steady himself on the back of an empty chair. He suddenly realized that it wasn't Joseph's words that he should have been paying attention to. "You're smart, crazy man," he mumbled. "I've been such a fool." No wonder Joseph had looked so full of regret as he died. It wasn't because his friend couldn't finish this journey, though that was likely part of it, but because he had recognized the lack of understanding in Vigor's eyes. "He figured it out!" Vigor exclaimed. "What do you mean?" Rachel asked. "Are you talking about Father Joseph?" Vigor placed his palm over his heart, feeling it beat. Joseph had taken that same hand and put it on his own bloody chest, not just to say goodbye, but to communicate in the only way he could at the end, to offer a clue before
he died. Head? Heart? Feet, he repeated, patting his own chest as he emphasized the middle note of the chorus. We've been looking at this all wrong. Rachel shifted straighter. How? The head marked the boundary of his son's empire, representing the future of the Mongol Empire after his death. The heart embodied the empire of Genghis's own lifetime, of his present. What we need to be looking for next is a marker where Genghis first put his feet down and made a name for himself symbolizing his past. Head, heart, feet, Gray said. Future, present, past. Vigor nodded, slipping back to his chair in front of the open laptop. Genghis didn't instruct his son to spread his body from one end of the empire to the other geographically. He wanted it spread from his empire's past to its future. Rachel reached over and squeezed his arm. Brilliant. Don't use that word yet. He tapped at the computer. Right now I'm feeling rather stupid, since Joseph Albert told me this before he passed away. And we still have to use this knowledge to discover where to continue the search. You'll figure it out. Vigor brought up a map that showed the spread of the Mongol Empire during Genghis Khan's reign. Here you can see the extent of Genghis's empire, he said, stretching from the Pacific to the Caspian Sea, but the darker oval in northern Mongolia represents the great Khan's original territorial base. He tapped that spot on the screen. Gray looked over his shoulder. That's still a lot of territory to cover. And it's landlocked, Vigor added. As you can see, his original territory did not extend to the Yellow Sea or the Pacific. Everyone stared over at the ship, while Vigor kept his nose close to his laptop screen, bringing up more research files on the region. Then why leave a ship as a clue? Gray asked, nodding to the relic. Vigor zoomed in on the map and pointed to a large body of water at the northern edge of that darker oval. Because of that, he explained. Lake Baikal. What's the significance of that particular lake? Gray squinted at the crescent-shaped body of water. Do you know anything about it? Only what I'm looking at now, Vigor said, and summarized aloud. It's the oldest and deepest lake in all the world. It holds over 20% of the world's fresh water. To the ancient Mongol people, it was a major source of fishing, and still is today. Gray stared closer at the scrimshaw. Then I understand the fish carved on the boat's hull. But what about these frolicking seals? Vigor asked, with a triumphant smile. He sat back and let them see the picture on his laptop of a dark, sleek shape sitting atop a rock. Let me introduce you to the Nerpa, the world's only breed of freshwater seal, and— Let me guess, Gray said, cutting him off this time. They're only found in Lake Baikal. Vigor's smile widened. Gray's satellite phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It's Sigma Command. As he headed away to take the call in private, he pointed back to Vigor. Learn everything you can about that lake. Already on it. Vigor paused long enough to look heavenward. Thank you, my friend. 6:18 p.m. And you've heard nothing from Monk? Painter asked over the phone. Not a word. Gray had moved over to his bedroom for privacy, but also not to disturb Vigor's investigation into Lake Baikal.
"I've tried reaching him for the past 10 minutes, Painter said, but there's been no answer. The last update from his team was when they were heading out on horseback into the mountains." "It's getting dark out here," Gray offered. "Maybe he's busy setting up camp." Painter sighed in tired exasperation. "I had hoped to consult with Dr. Shaw before they settled in for the night." "Why?" "I just received a final assessment from the crew over at the SMC in L.A. I told you about the physicist who was monitoring the gravitational anomalies that Jada had first noted in the comet's path." "Right. You mentioned something about them changing. Growing, in fact. They've confirmed that these tiny changes are incrementally increasing in direct proportion to the comet's approach toward Earth." "You're not concerned about the comet hitting us, are you?" It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. In 1994, the Shoemaker-Levy comet collided with Jupiter, and sometime next year a comet was likely to smash into Mars. "No," Painter said. "The comet will pass close in astronomical terms, but it has no chance of striking us. But that doesn't mean we're out of danger. We've been tracking NEOs for the past day." "NEOs?" "Near-Earth objects. We've been monitoring any asteroids that might pose a risk of shifting earthward due to the stirring of the comet's energy through our neighborhood. Its trajectory has already shaken up the cosmic game of billiards out there, resulting in the recent meteor showers." "Along with what happened in Antarctica." "Exactly. That was why I wanted to consult with Dr. Shaw. She understands these gravitational anomalies better than anyone. The consensus out of the SMS is that the increasing flux could trigger the mother of all meteor showers as the comet reaches its closest pass by the Earth, and NASA is monitoring some very large rocks beginning to respond to those deviations." Gray heard the dread in the director's voice. "Is there anything we can do to stop this?" "The physicist at the SMC believes that Dr. Shaw would be the best one to answer that question. He's growing to believe that there must be a reason these anomalies are growing larger in direct relation to its approach toward Earth. He thinks there must be something here on the planet that the comet's energy is responding to." "Jada seemed convinced of the same," Gray conceded, suddenly glad he had agreed to search for the stolen relics. "She thinks this ancient cross we're hunting for might have been sculpted out of a piece of that comet when it last appeared, that it could still retain some of its dark energy, and that the two, the cross and the comet, are entangled at the quantum level. Then we need to find that artifact." Gray offered a bit of hopeful news. "We may have a solid lead for once. Vigor is working on it right now. But as a precaution, can you get Kat started on arranging transportation for our group?" "Where?" "To Russia. To a lake near its southern border called Baikal. It's about 300 miles north of where we are now." "We'll get on it. That short of distance should only take a few hours of travel, but you'd better still hurry. We only have 48 hours remaining until the events pictured by the satellite come true." Recognizing the urgency, Gray finished his call and returned to the others. As he stepped into the room, he found everyone gathered around Vigor and his laptop. "What?" he asked. Vigor swung to him. "The more I look into Lake Baikal, the more I'm convinced that's the correct spot." Rachel smiled over, flushed with excitement. "We may even know where on Lake Baikal to look." "Where?" He shifted to join them. "First of all, legends say that Genghis Khan's mother was born on an island in that lake." Another island, Gray said.
That at least sounded right. The first relics were found hidden near Borsokaniseget, the island of the witches in Hungary, and the second beneath an island in the old Aral Sea. It's called Olkhon Island, Vigor explained. Local rumors say that Genghis Khan's mother came from there, which may very well be true.
Gray considered this. If we're looking for where Genghis Khan came from, you can't get much earlier than his mother's womb.
Vigor continued. Other legends claim Genghis is indeed buried on that island. Not that we should put a whole lot of weight on that rumor. The same can be said of countless other places across Asia, but this particular story mentions that Genghis was buried with a great weapon, one that could destroy the world. Rachel nodded. This legend may be the source of the commonly held belief by the Mongols that if Genghis's tomb is ever found and opened, the world will end. Gray felt their excitement seeping into his blood. From a real-world practicality, Vigor said, archaeologists have found many Mongol weapons and relics on that island. There are even historical records of Mongol warriors of Genghis's time coming to that island, though what they were doing there no one knew. The island is also the center for a unique form of shamanism, Rachel said. The local Buryat tribesmen, who descend from ancient Mongols, practice a religion that merges Buddhism with naturalistic animism. They believe a great conqueror of the universe resides on the island. Shamans still protect many of that ruler's sacred sites and believe trampling them would invite ruin upon the world. Similar to the Genghis story. Last, Vigor said, some travelers to that island report fits of energy. Those are their words. Rachel nodded. Maybe these folks are attuned or hypersensitive to whatever energy is emanating from St. Thomas's Cross. Some even claim to have visited a cave that opened a door to other worlds. Gray remembered Dr. Shaw's statements about dark energy and the multiverse. He also wondered if these other worlds could be related to the visions of St. Thomas. "And let's check it out," Gray said. "I already have Sigma Command arranging our transportation." "But what about Monk and the others?" Rachel asked. Gray frowned. He doubted they could spare the time to wait for them. His group could easily lose half a day while Monk and the others returned from the mountains. "We'll move on," Gray decided. "Update them when we can." Still, worry nagged him. What was going on with Monk's team? Chapter 23. November 19th, 6:20 p.m., ULAT. Khenti Mountains, Mongolia. Batu Khan sat astride his horse, both mount and rider in traditional leather armor. He also wore a Mongol war helmet that was crowned with steel and draped with a mask made of real wolf skin to hide his features. It was important to remain anonymous, especially now when murder was involved. The bowstring near his ear still vibrated, singing a chorus of blood. He had watched his arrow pierce the back of the woman standing at the cliff's edge above, enjoyed seeing her sink to her knees in shock. He smiled under his mask, his heart thundering in his ears. "Excellent shot," Arslan said, sitting on a stallion to the side. Similarly attired in leather, the man also wore a helmet, but the ruin of his face was bared for all to see. Sutures knit his skin together, laddering across his cheek and brow. It was a sight both gruesome
and fearsome.
"I saved Sanja for you," Batu Khan said.
With only 2 targets visible along the cliff's edge, he had chosen the woman. He found the kill as exciting as sex, the penetration as equally satisfying. He had left Sanjar standing, knowing Arslan would want that prize for himself later, to exact personal vengeance. Now the cliff's edge was empty, their quarry likely terrified and hiding, but there was nowhere to go. Batu Khan cast his gaze across the dozen mounted men spread across the dark, forested slope that led toward the shelf of rock above. They were the best and most loyal of the clan. 12 warriors against 3 men and 2 women.
Make that one woman now.
Ideally, he would spare the last woman's life, so his men could celebrate afterward, as the forces of Genghis Khan had in the past. It was their birthright and heritage, and a well-deserved reward after spilling blood this night. They could always kill her afterward. With a kick of his heels, he trotted his horse before his men, sitting tall in his saddle, knowing he cast a striking figure. He spoke a few words to each, showing respect, getting it back, like any good commander, readying his troops. Once he'd made his rounds, he returned to Arslan's side and pointed up toward the plateau. Surrounded by ice-encrusted walls, his quarry was trapped. The only way down was through this forest. That, or leaping headlong off the cliff to the rocks below. There was nowhere else to go. It would be a slaughterhouse, with their victims' screams echoing across the mountaintops, possibly to Genghis Khan's own tomb, where he imagined the great man relishing the blood and horror to come. Batu Khan yelled, knowing there was no further need for stealth. The first arrow had already flown, drawing blood.
"Vya, vya!"
he bellowed, a traditional call to battle.
"Vya, vya!"
6:33 p.m. As the thunder of hooves echoed up from below, Duncan crouched with Sanjar. They hid in a cluster of boulders near the snow line. Jada remained on the far side of the steep rock slide, near the shore of the lake, out of immediate harm's way. He had left her with his pistol, and quickly showed her how to use it. She guarded over the injured Kedu, who still lived but needed medical care soon. After securing them, Duncan and Sanjar had joined Monk on the opposite side of the rock pile. They quickly prepared for battle, recognizing what was coming, knowing that the arrow had been sent to terrorize them, to draw first blood. A common tactic of Mongol fighters, or so Sanjar had informed them. Sanjar urged Duncan to hurry, once he heard the yell echo up from below, a battle cry to charge. "Tie it to Heru's chest, that piece of leather hanging from his claw." Duncan held the damp headband in his hand and passed the dangling cord through it and secured it with a fast knot. Sanjar kept the hooded falcon close to his body while Duncan finished. "Let him go," Duncan said. Sanjar tugged the hood off and sent the bird flying from his wrist. Duncan ducked from the initial heavy flaps and studied the laptop at his knees, the screen's glow lowered to its dimmest setting. On the monitor, he watched the falcon take flight, gaining a bird's-eye view of the forest below, the feed coming from the tiny video camera attached to the headband. It worked even better in the air than underwater. The falcon soared high above the treetops, circling wide. Duncan did his best to count the number of horses pounding up from below. He saw at least a dozen, in full battle regalia like their riders. He spotted no others on the ground. He radioed Monk,
who had left the shelter of their boulders to prepare a welcome for the coming forces.
"No more than a baker's dozen," Duncan reported in. "All on horseback. I spotted bows, swords, and several assault rifles." Seems there was a limit when it came to sticking to the old ways. "Understood," Monk transmitted back. "Just about ready here." Duncan craned over the boulder to see his partner down on one knee by the rock slide. He had planted charges at its leading edge and was quickly securing them with wireless detonators. The explosives had been intended to destroy the wreck of Satellite in case it couldn't be moved or salvaged. They couldn't risk the Chinese or Russians getting hold of the classified advanced technology. But matters had changed. The plan was to hide here and lure the attackers toward the far side, where Jada and Kadu sheltered. Once within the narrow pass between the cliff and rockfall, they would blow the charges, trying to take out as many of the enemy as possible, while simultaneously closing off immediate access to the lake, keeping Jada and Kadu safe for as long as possible. Enemies left on this side would be for Duncan, Monk, and Sanjar to handle. Not great odds, but it wasn't like they had a whole lot of options. And it would take perfect timing, hence their eye in the sky. As Monk came hightailing it back toward them, Duncan kept watch on the screen. He spotted a figure leading the charge through the woods, who was wearing what looked like a wolf's head. It seemed like the master of the Blue Wolves had decided to get his hands dirty this time. "Here they come," Duncan hissed. The three of them ducked lower, not wanting to be seen as the mounted battle group pounded up the last stretch and onto the plateau. On the screen they watched the horses and riders mill about momentarily. One had a rifle at his shoulder. Others had bows drawn. Upon finding no one, their leader pointed toward the rock slide and the lake beyond. "Yidog Shah!" he ordered, which likely meant go forward. Drawing a curved sword from a scabbard, the master of the Blue Wolves led his men toward the hidden lake. Good, Duncan thought. Maybe if they could kill their leader, the rest would break ranks and flee. Monk had his thumb on the detonator, his eyes fixed to the screen, waiting until the first few men had trotted their horses into the gap between the rocks and the cliff's edge. "Now!" Duncan silently urged. As if Monk had heard him, he pressed the detonator. Nothing happened. Or at least not much. A blasting cap popped like a firecracker, flashing out in the darkness. The noise startled the nearest horse, sending it cantering forward, bumping and jostling the next in line. Other horses shied entirely away from the rock slide, keeping on this side. "Cap must have fallen out of the first charge," Monk mumbled. "That's what I get for working in the damn dark." He twisted the detonator to the next charge and pressed the button again. This time a major explosion rocked the plateau. Ice and snow showered over them, shaken loose from the cliffs above. Monk didn't stop. In quick fashion, he blew the second and third charges in fast succession. Duncan's ears rang from the explosions. Horses reared and whinnied. Riders fell out of their saddles. "Go!" Monk ordered. The three of them burst out of hiding, guns blazing. As he fired, Duncan prayed Jada and Kadu were safe. 6:39 p.m. From the far side of the lake, Jada had watched three riders barrel into view around the rocks, the first wearing a formidable wolf mask. She had heard the retort like a gunshot a second before. Then a series of loud, fiery blasts had her cringing, covering her face with an arm. Boulders shattered amid a roll of smoke and rock dust. More came tumbling down to close off the lake from the other side. Smaller rocks continued to rain down, splashing into the water or bouncing over the granite shelf. Jada held her breath, hoping the explosions had dispatched the three riders. But out of the smoke a trio of horses thundered back into view, the beasts in full panic. Taking advantage, Jada fired. She squeezed her trigger over and over again. She had never shot a pistol before, or any gun for that matter, so she opted for quantity versus quality. Still, she hit one horse. It reared, the rider clinging tightly. That was a mistake. As the panicked mount turned on a back hoof, it leaped blindly, tumbling over the cliff's edge, taking the rider too. The man's scream of terror as he fell pierced through the echoing blasts of her pistol. Jada kept firing wildly. Another lucky round caught a second man in the throat as he tried to bring his bow up. He fell out of his saddle, landing face down in the water, splashing feebly. The third rider, unharmed, came charging for her, a curved sword raised high. His wolf mask hid his face, making him appear a merciless force of nature. Jada squeezed the trigger again, but it wouldn't budge. The slide had locked back. Duncan had told her what that meant. Out of bullets. The rider swooped down upon her, his sword flashing in the moonlight. Then an arrow zipped past her head, its feathers brushing her ear. It flew and struck the horse in the neck. The beast crashed, throwing the rider over its head toward Jada. She fled back on her knees, staring to the side as Kedu struggled to notch another arrow to her bowstring, but the single pull had sapped the last of the young girl's strength. Her fingers shook, pain sweat shining on her face. Then the bow tumbled from her weak grasp. The rider climbed to his feet. Behind him, his horse had fallen to its side, the stone slick with arterial blood, struck through the carotid. Kedu stared toward the beast with pity. Plainly the horse hadn't been her intended target. That was the man who picked up his sword and stalked toward them now. He had a palm resting on a holstered pistol. Kedu turned to her, the girl's expression no less pitying. "Run!" Jada took the advice, leaped to her feet, and dove into the neighboring lake. Cruel laughter followed her down into the depths. They both knew the truth. Where could she go? 6:43 p.m. Duncan ran through the chaos of horseflesh and men. When the rock pile blew, a rough head count put 8 men still on this side, armed with swords and rifles. Duncan, along with Monk and Sanjar, had dispatched half in the opening moments of their ambush. Now it was a more dangerous game. One of the combatants had dismounted near the edge of the plateau and set up a sniper's position, flat to the ground, taking potshots at them, keeping them on the defensive. Out in the open with little shelter, it would have been like shooting fish in a barrel. But with a mix of 8 horses and the sniper's fellow men out here, Duncan and the others had some cover. If only that damned cover would quit moving, or trying to kill you. Monk slammed into Duncan, dancing from a round that ricocheted at his toes. They both ducked behind a horse for a few breaths. Duncan kept hold of its lead to keep their stallion between them and the sniper. Sanjar joined them a second later. Monk gasped, "Dunk, go take out that shooter." No argument here. That guy was really pissing him off. "Sanjar and I'll try to make it over the wall," Monk said and pointed. Moments ago, they had all heard the shooting on the far side, coming from the lake. A few of the enemy must have gotten through before the charges blew. Someone had to go help Jada and Kedu. Duncan understood. For that to happen, the sniper had to be taken out. Monk and Sanjar would never be able to scale that rubble and drop to the other side with the shooter having a clear shot at them. "I got it," Duncan said. "But I'm going to have to borrow this horse,
and this guy's helmet. He tugged the headgear from a body underfoot and slammed it atop his own. Once ready, he hooked a boot in a stirrup, got a nod from Monk, then leaped into the saddle. Grabbing the reins, he turned his steed toward the sniper and goaded the beast into a full gallop, the leather armor flapping with each strike of a hoof. Duncan kept low to his mount's neck, hoping the shooter only saw the horse and the helmet. The sniper fired, but he aimed into the chaos behind Duncan, likely spotting Monk and Sanjar striking for the wall. Duncan centered on the muzzle flashes in the dark. He urged the horse, faster in that direction, knowing he'd only have this one chance. Hooves pounded the granite. Sweat flecked the stallion's neck. Then he reached the sniper. He caught a look on the man's face as the sniper realized the ruse too late. The horse tried to shy away at the last moment, but Duncan held him firm by the reins. 800 pounds of Mongolian stallion trampled over the sniper's sprawled body, stamping bone and crushing flesh. Then Duncan was past him, flying down the slope toward the forest's edge. It took several yards to slow and wheel the horse around and head back up. He slid from the saddle, not to check on the sniper, who was clearly dead, but to go for the man's gun, to turn the tables on the enemy. Unfortunately, an unlucky hoof had struck the rifle, breaking the stock and bending the barrel. He lifted the weapon up anyway and looked through the night vision scope for his friends. A bobbling search across the killing floor revealed Monk standing over a limp form near the wall, his pistol smoking. Sanjar slit another man's throat, dropping his body. Then a horse moved, and Duncan spotted a final attacker coming from behind them. "Monk!" he yelled. The whinnying and clattering of horses drowned his warning. He could only watch as the man ran his sword through Sanjar's back, while raising a rifle with his other hand toward Monk. Duncan recognized the attacker, even with his face in ruins. Arslan. Duncan was already on his feet running, knowing he'd be too late. 6:47 p.m. Victory must be savored. Batu Khan stood over the young Mongol woman, no more than a girl, her stomach soaked in blood. She had some skill with the bow, dropping his horse with a single arrow. He now had his sword pressed between her small breasts, pushing enough to pierce cloth and skin and touch its point against the bone of her sternum. Pain etched her features, but she still stared stonily at him. Tough, hardy stock. A flicker of pride for his people flared through him. Not that he wouldn't relish this kill. He remembered his favorite quote from Genghis Khan. "It is not sufficient that I succeed. All others must fail." He would grant this one a quick death. The American would be slower. He held his pistol in his other hand, pointed back toward the lake. He would stalk the defenseless woman at his leisure. There was nowhere for her to run, no weapon with which to defend herself. Smiling behind his mask, he leaned forward, ready to plunge his sword to sweet satisfaction. Then a loud splash erupted behind him. A glance behind revealed a dark figure rising out of the lake, a Nubian goddess, rushing toward him, swinging a deadly length of steel in one hand toward his head. 6:49 p.m. Jada swung the crowbar at the beast's head, ready to cleave it clean off the man's shoulders. After diving into the lake, she remembered Duncan abandoning the tool below after cracking open the satellite's bulk. She might not be good with a pistol, but from years of racing triathlons, she had stamina and knew how to swim. While crossing the lake, she had taken a few breaths by surfacing on her back, bringing just her lips and nose up enough to get air. Once in position, she dove deep and used the moonlight through the clear water to find and seize hold of her weapon. Then she swam back, gliding through the shallows, trusting the reflection of starlight on the midnight lake to hide her. She waited until the man was turned fully away to leap forth and attack. But alerted at the last minute, he shifted enough to take the blow to the crown of his helmet. Steel rang against steel. The shock ran up her arm to her shoulder, numbing her fingers enough to lose the crowbar. It clanked against the stone. Still, the resounding strike dented the man's helmet and staggered him back. He dropped the sword, weaving on his legs, but unfortunately he kept hold of his pistol. He raised it to point at her chest and swept his damaged helmet off with his other hand. He cursed at her in his native language, his face as much a mask as before, but now one of fury and vengeance. He shoved the pistol at her, then winced in shock, dropping heavily and suddenly to his knees. Behind him, Kadu held his abandoned sword, bloody after slashing him across the back of the legs, where he had little armor, hamstringing and crippling him. Jada kicked out with a waterlogged boot and struck the gun from his stunned fingers. The weapon flew and splashed into the water. She then retrieved the crowbar from the ground and with an uppercut swing, cracked him in the chin. His head flew back, then the rest of his body followed. He crashed to the stone, knocked cold, bleeding from his legs. Jada hurried to Kadu's side and helped her to her feet. They weren't out of danger yet. 6:52 p.m. As panic slowed time, Duncan ran through molasses. He staggered toward the tableau of Sanjar, pierced clean through, of Monk turning too slowly, of Arslan aiming his rifle at his partner's back. Underfoot, the rock ran slick with the blood of men and horses. Large, panicked bodies shoved around him. Never make it. Sanjar slumped to his knees, then glanced up and yelled, "Heru!" Arslan flinched from that name, dropping back and ducking, raising his rifle in defense against the falcon, a bird that wasn't there. Monk used the shock to swing around, shifting his pistol up. But Sanjar surged to his feet, dagger in hand, and slammed it to the hilt in Arslan's neck. The falconer had used the phantom of his own bird to terrorize his cousin, knowing Arslan would react with panic and alarm after his recent mauling. Sanjar dragged Arslan down, twisting his knife as he did so. Blood poured thickly from Arslan's mouth and nose, drowning him in racking quakes. As the man finally slumped, his eyes glassy, Sanjar shoved him away, then fell onto his back himself. A shining dark pool quickly formed under him. Duncan finally reached the others and slid on his knees to Sanjar's side. But someone beat him first to the young man. A shadow of wings swept down, and a sleek form alighted onto his master's chest. The falcon fluttered and rustled, bending his head down, brushing Sanjar's chin and cheek. Hands rose to cradle the bird. Fingers freed the leather jesses from around Heru's talons. He then brought the falcon to his lips, whispering something into the ruff of feathers. Done saying goodbye, Sanjar let his head drop back, a shadow of a smile on his lips as he gazed up at the open, starry skies. For several breaths he lay there. Then his hands went slack, slipping away, freeing his companion. Heru leapt forth and sailed high into that same sky. Sanjar stared upward, but he was already gone, too. 7:10 p.m. Fear stoked them all to move faster. Jada had changed into dry clothes and hurriedly secured her pack to her horse, patting the gyroscopic casing inside. So much blood had been lost to secure this piece of the wreckage. She refused to let those sacrifices be in vain. Poor Sanjar. As she worked, she kept her back to the carnage on the plateau, trying to hold it together. But she could not escape the stink of death. She kept her eyes diverted from a body trampled into the rock nearby. A few minutes ago, she had been relieved to see Duncan climbing over the rock slide, coming to their rescue. He was late, but at least he made up for it by helping her get Kadu to the other side. Monk still worked on the girl's injury. He was plainly a skilled medic, performing a swift triage using the team's emergency field kit. He had snapped off the steel arrowhead and did the same with the feathered end, leaving the wooden shaft pierced through her abdomen. He plainly feared to extract it. Instead, he applied a tight belly wrap, working around the broken ends. "Get ready to move," Monk called out as he finished patching Kadu for the ride back to civilization. Duncan nodded and stepped to his own horse. He had been keeping tabs on the lower forests with a night vision scope. Other combatants might still be out in the dark woods, or reinforcements could be on their way. But that wasn't the only fear driving them to hurry. Howling rose like steam out of the dark woods, growing steadily louder, drawn by the scent of blood and meat. They dared delay no longer. Monk passed Kadu up to Duncan, who cradled the girl across his lap as he sat astride his horse, prepared to carry her down the mountain. Jada climbed into her saddle. She had her own reason for a hasty flight off this mountain. She rested a palm on the gyroscope's case. If this hard-won prize held any answers, she needed to get it to safety, back to the States, back to her lab, and soon. She would let nothing stop her. Monk waved an arm and pointed below. "Go." 7:25 p.m. Batu Khan woke to the sound of thunder. Dazed, he rolled to a seated position beside the steam-shrouded lake. He frowned at the clear skies. Not thunder. As his head cleared, he recognized the fading echo of trampling hooves, heading away. "Wait," he croaked out, fearing his men were abandoning him. The single utterance flared pain in his jaw. His fingers rose and found his chin, split and bloody. Memory filled in slowly. "Fucking bitch." He rolled to his feet, or tried to. Agony lanced up his legs. He stared down at his blood-soaked limbs, confused by their lack of cooperation. His hands probed the fire behind his knees, discovering deep slashes, the tendons shredded, turning his legs into floundering appendages that refused to hold his weight. No! He needed to signal his men. "Fools must have left me for dead." He hauled his leaden bulk toward his fallen horse, dragging his legs, pulling with his arms, each movement a new torment. Sweat pebbled his forehead. Blood dripped from his chin. It felt as if the lower half of his body had been set on fire. "Just need to reach my phone." Then all would be fine. He could rest until rescue came. Lifting his head, he spotted a shift of shadows on the far side of the lake, over the top of the rock slide. Someone was still here. He raised his arm, then heard the low growls. More dark shapes flowed over the wall, leaping down. Wolves. primitive terror keen through him. "Not like this." He rolled toward the edge of the cliff. He would rather die a quick death by his own hand than be torn apart alive. His useless legs still fought his efforts, leaving a trail of blood. Shadows closed toward him, moving so silently for such large beasts. But at last he reached the edge and flung himself over, relieved in some small way. Then something snatched his trailing arm, latching hard on to his wrist, piercing flesh and locking onto bone. Another jaw snatched the leather armor of his forearm, halting his fall. Strong legs and powerful hearts dragged him from the abyss. More teeth found him, rolling him to his back. He stared up as the pack leader loomed over his face, lips curled back into a growl, showing sharp teeth, long fangs. This was no mask. Here was the true face of Genghis Khan. Merciless, relentless, indomitable. Without warning, they tore into him. Chapter 24. November 19th, 7:52 a.m. EST, Washington, D.C. On the other side of the globe, Painter stood in his office, staring into space, literally. The large wall-mounted LCD screen on his back wall displayed a large, dark rock against a backdrop of stars. Its surface was pitted and blasted, an old, battle-scarred warrior. NASA's infrared telescope facility in Hawaii sent us this picture a few minutes ago, Kat said behind him. The asteroid's official designation is 99942, but it goes by the name Apophis. It's already been pegged as a troublemaker in the past, being the first asteroid to ever have been raised from a 1 on the Torino Impact Hazard Scale to a 2. The Torino scale? It's a way of categorizing the risk of a near-Earth object striking the planet. A 0 meaning no chance. A 10 meaning a certain hit. And Apophis was the first asteroid to get upgraded to a 2? For a brief time, it climbed all the way to number 4, when it was believed it had a 1 in 62 chance of hitting the Earth. Its risk factor got lowered after that. That is until today. And what are you hearing out of the SMC in Los Angeles? They've been tracking the gravitational anomalies around the comet, extrapolating how it will affect local space, monitoring the largest of the NEOs in the path of the comet, like Apophis. Right now, if the gravitational effects of the energy field around the comet remain static and don't change from here, Apophis is still a solid 5, pushing it into the threatening level. But if the size of the anomaly continues to grow in proportion to the comet's approach, the asteroid's ranking will steadily climb up the Torino scale. Painter stared over at her. How high will it reach? The SMS believes it will reach into the red zone. An 8, 9, or 10. And what's the difference between those upper levels? The difference from a survivable impact, a number 8, and a planet destroyer, a number 10. Kat nodded and pointed to the screen. Apophis is over 300 meters wide and lists a mass of 40 megatons. That is what is headed toward the east coast, if our extrapolations hold true. But I thought it was determined that a cluster of meteors was destined to strike the eastern seaboard, not one big one. The SMC believes Apophis exploded in the upper atmosphere, and the pieces peppered across the seaboard. What the satellite showed us was the aftermath of that barrage. Painter read the lines in Kat's face like a map. Something else still had her worried.
What haven't you told me?
The timeline. Kat turned fully back to him. The image from the satellite was dated about 46 hours from now, but like I said, that's the aftermath. From burn rates, smoke density, and the level of destruction, an engineer at the SMC calculated that the actual time of impact was likely 6 to 8 hours earlier. So, we have even less time to stop what's coming. And not just 6 to 8 hours less. What do you mean? I told you that even if we could somehow switch off that comet, Apophis would still be a Category 5. The field has already shifted its trajectory that much. And turning it off won't reverse that new path? No. Kat looked scared, and she struck for the heart of the matter. I spoke to the physicist monitoring the gravitational anomalies. He has calculated how long it will take for Apophis to reach a Torino level of 8, passing into that set of rankings that guarantee a planetary collision. Once that point is reached, the asteroid will hit Earth. Whether we turn off that field or not after that, it won't matter.
When will it reach that point of no return?
Kat eyed him. In 16 hours from now. Painter leaned back on his desk, finding it harder to breathe.
16 hours.
He allowed himself a moment of horror, then forced it back. He had a job to do. He faced Kat, determined and resolute.
We need Dr. Shaw.
8:14 p.m. ULAT. Khenti Mountains, Mongolia. After 45 minutes of hard riding, Jada gladly slipped out of her saddle to the ground. Monk had called for a short rest stop in a small copse of trees in the dark meadow below the mountain. He helped get Kadu down from Duncan's lap, where he had cradled her during the ride down the mountain's flank. 10 minutes, Monk said, moving off with Kadu to a fallen log to check on her bandages. Duncan headed back to Jada. She knelt down and lowered her pack from her shoulders. Flipping back a flap and unzipping it, she reached inside and pulled out the gyroscopic housing unit. Undoing the latch, she opened it. She wanted to make sure her prize was intact after the rough handling of late. The perfect sphere lay cradled in its housing, catching every bit of starlight, reflecting the sky along its curved surface. It appeared to be fine, but looks could be deceiving. She glanced over to Duncan. He must have read her concerned expression and moved his hand over the open casing. "Don't worry," he said. "The energy signature is still strong." She sighed in relief. Monk called over to her, straightening up, apparently satisfied with Kadu's rap. He held up his satellite phone. "I finally got a signal. I'm going to try to reach Sigma Command." Jada stood up. "I want to speak to Director Crow, too." She needed to set things in motion over at her labs, so everything would be ready as soon as they touched down in California. Even a couple of hours could be the difference between success and failure. Monk waved her over, but after she took a few steps in his direction, he held up his palm. "Stop. Signal just dropped off." Jada glanced down at her hands. She was still holding the gyroscopic case. "Must be the energy field given off by the eye," she yelled back to him. "Leave it there, then," Monk ordered. Jada turned, searching around. She didn't want to abandon it on the ground. Duncan came over, wearing a hangdog look, and held out his hands. "I'll take it and move off. I suspect the farther away I am, the stronger your reception will be." "You're probably right." Duncan took the prize with his sensitive fingers, as if accepting the gift of a cobra. "Find out what's going on," he urged her, and strode off toward the open meadow. Free of the burden, Jada hurried to Monk's side. He already had Painter on the line and spoke in a terse fashion, quickly and efficiently describing all that had happened. Monk had clearly done such a debriefing many times, turning bloodshed and mayhem into clean, precise facts. Once done, Monk handed over the phone. "Seems someone is anxious to speak to you." Jada raised it to her ear. "Director Crow?" "Monk told me you recovered the gyroscopic core of the satellite, and that it's charged with a strange power source." "I believe it's the same energy as the comet, but I can't say for certain without reaching my lab at the SMC. "Monk informed me of your plans. I agree with you. Cat will expedite a fast evacuation and get you to California as quickly as possible, but I wanted to inform you about what has transpired during your absence." He then told her everything, none of it good news. 16 hours? She said with dismay as he finished. "It'll take us at least 2 hours just to get back to Ulaanbaatar." "I'll tell Monk to head straight for the airport. There will be a jet fueled and waiting for you, and that eye." "Could someone also transmit the latest data from the SMC to my laptop? I want to review everything en route to California. Also, I'll need a secure channel to speak to personnel out there while I'm flying." "It'll be done." She detailed her final preparations and passed the phone back to Monk, leaving him to work out the logistics. Jada stepped away, hugging her arms around herself, chilled and scared. She stared up at the blaze of the comet across the night sky. 16 hours. It was a frightening, impossible time frame. Still, a deeper terror settled through her, born of a nagging sense that she was still missing something important. 8:44 p.m. Duncan stood at the edge of the meadow, trying to hold the gyroscopic case in between his palms, keeping his fingertips away from its surface. Still that dark electric field pushed against him, pulsing very faintly with tiny waves, giving off that feeling of holding something with a beating heart. He shivered, but not from the cold. Goose flesh covered his arms. "Come on already, guys," he thought as he listened to Monk murmuring over the satellite phone, likely making plans to leave here. He was more than happy about that. And getting rid of this thing. Trying to shake the nervous feeling, he paced along the edge of the forest. His toe hit a root poking out of the soil. He stumbled a few steps, feeling stupid, until something worse happened. The bottom half of the gyroscopic case dropped open between his palms. Jada must have forgotten to latch it after closing it. He never thought to even check. In slow motion, he watched that perfect sphere of crystal, holding the very fire of the universe, drop away. It fell out of the bottom of the open housing, hit the ground, and rolled into the porcupine grass of the meadow. He chased after it. If he lost this... He snatched it one-handed, like nabbing a basketball before it bounced out of bounds. The shock of grasping the sphere bare-handed, without its case as insulation, felled him to his knees. The black energy lit his hand on fire, his fingers spastically clenched around the curved surface. He could no longer tell where the energy field ended and the crystal began. It felt as if his fingers were melting into the sphere. Still kneeling, he lifted the object high, ready to cast it away in revulsion. But a spark of fire inside drew his eye. He stared through the sphere, seeing a view of the wolf fang through its crystal heart. Only now the tip of the peak lay shattered, frosted with a haze of rock dust. The lower forest burned, smoking heavily, the edges still raging with flames. He lowered the crystal, and all was fine. Back up again, and the world burned. That can't be good. Standing up, he swiveled around. No matter where he cast the eye, It opened a view into a fiery apocalypse. Facing north, he spotted the likely source of this destruction, a distant, smoking crater. "What are you doing?" Jada asked, startling him as she came up behind him. Too shocked to speak, he shifted the sphere toward her. He pointed through it toward the wolf fang. Frowning at his apparent foolishness, she leaned against his shoulder and peered through the crystal. She stood that way for several breaths, surely as shocked as he was. "So?" she finally said, turning toward his face. "Don't you see it?" "See what?" "The mountain, the forest, everything destroyed." She looked at him as if he were crazy. "I don't see anything like that." "What?" Duncan turned his attention back to the fiery destruction glowing in the heart of the crystal eye, an apocalypse apparently only he could see. Here was confirmation that it wasn't only the eastern seaboard at risk. The entire globe was threatened. Realizing this, he came to only one firm conclusion. We're screwed. Fourth, Fire and Ice. Chapter 25. November 20th, 1:02 a.m., IRKST, Lake Baikal, Russia. Gray huddled with the others on the frozen ferry pier. It was pitch dark under a clear sky, the night bitterly cold compared to Ulaanbaatar, some 300 miles due south. They were all bundled in parkas with fur-fringed hoods, looking not much different from the sole native, who was also crossing to Olkhon Island at this very late hour. Normally a boat transported visitors to the island from this tiny lakeside village of Sakyurta, crossing the mile-wide strait that separated Olkhon from the mainland. But in winter, the only way to reach the island, oddly enough, was by way of public bus. Not that there was any man-made bridge. The bus would cross directly over the ice. Apparently in winter, the deep strait froze solid enough to support vehicles. He could even make out the road along the black ice, frosted with a dusting of dry, wind-blown snow. Rachel eyed their transportation with a skeptical eye. No one else looked any more confident. Even Kowalski was in a darker sulk than usual. "I've had my fill of trips over ice," the big man grumbled. "Ever hear of Grendel's?" Gray ignored him. After the team's gear was stored, he waved everyone aboard. With the passengers all seated, the driver closed the door, ground the gears, and set off over the ice. It was early enough in the season to make Gray polish his fogged window and watch their passage with a twinge of trepidation. By January, the massive lake would entirely freeze over, allowing hardy individuals to trek from one side of the lake to the other. It hadn't reached that level of freeze yet. Farther out on the lake, he saw waves churning across its surface. He had read up enough on this body of water to know it was a geological marvel, the deepest lake on the planet, formed by filling a gap between tectonic plates that were slowly pulling apart, enlarging the lake until, eventually, it would be a new ocean. That is, if the planet were still intact by then. He checked his watch. He had spoken to Painter after landing in the nearby city of Irkutsk, in Russia, where he learned of the new, tighter timetable. Even now, they were down to roughly 12 hours. He imagined Monk was lifting off right about now from Ulaanbaatar, on his way to California with Dr. Shaw and Duncan. The plan was for her to study the gyroscopic eye out there, while he attempted to retrieve the cross here. Maybe she could figure out some solution on her own, but Gray was their fail-safe, assuming he could find that saintly artifact. But both he and Dr. Shaw were severely constricted by time. She had a 7 to 8 hour flight back to the States, eating up precious hours. He was in no better position.
He couldn't begin his search until sunrise. It was too dark to accomplish anything now, and worse, they had no concrete lead on where to even start. The island was 44 miles long and 13 wide. The eastern half was all steep mountains, fringed in fir forests, rising to its highest peak, Mount Jima. The rest of the terrain was a mix of sand dunes, grassy steppes, and patches of larch woods. Even in daylight, it would be a nearly impossible search, especially without some road map of where to begin looking. So Vigor had suggested another route. Why not ask somebody? The island was populated by about 1,500 natives, an aboriginal people called the Buryats, descendants of the original Mongol settlers. Vigor had used his connections at the Vatican to arrange a rare meeting with their highest shamans. If anyone knew the island's secrets, it would be the head of this enigmatic religion, an odd mix of Buddhism and natural worship. The Buryats were notoriously leery of foreigners. Women were forbidden from their most sacred places. It was a singular event even to meet a shaman. But how to get the man to talk? Gray had suggested laying all their cards on the table, or, in this case, showing the shaman all their relics from Genghis Khan. Gray hoped they might act as a key to unlock any secrets his people had about the island. In the end, the shaman had agreed to meet them, but only at dawn, requiring that they be cleansed in the day's first light before he would speak to them. No amount of persuading moved the man from this position. So many hours lost. But he had to admit, they were all bone-tired, needing sleep and recuperation. Plus, by the time they met with the shaman, Monk and the others would be touching down in California. That left both sides about 4 hours to work out some solution to the threat looming over their heads. No pressure there. Kowalski flinched as the bus hit a ridge of ice and bounced. He had a white-knuckled grip on the seat in front of him, his nose glued to the window. "What's that out there, near that hole in the ice?" Gray searched and watched a dark mass slip off the ice and into the water, disturbed by the passage of the bus. "Calm down. It's just a seal." "That's what they want you to believe," Kowalski mumbled. "You can't trust what's hiding under the ice." Clearly the man had some prior trauma concerning ice and open water. Gray let it go. They were almost to land, anyway. Vigor crossed and slipped into Gray's seat. He pointed out the window toward the dark bulk of the island. "Look at that cape of rock jutting out. It's called Korin Ergi in the native tongue, meaning horse head. See how it resembles a horse drinking water from the lake? There are stories of Mongol warriors from Genghis Khan's time who came here and paid homage at this spot, believing the shape of the cape was some universal acknowledgment of their leader." Gray stared harder at the shadowy bulk. He knew the Mongols held their horses in high esteem. He remembered Vigor describing the tunnel that led to the boat of bones in the Aral Sea. It had been shaped like a horse, too. "Do you think that's a good place to start looking?" Gray asked. "I doubt it," Vigor said. "The Cape is one of the busiest spots on the island. Someone would surely have found something hidden there by now. My point was that many locations on this island are tied to the mythos of Genghis Khan. We just have to find out which one holds his tomb. And maybe that shaman can tell us. If he knows something, then it's only professional courtesy that he shares it with another man of the cloth." Vigor gave him a tired grin. "Do not lose faith, Commander Pierce. If the cross is here, we'll find it." "Yes, but will we find it in time?" Vigor patted his knee in a fatherly fashion and returned to his own seat. He slipped his arm around his niece, who continued to keep a sharp, concerned eye on her uncle. With a large bump, the bus climbed off the ice road and onto solid rock. It trundled up the sandy embankment and onto a narrow road that ran the long axis of the thin island. Gray's team was traveling half its length to reach the largest village on Olkon. They were to meet the shaman at a sacred spot near there. 45 minutes of rough terrain later, sweeping through the broken brown steppes along the western shore, the bus rumbled down into the sleepy, picturesque village of Kuzir, a neat little town of timber-framed homes with mossy roofs and brightly painted picket fences marking off small yards or sheep pens. The village hugged a small bay on the western side of the island and had only a couple places for lodging. Gray had chosen the smaller of the two. As it was the off-season for tourists, he had rented out the entire place, which consisted of only a dozen bedrooms anyway. The bus delivered them to its doorstep. It was a 2-story log lodge with a nice view of the bay off in the distance. There was a horse barn in back, and a line of all-terrain vehicles parked along one side, clearly meant as rentals for its guests to explore the island. They offloaded and headed inside. The proprietors, an older Russian couple, who did a lot of bowing and gesturing to make up for their poor English, had been expecting them, and had a fire roaring in a stone hearth in the small communal room, a welcoming space of plank floors, overstuffed chairs, and a long dining table on one side. The heat of the fire felt stifling for the first few breaths after the long, chilly ride, but as they checked in and settled their room arrangements, Gray found himself drawn to the flames, warming his hands. Vigor sank into one of the chairs. "I think I'm fine right here." "Bed," was all Kowalski said, tramping up the stairs, rubbing his eyes like a kid who had been up well past his bedtime. Gray didn't disagree with Kowalski's plan, proving it by yawning loudly. "Sorry. I think we should all get as much shut-eye as we can. We'll need to be up an hour or two before sunrise if we're to meet the shaman for his cleansing ritual."
"At least you guys will," Seishan said sourly.
That was another concession that had to be made to accommodate the shaman's rules. No girls allowed. It was clearly a boys' club when it came to the Buryat's sacred sites.
"Seishan and I will have to make a spa day of it then," Rachel said, "while you all go traipsing out into the cold."
Still, she didn't truly look any happier, staring at the back of her uncle's head. She didn't want Vigor out of her sight. She even sank into a chair next to him by the fire. With the final few words, they all settled in for the night. As Gray climbed the stairs, the wood creaking underfoot, he could not escape the feeling of foreboding. A window at the landing above shone with the light of the comet. But he felt the danger was much closer, like someone stepping on his grave. Or someone else's grave. Seishan followed him up, never even creaking a stair. 3:03 a.m. Rachel woke in a panic, hearing a gunshot. She found herself slouched in a chair by the fire. Another loud pop of wood from the hearth calmed her initial fear. She quickly remembered where she was. She checked her watch, discerning when. Shocked, she shifted in her seat.
"Uncle Vigor, what are you still doing up? It's past 3 in the morning and you have to be awake in another few hours."
Across the hearth from her, he had a local travel book open on his lap, his reading glasses perched on his nose, reflecting the flames.
"I slept on the plane ride here, took a nap on the drive over."
He shooed her concerns away with a flutter of fingers.
"A couple hours of sleep and I'll be fine."
She knew every one of those statements was a lie. She had watched him the entire trip. He had never closed his eyes once. Even now,
She noted the sheen of sweat on his brow that had nothing to do with the fire. His pallid expression confirmed it. His insomnia wasn't from old age. It wasn't even from his interest in the research book on his lap. It was pain. She pushed from her chair and slid next to him, kneeling at his feet, hugging close to his legs. "Just tell me," she said, knowing she needed no more words to clarify what she meant. He sighed heavily, his eyes wincing slightly at the corners. He placed his book aside and stared into the flame. "It's pancreatic cancer," he whispered, as if ashamed. Not at being sick, but keeping this secret. "How long?" "I was diagnosed 3 months ago." She stared up at him, showing him that wasn't the question she was asking. "How long?" she repeated. "I have another 2, maybe 3 months." Hearing the truth was both a relief and a terror. After so long of not knowing, she wanted the truth, needed the truth, to be able to put a name to her fear. But now that it was in the open, she could not shield herself with false hope. Tears rose to her eyes. He reached and wiped them away. "No tears. That's why I didn't want anyone to know. I've had a good run." "You could have told me." "I needed—" He sighed again. "I needed this to be my own for a while." He shook his head, plainly disappointed he couldn't explain it better. But Rachel understood, squeezing his knee. He had to come to terms with his own mortality, its inevitability, before sharing that truth with others. He then went and gave her more details. Like most pancreatic cancers, his disease was silent, asymptomatic. By the time he felt ill, initially dismissing it as indigestion, it was too late. The cancer had metastasized throughout his abdomen and into his lungs. He opted for palliative treatment only, drugs to stave off the worst of the pain. "The small blessing," he said, finding a silver lining amid the darkness, "is that I can still be vital until near the very end." Rachel swallowed the lump in her throat, suddenly so very glad she had not restricted him from this trip, one that was likely to be his last. "I'll be there for you," she promised. "And that's fine, but don't forget to live yourself." He waved a hand along his body. "This is only temporary. A small gift that hopefully leads to a greater glory. But do not waste that gift. Do not set it on a shelf for some future use. Grab it with both hands and live it now. Live it every day." She rested her cheek on his lap, shoulders shaking, losing her struggle against her grief. He allowed it now. He placed a hand atop her head and spoke softly. "I love you, Rachel. You're my daughter. You've always been that to me. I cherish that I got to share my life with you." She hugged his legs, not wanting to ever let go, but knowing she must soon. "I love you too." 3:19 a.m. Seishan had an arm over her eyes as she lay in bed, holding her own tears in check. She had heard everything below. Her room was directly above the communal space. Every whisper rose to her, amplified by the acoustics of the wooden echo chamber that was this inn. She had not meant to eavesdrop, but their voices had woken her. She heard the love in those few words of the priest. "You are my daughter." The truth cut her to the core, that although Vigor certainly was not Rachel's father, the two had forged a family despite it. As she had listened, she had pictured her mother's face, now that of a stranger's, the two of them separated by a gulf of time and tragedy. Rather than trying to renew their roles as mother and daughter, could they forge something new? To begin again as two strangers who shared a lost dream of another time? Could they take those faded embers and stoke something anew? Seishan felt a flicker of hope, of possibility. She rolled to her feet, knowing she would not be able to sleep. Vigor's advice also stayed with her. Do not waste that gift. Do not set it on a shelf for some future use. Grab it with both hands and live it now. She climbed to her feet and slipped a loose shirt over her naked body. On bare feet, she moved silently from her room and down the chilly hall. She found his door unlocked and slipped into the warmer darkness inside. A few embers glowed in the room's tiny hearth. She stepped to his bed, a single, like in her room, covered with a thick quilt and soft down pillows. Pulling back a corner, she slipped inside, sliding along his naked, hard body, only now waking him. He reacted suddenly, startled, a hand grasping her forearm in iron fingers, squeezing hard enough to bruise. Recognition softened his grip, but he didn't let go. His eyes reflected the hearth's glow. Say, she cut him off with a finger to his lips. She was done with talking, with trying to put into words what she felt, what he felt. What are you... She replaced her finger with her lips and answered his question. Living. Chapter 26. November 20th, 4:04 a.m., JST. Airborne over the Pacific. Jada jerked her head up as the jet hit an air pocket. Her chin had been resting on her chest, her laptop open before her. She had drifted off as she worked, waiting for some data to collate. Push your seat back and get some real sleep, Duncan recommended, sitting next to her. Like Monk. He thumbed back to the third occupant of the jet's leather-appointed cabin, who was snoring in a steady drone to match the plane's engine. I wasn't sleeping, she scolded, covering a yawn with a fist. Just thinking. Really? Duncan lifted his arm, revealing Jada's other hand clasped to his. Then may I ask what you were thinking about? Her face flushed with heat as she jerked her hand back. Sorry about that. He smiled. I didn't mind. Embarrassed, she glanced out the window and saw a sweep of clouds and water under them. The clock on her laptop said they had been in flight for a little under 3 hours. We just passed Japan, Duncan said. Another 5 hours should have us landing in California. As she stared around the cabin, she remembered another plane, another luxury jet. She had begun this adventure in Los Angeles, flown to D.C., then off to Kazakhstan and Mongolia, and now she was headed back to where it all started. A full circle of the globe, all in an attempt to save it. She hoped it wasn't her farewell tour. If what Duncan saw through the eye was real, then the entire planet was at risk. Her eyes drifted to the box on the table. Before departing Ulaanbaatar, she had sealed the eye in a makeshift Faraday cage, a box wrapped in copper wiring, to insulate its electromagnetic radiation from interfering with the jet's electronics. Passing his hands over the box, Duncan had confirmed that her efforts had indeed bottled up the worst of the radiation. But such a cage would have no effect on the eye's larger quantum effect. That was beyond any prison of copper wire. Noting her attention, Duncan asked, So, why am I the only one who could see the destruction through that eye? Glad for the distraction, she shrugged.
You must be sensitive to whatever quantum effect the eye manifests. That makes me believe that what happened to the eye also affected the glass lens of the satellite's camera, allowing its digital image sensor to record that peek into the near future as light passed through that altered lens. And what about me? As I mentioned before, human consciousness lies in the quantum field. For some reason, you're more attuned to the quantum changes in the eye. Whether because you made yourself that way with those magnets in your fingertips, or because you're extra sensitive. Like St. Thomas with his cross. Possibly. But I'm not going to go around calling you St. Duncan. Are you sure? I sort of like the sound of that. A small alarm chimed on her laptop as a new folder popped onto her desktop screen. It was the latest update of data from the SMC sent via satellite. Finally. Back to work? Duncan asked. There's something I want to check. Tapping open the folder, she read through the documents. She planned on building a graph of the comet's path, tracking its corona of dark energy. Something continued to nag at her, and she hoped more information would jar loose whatever was troubling her. She began collating the pertinent information and plugging it into a graphing program. She also wanted to compare the latest statistics and numbers to her original equations explaining the nature of dark energy. Her equations beautifully married her theory concerning the source of dark energy, the collapse of virtual particles in the quantum foam of the universe, to the gravitational forces it created. She knew that was the crux of the problem at hand. She could summarize it in one word: attraction. The virtual particles were drawn to each other, and the resulting energy of that annihilation was what imbued mass with the fundamental force of gravity. It was the fuel of weak and strong nuclear forces that drew together electrons, protons, and neutrons to form atoms. It was what made moons circle planets, solar systems churn, and galaxies spin. As she worked, she began to note errors in the SMC's equations, assumptions the head physicist had made that were not supported by this latest set of data. She began to work faster, sleep shedding off her shoulders. With growing horror, the truth began to materialize before her mind's eye. I have to be wrong. I must be. Her fingers began furiously tapping, knowing a way to double-check. What's wrong? Duncan asked. She wanted to voice it aloud, to share it, but she feared doing so would somehow make it more real. Jada? She finally folded. The physicist back at the SMC, the one who did the initial estimates determining when we'd cross the point of no return, he made a mistake. Are you sure? Duncan looked at his watch. He said we had 16 hours, which still leaves us about another 9 hours. He was wrong. He was basing his extrapolations on the fact that the comet's gravitational anomalies were increasing in proportion to its approach toward the Earth. And he was wrong about that? No, that part was right. She tapped to bring up the graph she had been compiling earlier. Here you can see the comet's corona of dark energy being pulled earthward as it swings nearer, growing an ever longer reach. Jada continued. Likewise, the curve of space-time around the Earth is responding to that gravitational effect. That curvature is bending outward, the two drawing together, slowly creating that funnel down which that barrage of asteroids will tumble. So, if the physicist is right, what's the problem? He made an error, and I believe the new data supports it. What error? He assumed the growth of the gravitational effect was geometric, growing at a set incremental rate. But I don't think it is.
I think it's increasing at an exponential rate. She turned to him. In other words, much faster.
How much faster? I want to run the data through my equations to be certain, but right now, I would say we have only 5 hours until an asteroid strike is inevitable, not 9.
That's almost half our remaining time.
Duncan leaned back into his seat, immediately understanding the problem. We'll be lucky to be touching down in L.A. by then. And considering our past couple of days, I wouldn't count on luck. 4:14 a.m. What the hell? Duncan sat stunned. Jada urged him to remain calm until she could confirm her estimates. To accomplish that, she was dumping data into an analysis program she had designed based on her equations. As he waited, Duncan rubbed his temples with his fingers. Why did that satellite have to crash in the middle of Mongolia, of all places? Why not in freaking Iowa? We're losing precious hours flying halfway around the globe. Jada's fingers froze over the keyboard. What? He asked. That's it. That's what was bugging me. I've been such a fool. She closed her eyes. It's always been about attraction. What do you mean? She pointed again to the graph showing the comet's corona of energy being pulled toward the Earth. The physicists at the SMC theorized that there was something on the planet that the comet's energy was responding to, and I agree. You said before that you believed it might be the cross, Duncan said. Because it was sculpted out of a piece of that comet when it last appeared. Exactly. The two, the comet and the cross, are most likely quantumly entangled and drawn to each other, at least energetically. I was hoping that if the cross was ever found, that by studying its energy, or even the energy of the eye, I might find a way to break that entanglement. He nodded. It made theoretical sense. And if you did that, the comet's energy would no longer be attracted to the Earth, and in turn space-time around the planet would not warp toward it. And the funnel would never form, triggering the massive asteroid strike. Brilliant, Dr. Shaw. 2 questions, Duncan said. How can you be so sure of this attraction between the comet and the cross? And what can you do to break that entanglement? The answer to both is the same. To quote Einstein again, God does not play dice with the world. Jada read his baffled expression. A moment ago, she said, you asked why did the satellite crash in Mongolia? That's the best question anyone could ask. Thanks, he said tentatively. To answer it, I'll ask you another question. Where do we currently believe the cross is hidden? An island in Lake Baikal, about 300 miles north. Then he understood. His eyes widened. From a global standpoint, practically in the backyard of where the satellite crashed. And does that not strike you as wildly coincidental? He nodded. And God does not play dice. He stared at her, wanting to kiss her, more than he usually did. The satellite fell in that general vicinity because it was drawn there, pulled by the energy of the cross. How could it not? It's charged with the same dark energy of the comet. Duncan glanced again to that graph showing the nimbus of energy being sucked earthward. He pictured the satellite as a disembodied piece of that energy, imagining it being tugged out of orbit by the pull of the cross and dragged down to the planet's surface. If true, that definitely supported Jada's theory of entanglement, but it didn't answer his other question. He turned back to her. You said this fact would also answer how to break this entanglement? She smiled. I thought it was obvious. Not to me. We have to finish what the satellite tried to do. We have to unite the energy of the eye and the energy of the cross. Think of that pair as a positively charged particle and a negatively charged particle. While their opposite charges draw them together, when they unite, they cancel each other out. Precisely. The energy equivalent of joining matter and antimatter together, the explosive annihilation of the two opposites, should break that entanglement. It was beautifully theorized, but why are they opposites? He asked. What's the difference between them? Remember, time is a dimension, too. While both the cross and the eye are charged with the same quantum of dark energy, they hold two different and distinct flavors of time, opposite ends of the same axis, one from the past, one from the present. Quantum entanglement means they both want to be one, meaning they must annihilate each other. She nodded. I believe that will break the entanglement and release the pull on the comet's energies. Still, that raises the bigger question, Duncan said. Where is the cross? I don't know, but... The computer chimed again, interrupting her, announcing the completed run of Dr. Shaw's program. A number glowed within a blinking results box. 5.68 hours. But that's how long we have to find it. Jada turned to him. You know what we have to do. He did. Duncan climbed out of his seat, crossed over to Monk, and shook his partner awake. What? Monk asked blearily. Are we there? Duncan leaned over. We need to turn this plane around. Chapter 27. November 20th, 6:42 a.m., IRKST, Olkhon Island, Russia. With the sun still down, Gray woke to his limbs tangled with another's, a warm cheek resting on his chest. The scent of their bodies, their passion, still hung in the air. His left hand clasped her shoulder, as if fearful she would slip between his fingers, turn into a ghost, a fevered dream. She stretched, a languorous motion that was all soft skin and a hint of sinuous power stirring beneath. She made a contented noise that rumbled into his bones. Tilting her head, she opened her eyes, reflecting what little light there was in the room. She moved her leg lower, stirring him, waking him further. He reached and touched a finger under her chin, drawing her up to him. Their lips brushed with a promise of... His phone jangled loudly on the nightstand, breaking the spell, reminding them both of the world beyond this small knot of blankets and bed. He groaned between their lips, pulling her harder against him for a long moment, then let her go and rolled to the phone, keeping one hand on the curve of her hip. We've landed in Irkutsk, Monk updated him. Got a good tailwind, got here faster than expected. It was the second time his friend had interrupted them. The first time had been a couple of hours ago, informing Gray of his team's intent to join them out there. Understood, he said tersely. That means you're still about 2 hours out from us. The plan was for Seshan and Rachel to wait for Monk's group at the inn. Gray would take the others, learn what they could from the shaman, and rendezvous back here to regroup. He checked his watch. They had to depart in 45 minutes if they wanted to catch the sunrise ceremony at the grotto by 8. Gray quickly finished his call and dropped the phone to the floor next to his bed. He moved his hand to the small of her back and rolled her under him. Now, where were we? Half an hour later, Gray stepped from the room, followed by Seshan, both freshly showered. She wore only a long shirt. To him, there was no reason for her to wear any more clothing, but the chill of the hallway was a reminder of the sub-zero temperatures awaiting them both. With her hand in his, he swung her forward and kissed her deeply, sealing a promise of more to come. As he let her go, a door opened down the hall and Rachel stepped out, catching them as they broke apart. She seemed momentarily flustered, and simply ducked her head, embarrassed. But Gray noted the small smile. She already knew of his tentative relationship with Seishan, but apparently now she knew it wasn't so tentative. Rachel mumbled a good morning and headed downstairs, where the smell of cooking bacon and fresh-brewed coffee beckoned. With a final peck, he sent Seishan back to her own room to change and headed below. In the communal space, the inn's proprietors took the breakfast part of B&B seriously. A lavish spread had been set out: soft cheeses, toasted breads, blackberries, hard-boiled eggs, thick slabs of bacon, fat sausages, along with an assortment of grilled and pickled fish from the lake. Vigor sat at the table with a cup of tea warming in his hands. He looked tired, pallid in color, but there was an air of contentment about him this morning. Rachel passed behind her uncle, kissed him on top of his head, and grabbed a plate. Gray headed over to join them, earning a raised eyebrow of amusement from Rachel, as if to say, "About time." Apparently her initial shock and embarrassment was settling into good-natured ridicule, but he also noted perhaps a wistful hint of regret. But maybe that was his own ego reading too much into her look. Changing the subject, though no one had spoken, Gray asked, "Where's Kowalski?" "He's already eaten," Vigor nodded toward the door. "He went to check on our mode of transportation." Through a side window, Gray spotted his partner's shaved head out in the dark, inspecting the ATVs parked next to the inn. They'd be taking the big-wheeled vehicles to a small grotto at that farthest point of the bay. Gray tucked into a big plate of food, while Vigor checked on the duffel holding the cache of relics. Kowalski stamped back inside, bringing the cold with him. He looked anxious to get going. "Are we ready?" Gray asked as he popped a final few blackberries in his mouth. "Gassed up," Kowalski said. "Can go any time." By now Seishan had returned. She touched Vigor on the shoulder as she slipped past him, her fingers squeezing with some unspoken understanding. The gesture seemed oddly intimate. Not so much sympathy as silent support, as if she were acknowledging something that only she knew. Gray glanced inquiringly at her as she sat down. She gave a small shake of her head, indicating it was private. Gray finally stood up, drawing Vigor to his feet, too. "We'll leave you both to hold down the fort," he told Seishan and Rachel. "Monk and the others should be here a little before 9, so be watching for them. We're not going to have a whole lot of time to coordinate. According to Dr. Shaw, it looks like our timetable has shrunk yet again." He explained about the revised estimate, about the plan to unite the cross and the eye.
"And all this must happen before 10 o'clock?" Vigor asked, sounding outraged. "Sunrise is at 8. That gives us only a couple of hours to bring the eye to the cross."
"Then we better get that witch doctor talking fast," Kowalski said. "He's right," Gray conceded. "But the island isn't that large. As long as the location is not too remote, it might be doable." "It must be doable," he silently corrected. 7:44 a.m. Buried in his parka against the frigid cold, Vigor rode the all-terrain vehicle down a sandy tract through a coastal forest of larch trees, the ground littered with fallen brown needles, leaving the branches above bare against the brightening sky. Though the sun had not yet risen above the horizon, dawn glowed to the east. Their path ended up at a curved stretch of beach, dusted with snow and fringed by ice that swept out a good ways into the bay. Sections had been shattered by past wave action, turning into knee-high shards of blue glass. Beyond the frozen border, the early sheen of the day cast the waters an indigo blue. The water was so clear it could be drunk without fear of intestinal upset. In fact, if you swam in it, local legends claimed, it would add 5 years to your life. If only that were true, Vigor thought, I'd dive in despite the cold. Still, he was glad that he'd finally told Rachel the truth about his cancer. He had words that needed to be spoken, and he was glad that he had the time to share them. He did not fear death so much as he did the loss of the years he would have with Rachel, to see her grow, get married, have kids, to see them flourish. So much he would miss. But at least he got to tell her how much she meant to him. Thank you, Lord, for that small blessing. Ahead, Kowalski swerved and skidded his all-terrain vehicle, seemingly determined to test its limits against rolling over. Only the young were convinced of their own immortality, willing to challenge death with such abandon. Age eventually wore down that confidence, but the best of us still kept tilting at windmills despite that knowledge, or maybe even because of it, appreciating each day, living to the fullest, knowing one day there would be no more. As they hit the beach, Gray slowed to ride alongside Vigor, drawing him out of his cold reverie. He pointed ahead toward a tall rock jutting out from the ice field and rising high, and pointing at the sky. That's Burkhan Cape? Gray asked. It was also called Shaman's Rock, home to the gods of the Buryats, known as Tengri. The site was considered one of Asia's 10 most sacred places. Vigor nodded, shouting into the wind blowing off the lake. The ceremonial grotto is on the far side, facing the water. That's where the shaman will meet us. At the end of this beach, there should be a narrow isthmus that runs out from the shore to the cape. Gray nodded and sped up. He reined Kowalski in, and they swept around the curve and onto a thin strip of land that extended across the ice to a rise of craggy white cliffs, frosted with red moss. A small figure stood at the end of the isthmus, guarding passage onto the promontory. He was a skinny young man, in a long sheepskin jacket over a blue belted robe. He carried a hide drum slung over one shoulder. He waved for them to stop and turn off their engines, not looking happy about the racket. Vigor knew that in the past, visitors used to cover the hooves of their horses with leather so as not to disturb the gods of the Cape. "My name is Timur," he said in strained English, bowing slightly. "I am to take you to Elder Bayon. He is awaiting you." Kowalski manhandled the duffel from the back of Vigor's bike, and they set off after the young man along a narrow path through the broken rock and up some icy hand-hewn steps in the rock face. A large cave mouth opened above them, facing the lake. Vigor found himself wheezing by the time they had scaled the cliff and entered the cavern grotto. Flanking the entrance were 2 stone cairns, wrapped in colorful scarves and flags that flapped in the steady wind off the water. Between them knelt a wizened old man of indeterminate age. He could be 60 or maybe 100. He was similarly attired as the younger man, only with the addition of a tall, peaked hat. On his knees, he was attending a fire, tossing in dry juniper branches, casting forth an indolent smoke that swirled about the cavern. Farther back, a tunnel led deeper into the promontory, but Vigor doubted even his Vatican credentials would gain them access back there. "Elder Bayon wishes you to kneel to either side of him and turn your faces to the lake." Gray waved them forward to obey. Vigor took to one side, his friends to the other. The smoke stung his nostrils and eyes, but it smelled oddly sweet. Timur began slowly beating his drum while the shaman recited prayers, wafting a burning juniper branch in his hand. Beyond the mouth of the cave, the dark lake slowly brightened, turning the waters from a deep indigo to a sky blue. Ice glistened in 1,000 hues of cobalt and sapphire. Then in a flash, fire spread across the water and ice, ignited by the first rays of the sun, flowing like molten gold. Vigor let out a small gasp at the sight, feeling privileged to witness this. Even the wind died down for a breath, as if awed by the sight. Then with a final, loud bang on his drum, Timur turned to them. "It is done. You may now speak to Elder Bayon." The shaman stood, motioning them to their feet. Properly blessed, Vigor climbed up and bowed to Elder Bayon. "Thank you for meeting with us. We have a matter of urgency and seek someone who has great knowledge of Old Kon." Timur translated their conversation, whispering in Bayon's ear. "What do you wish to know?" the young man asked for the elder. Vigor turned to Gray. "Show him the relics." Taking the duffel from Kowalski, Gray unzipped the bag and carefully removed the objects, placing the skull and book down alongside the tarnished silver box. Gray opened the lid and revealed the boat inside. The only reaction from the elder was a slight widening of his eyes. "What is all this?" Timur asked, but the question didn't come from the shaman, only from the young man's curiosity. Instead, the shaman stepped forth and hovered his hands over each object, again whispering prayers. Finally he spoke again, and Timur translated. "The power is old but not unknown." Vigor stared at Bayon's wrinkled hands. Did he feel the same energy as Duncan? The shaman ended up with his palm resting above the skull. "We know what you seek," Timur continued, speaking for Bayon, "but to trespass there is with great danger." "We will be happy to face that danger," Vigor said. Bayon frowned once this was whispered in his ear. "No, you will not." Timur turned specifically to face Vigor. "Elder Bayon says you are suffering much, but you will suffer more." Misgiving rang through Vigor. He glanced at Gray. Timur continued, "I am to take you to what you seek." Vigor should have been overjoyed by this offer, but instead he found himself growing colder as the shaman continued to stare at him, his ancient face a mask of sorrow. Vigor had accepted his death as inevitable, but for the first time in many months he began to fear what was to come. 8:07 a.m. Rachel walked through the horse barn at the back of the property. She tugged the zipper of her parka down. She had meant to take a walk after breakfast, needing to burn off nervous energy but also to think about her uncle. She fought against wanting to control his disease, making lists in her head. Which doctors to call, which clinics to consult, which new therapeutic trials to enlist. But in the end she knew she must simply let that go. Vigor had clearly made his peace. She must too. But she could not sit still in the quiet inn. She also didn't know what to say to Seishan after seeing her leave Gray's room. It was too awkward, so she went for a walk until the cold drove her back to the inn, with her nose numb and her cheeks burning from the blustery weather. Rather than immediately going back inside, she ended up in the barn, where she could escape the wind. Shadowy horses heated the space, nickering softly at her intrusion. The place smelled of hay, manure, and musty sweat. She walked the length, rubbing a velvet nose of a mare over a gate, offering a handful of grain to another. Once warmed up, she headed back to the barn door and swung it open. The cold struck her with a gust of wind. She bent against it and began trudging back to the inn. A loud crack raised her head, echoing away. It sounded like a loose shutter banging in the wind. More blasts followed. Gunfire! She stopped, confused, when an arm closed around her neck from behind, clamping over her throat. She felt the cold muzzle of a gun at her temple. 8:10 a.m. Seishan only had a moment to react. Attuned to her surroundings, she had felt something wrong. Over the course of the morning, up in her room, she had learned the rhythms of the quiet inn. The murmur of the husband and wife below, the clank of pans, the whistle of wind through the eaves. She had heard the door open off and on, either one of the owners taking out the garbage or, the last time, Rachel leaving to explore the village. When the door had opened a half-minute ago, she had thought it was Rachel returning, but the noises below grew hushed, except for the clatter of a plate to the wooden floor. She had tensed, muscles going hard, every sense straining. Even the dust in the air seemed to hold motionless in anticipation. Then a creak on the stair. She bolted, stopping only long enough to grab her Sig Sauer, still in its holster on her nightstand. She burst out the door, shaking the semi-automatic pistol free. She fled away from the stairs, toward the window at the end of the landing. With her weapon pointed behind her, she saw a shadow rise by the stairs, too furtive. Then a shape appeared, dressed all in winter camouflage. She fired backward twice, while leaping and striking the window with her shoulder. A cry rose behind her. She had only winged the man, but it offered her enough of a delay to fly out the window in a shower of glass and splintered wood. She landed on the overhanging eave of the first-story roof below and rolled down its side and over the edge. She fell through the air, twisting around to land on her legs, falling to one arm. She kept the other up, pointing the pistol all around. She had come out behind the house. A patch of forest beckoned across a small yard. She fled toward it, only to see a group of armed men, also in camouflage, appear out of the tree line. She veered to the right, where she knew a deep culvert ran along the neighboring road. She needed cover and a way to break through the cordon that had clearly been set up around the inn. She sprinted as gunfire tore the frozen turf around her, blindly firing back toward the woods. She might still be able to make it to safety. Then a familiar voice rang out past the gunfire. "Stop or I will kill her." She didn't. She leaped the last distance and slid on her belly into the culvert. Ice cracked under as she swung to face the man who had shouted. Keeping hidden in the deep gutter, she trained her pistol. Across the yard by the barn, she spotted a large, powerful-looking man gripping Rachel around the throat. Julong Delgado stood to one side of her. On the other, Juan Pak. The North Korean scientist held a pistol at Rachel's ear. "Come out now, or I will blow her head off." Seishan struggled to make sense of the situation. How could they be here? She noted the facial features of the team, in camouflage, all North Korean. Likely their country's elite special forces. But how had Pak found her? Rachel yelled to her, "Run! Just run!" Her captor cuffed her roughly in the head. Still she struggled, strangling in his grip, knowing they would certainly kill Rachel if she attempted to flee, a course that looked less and less likely to succeed anyway. She finally raised her arms in the air, showing herself. "Don't shoot," she called back.
More soldiers came up from behind her, appearing like ghosts from hiding spots. She scanned their numbers. It seemed Park had brought in an entire assault team with him. Why? She was stripped of her weapon and marched over to Park. As Se-Shan approached, Rachel met her eyes. Rachel looked more angry than scared, apologetic for putting Se-Shan into this situation. But Se-Shan could not hold the woman at fault. This was all her own responsibility, a danger she had dragged to this icy doorstep. The brute holding Rachel must be the military team leader. He wore mirrored sunglasses with a hood pulled low, showing little of his face. What did show looked mean, displaying a cross-hatching of scars. She could smell the threat off the man. He was no new recruit, but a battle-hardened warrior. Park turned to her when she arrived. He smiled coldly, promising pain and sorrow. Now ye will tell us where the Americans are. Chapter 28. November 20th, 8:12 a.m. IRKST. Olkhon Island, Russia. Back on the ATVs, Gray led the way, with the shaman's apprentice, Timur, riding behind him. They headed north from the crags of Burkhan Cape, driving atop the thick shore ice, following the coastline. Kowalski and Vigor kept close behind on their own vehicles. The morning brightened rapidly, turning the ice into glass. Some places so clear it looked like open water. A dusting of dry snow and ice skirted in streams across the surface, pushed by the wind like the crowns of whitecaps. "Around that tumble of rock ahead," Timur called. "Another mile or so." Using that landmark, they continued along a deserted section of the island, where sheer cliffs rose straight out of the water, topped by dense fir forests. Timur urged them closer to the shore, shadowing his eyes with his hand and studying the coastline. "There," he finally called. "That opening. We go in there." Gray spotted the mouth of a sea cave. It looked large enough to drive a minivan inside, except rows of massive icicles speared down from the upper edge, like a set of fanged jaws, closing down to take a bite out of the ice shelf below. The remaining opening was only large enough to allow their ATVs to enter if they went single file. Gray angled toward it, slowing their speed to a crawl. He flicked his headlamp on and cast its light into the dark cave. White frost reflected off every surface, revealing a tunnel leading deeper. Stalactites of ice covered the arched ceiling in a solid mass. Streams of water froze in place on the walls, forming sheets of rippling crystal. "We're not going in there, are we?" Kowalski asked, plainly leery. "Caves are one thing, but ice caves." As answer, Gray ducked his head below the first row of icicles and crawled his ATV inside, following the beam of his headlamp. Inside, the space was even more wondrous. The ice under the tires was so clear he could see the mossy rocks far below, spot fish in the flowing water under the ice. "Looks like it continues a ways," Gray called back. He headed deeper upon Timur's instructions. The tunnel grew larger, the walls sweeping to the sides, the ceiling rising higher. About 30 yards in, the sea tunnel ended at a large cavern, a cathedral of ice. Glistening blue crystal chandeliers filled the domed roof, while diamond columns rose all around. As they entered, the pressure of their passage made the ice beneath them groan and pop, the sound amplified and echoed by the sheltering walls. A few fragile branches of the chandeliers broke free and shattered to the ice, tinkling away with a dance of shards. Across the room, a thick curtain of ice flowed in heavy ripples down the far wall, where a spring-fed waterfall had frozen over. A few trickles still ran down its surface, polishing the ice to a quartz shine before freezing below. Closer at hand, in the middle of the floor, a darker stain marred the pristine surface, marking a hole through the ice to the open water below. The steeply sloped sides were stained, worn in some places, to form small chutes. Gray had caught sight of a sleek brown body sliding down one of them as they had first entered. This must be a breathing hole for the most famous mammal of Baikal Lake, the Nerpa seal. With nowhere else to go, Gray stopped his ATV. Kowalski and Vigor joined him, flanking him on either side. "Where are we?" Kowalski asked. Timur answered, "This is a birthing chamber for our Baikal seals, where pups will be sheltered in deep winter. It is considered very special to our people. It is said we are descended from the spirit of such hardy, noble creatures." "But why have you brought us here?" Gray asked, searching around. He wasn't in the mood for the full Baikal nature tour, not with the clock ticking down. "Because Elder Bayon told me to bring you to this cave," Timur said. "That is all I know." "I do not know why he asked me to do so." Gray turned to Vigor, who looked equally baffled. "Maybe the old guy just likes seals," Kowalski commented. "Or it's a test," Vigor said. "All Genghis Khan's other sites were well hidden, often where land meets water, like this. But they were made somewhat easier to find because of the drought in Hungary or the ecological disaster of the dry Aral Sea." "Well, nothing has changed in this region for millions of years," Gray said. "We're getting no free passes here." "So it would seem." Gray searched the ice-encrusted room, forcing himself to remain calm, realizing one fact. The shaman had not sent them here entirely without resources. Gray remembered Bayon instructing Timur where to take them. It was done with only a few words, yet Timur knew exactly where to go. That could only mean one thing. "Timur, do your people have a name for this cavern?" He nodded. "In our native language, it is Emekte, which means a woman's belly," he said, pantomiming a swelling on his own stomach. "A womb," Gray said. "Yes, that's right," Timur said. Then he bowed and backed away. "I hope you find what you seek, but I must go now." "My friend can drive you back to Burkhan Cape," Gray offered, motioning to Kowalski. Timur shook his head. "Not necessary. I have family not far." As the man departed, Vigor motioned to the breathing hole, drawing back Gray's attention. "A womb? That makes sense. This place is a birthing chamber for the island's spirit animal." Gray shook his head, not disagreeing. In fact, he was sure the Monsignor was right. Instead, he was taking a different tack. "Vigor, didn't you say that Olkhon Island is where Genghis Khan's own mother was from?" His eyes widened upon him. "That's right." So this sacred spot could have been chosen as some symbolic representation of where Genghis originated. "His spiritual womb," Vigor conceded. Kowalski frowned at the icy cavern. "If you're right, then his mom must have been one frigid—" Gray cut him off. "This must be the right place." "But how does that help us?" Vigor asked. Gray closed his eyes, picturing this chamber as a womb, the tunnel to the sea a birth canal flowing outward with life.
But life doesn't start in the womb. It first needs a spark, a primal source. According to Vigor, Genghis Khan was technologically ahead of his time, and while he might not have known about the fertilization of sperm and eggs, the scientists of his time surely knew about gross human anatomy. Gray climbed from his ATV, grabbed his flashlight from his pack, and headed across the room, careful of the ice, giving the breathing hole a wide berth. He pointed his flashlight along the back wall, following that frozen flow upward, noting the rivulets of water still trickling across its surface. 25 feet above his head, he discovered the source of the spring. A black hole marked another tunnel, half full of ice, where the spring-fed flow had frozen over. Vigor understood. Symbolic of a woman's fallopian tube, down which life flows to the womb. "I've got pitons and climbing gear in my pack," Gray said. "I should be able to scale the fall and reach that tunnel." As he turned back, he read the desire in Vigor's eyes and clapped his old friend on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Once up there, I can rig a line. We'll go together." They rushed back to the ATV, and Gray began assembling what they would need. Vigor shivered and stamped his feet against the cold, but excitement shone in his eyes as he stared at the tunnel. "That passage up there must be seasonally locked." Gray frowned. "What do you mean?" "In spring and summer, that hole is probably flooded, gushing with water, making it impossible to enter and traverse. Only in winter, when it's all frozen over, is the tunnel open and accessible." Gray paused to consider this. Could they have done that on purpose? The date on the skull marked the coming apocalypse as November, a winter month. Vigor bobbed his head. They might have been limiting access, preserving the treasure inside until the season when it was best needed. After fitting his boots with spiked crampons, Gray straightened with a coil of climbing rope over his shoulder and a harness in his hand, fitted with pitons and an ice axe. Only one way to find out. 8:32 a.m. Vigor watched Gray ascend the ice wall, holding his breath, a hand at his throat. "Be careful." Gray appeared to be taking no chances. They had no time for accidents or falls. He planted each piton with great care into cracks in the ice, drilling the eye bolts deep. He kept 3 limbs on the wall at all times, moving steadily, stringing a line as he went. 3/4 of the way up, Gray reached high and tested a split in the ripple of ice with his axe, only to have an entire section fall away from the wall. Like a glacier calving, it broke and plummeted below, crashing with a resounding boom. Ice boulders scattered all the way to the parked ATVs. Gray lost his hold and fell to his last piton, swinging from the rope, but it held. He got his feet back to the ice and continued his ascent with even more care. Finally, he reached the top and pulled himself with the ice axe, digging in with his crampons, into the frozen tunnel. A moment later, a light bloomed up there, turning the waterfall into rippling blue glass. His head popped back out, and Gray waved a flashlight. "Passage goes on," he called down. "Let me secure a line. Kowalski, help Vigor into a climbing harness." In short order, Gray had a rope running through an eye bolt screwed into the roof of the tunnel. Kowalski hooked Vigor to one line. By pulling on the other, the big man practically hauled him up the waterfall. Vigor did his best to help, pushing off pitons or grabbing the next. With hardly any effort, he found himself on his belly next to Gray in the tunnel. Vigor looked down its throat.
It looked like a chute drilled through the heart of a sapphire crystal.
"Let's go," Gray said, crawling on his hands and knees. "Stick behind me." The passage rose at a slight angle upward, making the traverse across the ice floe treacherous. Its surface was slippery, trickling with cold water. One mistake and someone could go body sledding back down the tunnel and shoot out into the open. Another 15 yards and the ice rose so high in the tunnel that Gray had to slide on his belly, squirming like a worm to continue on. Vigor waited at the bottleneck, suddenly feeling claustrophobic. Gray's voice echoed back. "It opens past the squeeze. You need to see this." Spurred by the excitement in his voice, Vigor repeated Gray's action, wiggling his way through the pinch. Near the end, a hand clamped onto his wrist and pulled him the rest of the way out, like a cork out of a bottle. Vigor found himself standing in another cavern, atop a frozen pond. To his left, the shore of the pond rose in a sheer cliff of bedrock, maybe 4 meters high. Gray pointed his flashlight's beam to a set of stairs cut into it long ago. The way appeared to lead to a ledge up top. "Come on," Gray said. They scaled with care. Gray used his axe to clear a few steps of thicker ice until finally they reached the top. Gray offered his arm to help Vigor to his feet, but he ignored Gray and stood up, staring at the far wall. Through a thin crust of blue ice, he saw an arched set of black doors. Vigor gripped Gray's arm, needing his solidity to make sure what he was seeing was real. "It's the entrance to Genghis Khan's tomb." 8:48 a.m. Gray didn't have time to stand on ceremony or savor the discovery. Using the butt of his steel axe, he cracked and scraped at the shell of ice covering the doorway. Huge sheets fell with every strike, the door ringing with each blow, indicating it was metal. In less than a minute, he had the doorway clear. The archway was no taller than his head. As Gray brushed the hinges clean, Vigor touched the surface reverentially. He had his own flashlight out and shone the beam at a spot where Gray's axe had pocked the metal door. "It's silver under the layer of black tarnish," Vigor said. "Like the box holding the bone boat. But look, where the door is gouged deep, I can see splintered wood under the metal. The silver is only plated on the surface. Still." Vigor's eyes glowed brightly. With the crude hinges cleared, Gray swung a latch up that held the double doors closed. He offered Vigor the honor of pulling them open. Plainly holding his breath, Vigor grasped the handle and yanked hard. With a grinding of ice crystals still in the hinges, the doors parted and opened wide. Vigor fell back from the sight. It wasn't what they had been expecting. While nearly empty, it was no less astonishing. A circular gold chamber glowed before them. Floor, roof, walls, all were covered in rosy yellow metal. Even the inner surfaces of the doors were plated with gold, not silver. Gray allowed Vigor to step inside first, then he followed. Everywhere the gold had been sculpted and carved by skilled artisans. Across the roof, gold ribs led to a circular ring. The walls held posts of gold. The intent of the design was obvious. "It's a golden yurt," Gray said, "a Mongolian gur." Vigor stared back at the archway, and when the door is closed, it forms a solid vault. "We're standing symbolically inside the third box of St. Thomas's reliquary." Gray remembered the skull and book had been sealed in iron, the boat in silver, and now they were inside the final chest, one of gold.
Vigor moved to the right, as if nervous to enter any deeper. Look at the walls! Affixed to each sculpted gold post were what appeared to be jeweled torch holders. Gray reached for one, only to realize it was a crown. He searched the circular space. They were all crowns. "From the kingdoms Genghis Khan conquered," Vigor said. "But this isn't Genghis Khan's tomb." Gray had recognized the same as soon as the doors had opened. This was no sprawling necropolis full of the riches and treasures of the ancient world. There were no jeweled sepulchres of Genghis and his descendants. That waited still to be found, possibly back in those Mongolian mountains. Vigor spoke in hushed tones. "These crowns were left to honor the man whose crypt this is." Vigor headed along the edge of the room, clearly still working up the courage to move deeper. His arm pointed to the walls between the posts, to the art depicted there. The bright surfaces had been hammered and worked into vast masterpieces. The style was clearly Chinese. It was typical for tombs during the Song dynasty to depict the life of the crypt's occupant, Vigor said. This is no exception. Gray noted the first panel to the right of the door showed a stylized mountain surmounted by 3 crosses. Weeping figures trailed down the hillside, while an angry sky warred above. The next showed a man on his knees, reaching toward the wounding flank of another floating over him. Moving through the other panels, that same man made a great, terrifying journey, fraught with symbolic dragons and other monsters out of Chinese lore, until finally he reached the shore of a great sea, fraught with huge waves, where crowds welcomed him with flags and symbols of joy and enlightenment. "It's the life of St. Thomas," Vigor said, as they finished the circuit. "Here is proof that he reached China and the Yellow Sea." But that wasn't the end of the saint's story. Vigor finally stopped at the last panel, having traversed the full circle. The masterwork here showed a giant of a Chinese king handing the man a large cross. Over the king's shoulder, a comet blazed in a sky full of stars and a crescent moon. It was the gift to St. Thomas. Vigor finally turned to face the nearly empty room. The only object preserved in this golden gur was a cairn of stones in the center, not unlike the pillars seen flanking the entrance to the shaman's grotto. Only this pedestal of rock supported a black box, simple and plain. Vigor glanced to Gray, clearly asking permission. Gray noted the yellowish pallor to the man's skin. Not all of it was a reflection of the gold, he realized. It was jaundice. "Go," Gray said softly. 8:56 a.m. Vigor crossed to the cairn, to the box it held. He moved on legs numb with awe, close to losing his balance. Maybe it would be best to approach on my knees. But he kept upright and reached the stone pillar. The box resting there appeared to be black iron, but it was likely some amalgam as it looked little rusted. On the surface, a Chinese character had been etched, 2 trees, just as Ildiko had described and copied. With trembling fingers, he opened the lid with a small complaint from its hinges. Inside rested a second box. It looked as black as the first, but Vigor knew it was silver beneath that tarnish of age. Again a symbol had been inscribed there. Command. He obeyed that instruction and opened it, revealing a final chest of gold nestled within. It looked nearly pristine, shining bright, unadorned, except for the final mark found atop it, forbidden. He held his breath. using just the tips of his index fingers. He raised the final lid and pushed it back. He said a silent prayer of thanks for this honor. Resting inside, supported atop tiny pillars of gold, was a yellowish-brown skull. Empty sockets stared back up at him. Faintly visible, but still there, was an inscribed spiral of Jewish Aramaic, the relic of St. Thomas. Vigor came close to falling to his knees, but Gray must have noted him trembling. The man's arm propped him up, kept him standing for what he must do next. With tears in his eyes, he reached to the relic. Vigor revered St. Thomas, placing him above all the other apostles of Christ. To Vigor, the saint's doubt made him all too human and relatable. It was an expression of the war between faith and reason. St. Thomas questioned, needed proof, a scientist of his time, a seeker of truth. Even his gospel dismissed organized religion, declaring that the path to salvation, to God, was open to anyone willing to do just that. To seek, and you shall find. Had they not done that these past days? "We found St. Thomas's tomb," Vigor said softly, stifled by awe and tears. "The Nestorians, along with Ildico's last testament, must have convinced Genghis to build this shrine to the saint. That's why his gospel was crafted and left in Hungary. It was a written invitation to find this crypt. The first site preserved Thomas's words, and this last, his very body and legacy." Vigor allowed his fingers to touch that sacred bone, to lift the skull from the golden reliquary. Gray stayed at his shoulder. As Vigor cradled the relic of St. Thomas in his palms, his friend shone his flashlight to the bottom of the chest. In a sculpted gold bed rested a simple black cross. It looked heavy, metallic, as long as an outstretched hand. "The cross of St. Thomas," Gray mumbled. "But can we be sure?" Despite the gravity of the moment, Vigor smiled. While Vigor had no doubt, Gray needed proof. "Duncan will know," Vigor said. Gray checked his watch. "We only have an hour left. I'll go check on their status." "Go," Vigor said. "I'll wait here." Gray squeezed his shoulder and quickly departed. Only then did Vigor sink to his knees, cradling the relic of St. Thomas in his lap. "Thank you, Lord, for allowing me this moment." Still, despite his reverential awe, a flicker of fear remained. He was still haunted by the eyes of the shaman, and his warning, "You are suffering much, but you will suffer more." 9:04 a.m. Gray skidded his ATV out of the tunnel's mouth and into the bright morning sunshine. The vehicle spun a full 360 on the ice before coming to a stop. He had dared not waste a minute and needed to be outside the cave for his satellite phone to work. He punched Monk's number. It was immediately picked up. "Where are you?" Gray asked. "On a bus. Driving across the ice. We're just about to the island." Gray bit back a groan. "The others were running behind schedule. I need you to come straight here. I'll call Seishan in a moment and have her do the same. I'm 3 miles north of Burkhan Cape, along the coast, out on the ice at the entrance to a sea tunnel. I'll leave my ATV in the sunshine as a marker." "Did you find the cross?" Monk asked. Flustered, Gray realized he hadn't even mentioned that. Yes, but we need Duncan to confirm it." "And the eye brought here." In the background, he heard Jada call to Monk, "Tell him not to move the cross." "What's that about?" Gray asked. "I'll let her tell you. I'm going to see about a shorter route to your coordinates. What do you—" But Monk was gone, and Jada came on the line. You haven't moved the cross since you found it, have you? She asked, sounding scared.
No. He hadn't even wanted to touch it without corroboration.
Good. I think the best chance for us to break the quantum entanglement between the cross and the comet is to keep the cross at its current spatial coordinates.
Why?
Because the cross is currently fixed to a specific point in the curve of the Earth's space-time. I want time to remain the only variable. I can show you my calculations, but
I'll take you at your word. Just get that eye here in time.
Monk is working on...
In the background, Duncan could be heard yelling,
"That's your plan!"
Gray heard a rising commotion, people yelling,
"What's going on?"
Jada answered, flustered but clarifying little.
"We're on our way."
The connection abruptly ended. Gray simply had to trust they knew what they were doing. He called Seishan next. After a longer than expected delay, the connection was picked up.
"Where are you?"
Seishan demanded, sounding angry. Not having the time to analyze her curt response, he simply told her and ended with, "Come straight here." She cut off the connection just as brusquely, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Gray shook his head and headed on foot back inside. He would have to trust she would do the right thing. Chapter 29. November 20th, 9:06 a.m., IRKST, Olkhon Island, Russia. Seishan didn't know what to do. Pak leaned close to her face. She smelled the tobacco on his breath from the cigarettes he had been chain-smoking since he got here.
"Tell me what they said. Where are they?"
He still held her phone in his hand. Behind Pak, the stone-faced North Korean unit leader, whose name she had learned was Ryung, continued to hold a pistol to Rachel's chest. Pak had forced Seishan to find out where Gray was, then ended the call before she could warn him in any way. The North Koreans were clearly both losing patience. Pak stalked across the common room of the inn, angrily puffing on a cigarette. Julong hung back by the fire, looking none too pleased about any of this. Seishan got the feeling he was under some coercion. He was a man driven by money and position in Macau. For him, there could be no profit in what was happening here. Not that such sentiment would lead him to help them. Rachel was bound to a chair across from her. Both of them had been expertly immobilized by Ryung's men. There was no magical way to free themselves from this situation. No secret knife. No way to break the chair or slip her bonds. Seishan knew the reality of the situation. They were both at Pak's mercy. An emotion she doubted existed in the man. Recognizing this, Seishan had told them earlier where Gray and the others had gone, to Burkhan Cape. If she had failed to do that, they would have shot Rachel. She had no doubt of that. She only had to stare over to the innkeeper's legs, sticking out the kitchen door. One shoe fallen off, sprawled in a pool of blood, to be certain. So she told them about Gray's sunrise meeting at the coast. She sought to buy time, hoping to create a long enough delay for Monk to arrive at the inn and possibly upset the scenario, maybe even rescue them, or at least allow Seishan a possible opportunity to free herself and Rachel during the chaos. After her earlier confession, Ryung had dispatched a handful of men to Burkhan Cape. They returned 30 minutes later, getting confirmation that Seishan had spoken the truth. But while they were questioning the shaman, the man simply stepped out of the mouth of his cave and threw himself to the rocks below, never revealing where Gray had gone from there. The North Koreans had to accept she didn't know either. Not that they didn't use the time to rough the two women up. Rachel and Se-Shan had matching cigarette burns on the back of their hands as proof. Then came the damned call. Pak had used the opportunity to get an update.
"Don't tell them,"
Rachel said around a split lip.
"You know what's at stake."
Clearly growing frustrated with Se-Shan's delaying tactics, Pak stubbed out his cigarette and returned from his angry stroll around the room. He came back rubbing his palms, a gleam of dark amusement in his eyes. Se-Shan went cold.
"Let's make this interesting, shall we?" he said.
Parting his palms, Pak revealed a North Korean silver coin in his hand. On the surface was the smiling visage of the dictator, Kim Jong-il.
"You know, I am a betting man," Pak said. "So a game, a wager. Heads, we shoot your friend. Tails, she lives."
Se-Shan glared at the man's needless cruelty.
"I'm going to keep flipping this coin until you tell me," Pak pressed. "The first head that comes up, she dies."
Ryung fixed his pistol more firmly to Rachel's chest. Stepping back, Pak flipped the coin high into the air. It flashed silver in the lamplight. Se-Shan relented, knowing she could delay no longer. "Fine, I'll tell you."
"Don't,"
Rachel warned. The coin struck the floor and bounced until Pak trapped it under his boot, wearing a mean smile, enjoying this way too much.
"See? That wasn't so hard," he said. "Now tell me."
She did, telling him the truth, changing tactics. If stalling no longer worked, her best hope was to get them all moving. Once underway, she might find an opportunity to break free.
"Very good,"
Pak said, pleased with himself. He lifted his shoe. The fat-cheeked face of Kim Jong-il smiled up from the floor.
"Heads." "Looks like you lose," Pak said,
and signaled his man. Ryung stepped back, aimed his gun, and shot Rachel in the chest. Horror as much as the blast made Se-Shan jump, rocking her chair back, almost toppling over. Equally stunned, Rachel stared down at the blood welling through her shirt, then back up at Se-Shan. Se-Shan gaped at Pak, at his betrayal. He shrugged, looking surprised at her response.
"It's the usual house rules," Pak said. "Once the dice are in the air, all bets are final."
Across the way, Rachel's head slumped to her chest. Se-Shan despaired.
"What have I done?"
9:20 a.m. Cold darkness enfolded her. All her strength and heat seeped out the single hole in her chest, taking at last the fiery pain with it. With each fading breath, she felt a small ache remaining, more spiritual than physical.
"I don't want to go."
Rachel struggled to stay, but again it was not a fight of muscle and bone, but of will and purpose. She had heard the others leave the inn, abandoning her to her death.
But Monk would come.
She held on to that hope. She knew he could not save her, not even with his considerable medical skill. Instead, she clutched to that thinning, silver strand of her existence for one purpose: to tell him where the others had gone.
"Hurry!"
She drifted deeper into that darkness, when the creak of a door, a rush of footsteps, held her a moment longer from oblivion. A hand touched her knee. Down that dark well, faint words fell to her, nearly unintelligible, but still the desire rang through. Where? She took her last and deepest breath and told them, hope slipping from her lips. Not for her, not for the world,
Instead, she pictured storm-blue eyes, and was gone.
Chapter 30. November 20th, 9:22 a.m. IRKST. Olkhon Island, Russia.
"This is nuts," Duncan yelled.
"This is faster," Monk said.
Duncan could only watch as his partner hauled on the wheel of the bus, careening its long length around a point of the coastline. He fishtailed across the shore ice, coming close to clipping an ice-fishing hut. Then he was trundling onward. After Gray's call, Monk had commandeered the bus, sending passengers and driver fleeing out the door. Monk then got behind the wheel and headed west from the southern tip of the island, blazing his own trail across the open ice. Monk must have anticipated this earlier, as he had spent much of the bus ride from Sakyurta talking to their driver, asking about the thickness of the frozen shelf, how far it stretched from the coast this time of year. Duncan somewhat understood his partner's reasoning. Both of them had plenty of time to study a map of Olkhon Island after landing in Irkutsk. A topographic chart showed that the road from the ferry station to the village inn was circuitous and winding. It would be a slow slog. Additionally, the island was crescent-shaped, bending toward the west at its northern end, where they needed to go. So, the most direct path, from point A to point B, was as a crow flies, or, rather, a seal swims. By traveling straight across the shore ice, they could have their time in reaching Gray's team. Still, Jada clung to her seat, her eyes huge. Ice boomed under them. Cracks skittered in the wake of their passage. People watched from the shoreline, pointing at them. This far out, the thickness of the ice was questionable at best, so they dared not slow. Momentum was their best hope. "That must be Burkhan Cape," Jada yelled, pointing to a craggy promontory sticking out of a forested bay. Duncan spotted the timbered houses of a small town, hugging that same bay. "Must be Kuzir." "3 more miles," Monk called, and pointed to the windows on the right side of the bus. Gray said he'd left his ATV parked on the ice as a marker for the sea tunnel. "Keep watch for it." Duncan moved to that side as Monk finally began angling closer to shore, where, thankfully, the ice should be thicker. After another long, tense 5 minutes, Jada hollered, making him jump. "There," she called out and pointed. "By that big rock, shaped like a bear, with rounded ears and stubby muzzle. The boulder did look like a grizzly's head." And past the granite beast's shoulders, a black dot marked the presence of a lone ATV, a small flag waving from its rear. "That's gotta be it," Monk said. As they drew nearer, the mouth of a tunnel appeared in the cliff, lined by massive icicles. Duncan thought he spotted movement in the woods at the top of the escarpment, but with the sun rising on the other side of the island, the forest was in deep shadow. If anyone was up there, it was probably stunned onlookers come to watch the bus. The brakes squealed as Monk slowed them, or at least he tried to. The bus spun sideways, skidding across the ice. They broadsided the ATV and bulldozed it in front of them, pushing it back toward the mouth of the tunnel. Duncan and Jada both retreated to the opposite side of the bus as the cliff wall came rushing toward them. But the vehicle finally slowed to a shuddering stop, coming to rest 10 yards from the mouth of the sea tunnel. Monk rubbed his palms on his thigh. "Now that's what I call parallel parking." Duncan scowled. "Is that what you call it?" They all tumbled out the door, wanting to make sure they were at the right place before unloading their gear. Gray came running from the shadows of the tunnel, drawn by the commotion, his eyes huge at their means of transportation. He clearly must have recognized the bus from his own icy sojourn from the mainland to the island. "What?" he asked with a grin. "You couldn't find a cab?" 9:28 a.m. Gray gave Monk a fast hug. It was good to see his best friend, even under the circumstances and his unusual means of transportation. He quickly shook Jada's hand, but he pointed his finger at Duncan. "I need you to get that eye up to that vault. Kowalski's back there and can show you. We found the cross, but we have no way of telling if it's energized in any way." "I'll go with him," Jada said, offering her expertise. Gray nodded his thanks, staring out across the ice, wondering what was taking Seishan and Rachel so long. He had expected them here before Monk and the others. Jada stepped back toward the bus. "I left my pack." A sharp whistle pierced the morning, followed immediately by a massive blast of fire and ice. Jada got blown into Duncan, who caught her. The concussion knocked them all off their feet and down the tunnel, accompanied by a barrage of broken icicles. Gray slid on his back, staring past his toes. Outside, the bus upended, tipping up on its front grille, windows exploding. A fireball rolled from beneath it and into the sky, trailed by a cloud of smoke. The ice shelf shattered beneath its bulk, and the bus sank nose first into the lake. A rocket attack. But who and why? Still a greater question loomed. "Where is the eye?" Gray asked, fearfully yelling, half-deafened. Duncan helped Jada to her feet. She pointed to the wreckage sinking into the lake. "My pack!" It was still on the bus. "Everybody back," Gray said, pointing deeper into the tunnel. They fled away from the rage of fire and smoke and into the cold darkness of ice and frost. As they reached a bend in the tunnel, Gray glanced back. The rear of the bus stuck out crookedly from the ice, smoking and charred. Fire spread outward in streams of gasoline and oil. Shadows moved beyond those flames. Who were they? Russian forces? Had someone in Moscow grown wise to their covert presence on the island? "Monk, stay here," Gray ordered. "Alert us if anyone starts into the tunnel." And they would, he knew. Whoever had orchestrated this attack had purposefully targeted their only means of transportation, intending to trap Gray's group inside here. The reason why didn't matter. With time running out, only one objective remained: recovering the eye and getting it to that vault. Gray led Duncan and Jada back to the cavern. Kowalski anxiously awaited them. "What the hell, man?" the big man asked. "What's going on out there?" "Doesn't matter," he said, and turned to Duncan. "We need to retrieve Dr. Shaw's pack from that burning bus." "How?" Duncan asked. Gray turned to Jada. "Do you think you can climb that rope by yourself when the time is right?" She nodded. "What do you want us to do?" Gray told them. "You're nuts," Duncan said, looking around for support. Kowalski just shrugged. "We've done stupider things." 9:34 a.m. This is becoming a bad habit. Duncan stood again in his boxers by a body of water. Only this time, at the slippery lip to a breathing hole through the ice, its edges worn smooth by the bodies of mother seals sliding into and out of the water. He pictured those same seals dropping into the water here and swimming back through the tunnel, traveling under the ice all the while to reach the open lake. Duncan wouldn't have to go that far, but where he was going was still a long distance in one breath, and he didn't have the fatty insulation of a winter seal. Neither did his swimming companion. Jada had stripped to shorts and a sports bra. Beyond her, Gray and Kowalski readied the two ATVs parked in the cavern, checking weapons. The plan was for them to pick up Monk on the way out. Duncan returned his attention to Jada, who shivered next to him, but little of her trembling had to do with the cold. "Ready?" he asked. She swallowed and nodded. "Stick to my heels," he said with a smile. "You'll be fine." "Let's get this over with," she said. "Thinking about it is only making it worse." She was right. Duncan cinched the shoulder holster tighter around his bare chest and gave her arm a squeeze. Lowering to his rear, he slid down one of the worn chutes in the lip of the breathing hole. With a short drop, he plunged into the pool of water beneath the thick sheet of ice covering the floor of the cave. The cold immediately cut through him, worse than he had mentally prepared for. His lungs screamed, wanting to gasp and choke. He forced his legs to kick, his arms to pull, and swam away from the hole. Staying under the ceiling of ice, he headed toward the tunnel leading out. The plan was to swim beneath the ice of the tunnel and get to the outside without being seen. He twisted back to see Jada splash into the depths. Her body visibly clenched, looking ready to go fetal from the shock, but she fought through it. With a savage kick of her legs, like a stallion striking out at a barn door, she came shooting toward him. Damn, she was fast. She had claimed as much when Gray had first proposed this plan. Duncan kicked off a wall and headed down the tunnel. Diffused light turned the ice above a deep azure blue, illuminating enough of the depths below to see. He stroked hard to keep ahead of Jada, flipper-kicking to go faster, but also to stay warm. The tunnel was only 30 yards long, a swim he could normally make in one breath. But in this freeze, trapped under that thick ice, it was a deadly challenge. He tracked their progress by monitoring the light. It grew brighter with every stroke and kick as he sought the morning sunlight beyond the tunnel. Still, the cold quickly sapped his endurance. He found his lungs aching for air, his limbs starting to quake. As he neared the tunnel's end, pinpricks of darkness danced across his vision. He checked behind him, saw Jada struggling too. "Keep going," he willed them both. Ahead he spotted their target. It spurred him into a frantic crawl. 10 yards from them, the bus rested crookedly on its grill on the bottom of the lake. According to Gray, its rear end still stuck out of the ice above. With a promise of fresh air, he swam over to its side. The windshield had been blown out by the concussive blast of the rocket. Reaching through, he grabbed the wheel and hauled himself into the shadowy interior of the vehicle. He shot upward past the seats and surfaced inside the pocket of air at the rear of the bus. Jada appeared a second later. They both gulped air as quietly as possible, appreciating not only the oxygen but also the warmth. The recent flames had heated the interior considerably. Neither of them complained. Outside their hiding spot, Duncan heard voices, speaking what sounded like Korean, maybe Chinese. So far, no alarm had been raised at their presence. The enemy had not expected its trapped quarry to pop up inside the submerged bus. It was a small advantage. He turned to Jada and pointed below. She nodded, and they both submerged. Grabbing seat backs, they pulled themselves back down the length of the bus, searching for Jada's pack. Everything loose had fallen to the front of the bus, or spilled out the missing windshield. Refreshed with oxygen, Jada swam like a seal herself, while he felt like a blundering whale. She found her pack quickly enough, and they returned to the surface. Jada checked inside. The relief on her face expressed everything.
He offered her a thumbs up, which she returned. They had the eye. Impulsively, he reached over and kissed her. He didn't know if he'd ever get another chance. In that small gesture, he invested so much. A wish for her safety, a thanks for her efforts, but mostly a hope for more to come. Surprise stiffened her. Then her lips softened, warming and melting into his own. Breaking apart, her eyes shone at him. She somehow looked both more determined and more scared. But she touched his cheek and slipped back underwater. Duncan shifted to a shattered side window, staying out of direct view. He took in the lay of the land. Ropes draped from the cliffs above. A unit of armed men in military winter camouflage flanked the tunnel mouth. He counted the number of enemy between the bus and the cliff. Not good. Freeing his Sig Sauer from its shoulder holster, he touched a throat mic and sub-vocalized to Gray. "The eye is headed back," he said. "I've got 20 combatants. 10 to each side. I think they're Korean." Gray swore. Apparently this made some sort of sense to the man. "Stick to the plan," the commander radioed back. "Count to 30 and begin firing." Duncan swung back to the window. Their team had no hope of victory against such odds. Instead, the plan was a simple one. Buy as much time with their lives as possible. Duncan glanced to the dark waters. At this moment, the fate of the world depended on how fast Jada could swim. Chapter 31. November 20th, 9:44 a.m., IRKST. Olkhon Island, Russia. Jada knew she would not make it. Fear, cold, and exhaustion had taxed her to her limit. The drag of the pack across her shoulders further hindered her, feeling like a leaden weight, compromising the reach of each stroke. But that was not her worst problem. A trail of blood wafted behind her, streaming with each pull. She had sliced her right arm to the bone on a jagged piece of blasted metal as she had exited the bus. Heat and strength sapped out of her body with every yard gained, flowing like a crimson flag behind her. She fought to keep going, as pain became numbness. She had to kick harder as her right arm weakened. Her lungs screamed for air. The way became darker, but not because she fled the sunlight behind her for the tunnel. Instead, her vision squeezed, swimming with shadows. Distantly ahead, she could make out a brighter pool of water, where a flashlight rested next to the hole in the ice, awaiting her arrival, along with warm clothes. Never make it. Proving this, her pace slowed, her right arm useless now, dragging alongside her. She flutter-kicked, desperate, but despairing. A rumble shook through the water to her ears. She glanced up to see a bright light sweep past her along the translucent ice, heading for the mouth of the tunnel behind her. She reached and placed her palm against the ice. "Help me!" But they swept away, abandoning her. 9:45 a.m. Gray raced his ATV toward the morning sunlight. Monk rode shotgun behind him, while Kowalski trailed on the second vehicle. Ahead, the mouth of the tunnel grew larger. He spotted figures, sheltering to the left and right. Koreans, Duncan had said. But Gray knew they were, in fact, North Koreans. How had they found them? Fear for Se-Shan, for Rachel, fired his blood. Was that why the women had not shown up by now? Had they been captured? He remembered the strained and brief conversation with Se-Shan. They must have held her at gunpoint. Still, that offered one hope. The North Koreans clearly wanted to capture him and Kowalski,
and would likely try to take them alive, at least initially. Gray was under no such compunction. He heard the first pops from Duncan's Sig Sauer. With the enemy's attention focused on the mouth of the tunnel and the approaching roar of the ATVs, Duncan fired at the Koreans' rear flank, catching them off guard. Gray heard screams of shock and surprise at the sudden assault from an unexpected direction. Monk rose from behind and shot over Gray's shoulder, adding to the confusion. With the final gun of his engine, he took advantage of the momentary chaos as the enemy was routed, perplexed and unsure how to respond to a battle on two fronts. A soldier ran into view, framed in the tunnel opening, pointing a rifle. Monk dropped him with a single shot. Gray sped to the left of the body, Kowalski to the right. They spun out into the sunlight, letting go of their handles, spinning their bikes, pistols up and firing in all directions. Duncan shoved open the rear door of the bus, popping into view, firing from on high. Soldiers in winter camouflage dropped to the ice, either felled or seeking to make themselves less of a target for the barrage. But Gray knew his team was outgunned and outnumbered. At any moment the tide would turn against them. Rounds already began to chase their skidding bikes, splintering the ice around them. They had only one goal here: buy time. He'd warned Vigor to stay in the vault, to await Jada's arrival, to help her with whatever she needed. The Monsignor had agreed, not looking too well anyway. With that goal in mind, Gray fired and fired, urging Jada to hurry. 9:46 a.m. Jada struggled for that distant pool of light, kicking and clawing with her one good arm. She heard the gunshots behind her as the others cast aside their lives for her goal. Such a sacrifice kept her throat tight, fighting the reflex to breathe, though her lungs burned. The rest of her body was ice, growing heavier, more leaden. Then something bumped her body and swept past, startling a gasp of bubbles from her lips. It was a brown mother seal, sleek and supple in the water. With a twist and roll, it swung back to her and circled smoothly around her waist, brushing against her, then back forward, hovering with invitation. Through the agony of ice and fire, she understood. Reaching out with her good arm, she grabbed that tail. At her touch, the seal burst forward, whether startled or purposefully. It shot toward the hole inside the cavern, the closest breath of fresh air, dragging Jada along. Willing all her strength into her fingertips, she held tight. In seconds, they reached that bright pool of light and burst upward. Breaking the surface, Jada gasped, sucking air. The seal bobbed beside her, its brown eyes shining at her, as if to see if she were okay. Catching her breath, Jada took a moment to wonder at the sight. Was it just maternal instinct in the seal, seeking to aid an injured fellow mammal? Or was it truly the spirit of the island, as Timur had said, coming to her rescue? Either way, Jada silently thanked her. The seal nudged its nose a few times in the air, then dove away. Jada swam to the edge, where Gray had left a rope hanging to help her pull out of the water and up the icy chute. Once up top, she crawled on her hands and knees, blood running down her arm and leaving crimson handprints. She reached a set of blankets and rubbed herself dry. There were clothes there, too, but she ignored them, knowing she didn't have time to fully dress. Instead, she dropped her pack, pulled on the parka, and zipped it up. Shaking all over, she slung her pack over her shoulder and stepped into a climbing harness. She pulled it up bare legs and secured it. She stumbled toward the frozen waterfall, having a hard time controlling her limbs. Once at the base, she stared up the length of rope ascending the sheer cliff of ice. Grabbing hold, she immediately recognized the futility. She could barely feel her fingers. Her strength continued to leave her with every quake of her limbs, but gunfire echoed to her. Her friends were not giving up. I cannot give up. Knowing she had only 10 minutes left, she pulled herself up to the first piton, then the next. Renewed determination drove her upward, but strength of will was not the same as strength of limb. She reached with her wounded arm, tried to hold, and slipped, falling back to the hard ice. She stared up, tears of frustration running hot down her cheeks, recognizing the truth. I'll never make it. 9:48 a.m. Gray knew the battle was lost. The surprise of the initial assault faded as the enemy dug in. A round pinged off the side of the ATV, the ricochet striking Gray's thigh, burning a line across his hip. He signaled Kowalski. The big man dashed his ATV over toward the bus, while Gray and Monk covered him, sweeping across the ice and laying down a fierce barrage of gunfire. Kowalski reached the broken ice around the bus and spun a 180, skidding to a stop at the crumbling lip of the shattered hole. Atop the bus, Duncan bounded out of its rear door, ran across its slanted back, and vaulted over the open water below, opalescent with leaking gasoline and oil. He landed hard on the seat behind Kowalski, and the pair immediately rocketed away from the bus in a fishtailing path toward Gray. As they fled, rounds peppered the side of the bus and cracked shards from the ice. Monk fired back toward the tunnel as Gray gripped the handlebars with one glove and blasted away with his pistol in the other. They were all low on ammunition and needed to make a final stand. He raced toward the tunnel, seeking its cover. Kowalski barreled behind him. Monk hit a soldier in the leg, sending him toppling. Others scattered as Gray's team concentrated their fire at the mouth of the tunnel. With the way clear, his group shot into the tunnel, raced 10 yards in, then skidded sideways in unison. Once stopped, they all fell to the far sides of the parked vehicles, using their bulks as a temporary shelter, setting up a roadblock between them and the enemy. Gray took quick inventory. Kowalski bled from his shoulder and side. Duncan had an angry graze across his cheek. Monk held a hand to his thigh, blood welling through his fingers. Still, they all looked fierce and ready to eke out every extra moment for Jada and Vigor to accomplish what they must. Unfortunately, they were down to a few shots each. They would have to make them count. As if knowing this, the enemy regrouped for their final assault. Gray braced for it, leveling his pistol. Instead, a figure appeared, clutching another. A large North Korean soldier in full body armor held Se-Shan, an arm across her throat, a pistol against her skull, using her as a human shield. Se-Shan looked defeated, the fire blown out of her. "Throw your weapons to us," a familiar voice called to them. "Come out with your hands on your heads, or she will die before you, just like we killed the other woman." The plans that had been revising in Gray's head blew away at those last words. Killed the other woman. Monk clutched his arm, but he barely felt those fingers. Rachel. Frozen flashes popped through his head, the rich caramel of her eyes, the way she flipped her hair when angry, the softness of her lips, the stutter of her laughter when caught off guard. How could that all be gone? "Gray," Monk whispered to him, holding him to the present with his tone as much as his iron grip. Fire welled up inside Gray, blinding him. At the tunnel's end, Pak darted out, dashing into cover behind the tall Korean. "Come out now, and you will live." The triumphant whine of that insect's voice snapped Gray back to himself, to his duty. They still needed to buy time to save the world. But Gray had a new purpose: to revenge Rachel. "What do you want us to do?" Duncan whispered, holding his Sig Sauer. Gray considered sending the man back to help Jada, but Pac would know one of them was missing and go looking for Duncan, defeating their objective here. "Do what he says," Gray said coldly, forcing his jaw to move. "It'll buy us more time." With no other recourse, they threw out their weapons. Pistols skittered across the ice and into the sunshine beyond the tunnel. Gray stood up, his hands on his head. The others followed his example and climbed together over the blockage of vehicles. Clearly knowing he had won, Pac finally stepped free as they approached. He felt at ease enough to light a victory cigarette and pointed its glowing tip at Gray. "We will have fun, you and I." Gray bit back a retort, constraining himself from reacting, trying to keep this guy talking versus entering the tunnel. He had no idea if Jada had safely scaled the frozen waterfall at the back of the cavern, but the climbing ropes were still there. The enemy would know to follow that path up, so he only glared. Reaching the tunnel's end, Gray found rifles pointed at them, bodies strewn across the ice. At least they had taken out half of Pac's forces. Others bled from grazes and gunshots. Gray would have to take satisfaction in that. To the left, a familiar figure hung back from the others, Julong Delgado. He glanced at Gray, then at his toes, clearly ashamed of his role here. It was unfortunate. The man failed to see the thin shape sail down one of the Korean's ropes, landing behind him without a sound, or the flash of silver as the sword pierced him from behind. As Julong fell to his knees with a gasp of surprise, Guan Yin stood there, her dragon tattoo ablaze on her face, shining with fury. She raised her other hand, lifting a pistol into view, and began firing. To both sides, figures flowed down the other ropes, shooting from above as they descended. Her triad. Stunned, Gray could not fathom how Guan Yin had found them, but such questions would have to wait. Taking advantage of her mother's distraction, Seishan stamped her captor's instep. While the hardened soldier was too professional to lose hold of her, it allowed Seishan to slip lower, her eyes fixed to Gray. He was already moving, running toward her. The man fired at him, but Gray dropped and slid on the ice. As rounds blasted over the crown of his head, he grabbed the only weapon at hand. Reaching the soldier's knees, Gray lunged up with a shattered length of icicle in hand. He drove it past Seishan's ear and through the man's exposed throat. The soldier fell back, dropping his weapon and clutching his neck with both hands. Gray turned to Duncan. "Go help Jada, now." They were down to a handful of minutes. 9:53 a.m. With a fire lit under him, Duncan sprinted, not bothering with the abandoned ATVs. He vaulted over them and ran, stretching his stride, trying to stick to the wind-blown dry snow versus the slick ice. Gunfire continued behind him, but it was quickly sputtering away as the arriving forces overwhelmed the remaining North Koreans. Reaching the cavern in seconds, he spotted Jada perched halfway up the ice wall, decidedly struggling. Vigor crouched in the tunnel above her, trying his best to pull her up, but the Monsignor was plainly too weak. As Duncan ran toward them, he noted the trail of blood leading from the breathing hole to the cliff. More icy blood trailed down the frozen waterfall, adding streaks of crimson to the blue. "Hang on!" Duncan yelled. "What do you think I'm trying to do?" she called back, both angry and relieved. Duncan ran to the free line. "Hold tight. I'm going to haul you up." He pulled hard, drawing the rope through the eye hole in the roof, and towing Jada's body up to the tunnel. Once there, Vigor helped her clamber inside. Both looked clearly spent. As Jada unclipped her harness, Duncan called up to them. "Keep going. I'm right behind you." Jada waved her acknowledgement, having no breath left to speak. The pair vanished as he mounted the line and scrambled up. 9:54 a.m. Free at last, Seishan spun away from the guard who had held her. She heard Gray shout to Duncan and paused only long enough to grab Ryung's abandoned weapon, the same pistol he had used to shoot Rachel. She stepped over his impaled body and went after the only target that mattered. Pak fled across the ice at the first sign of trouble, running for cover behind the half-submerged bus. He had a pistol in hand and shot blindly behind him, panicked by the chaos and the sudden turn of fortune. But as a gambler, he should have known that luck always runs out. She stalked deliberately after him. He spotted her, swung his weapon at her, and fired. She didn't even bother dodging. Instead, she lifted her arm and squeezed the trigger. She placed the round through his knee. He fell headlong with a scream, sliding on his belly, spinning. Reaching the broken ice around the blasted bus, he flew out over the open water and plunged into its depths. She crossed to the edge and watched him come sputtering up from the cold. Compromised by his wrecked knee, she knew every kick that kept him afloat must be agony. He struggled over to the edge, seeking a handhold, found one where a corner of the bus met the ice. Unfortunately, the bulk of the bus shifted slightly, settling further as its mass compressed the surrounding ice. The movement pinned his fingers in that crack. He cried out, struggling to free his 4 crushed fingers. Seishan's mother had already taken the 5th one to repay a gambling debt. Pak owed Seishan much more. "Help me," Pak said, teeth chattering. Seishan bent down, seeing hope flare in Pak's eyes. Instead, she picked up the cigarette that had fallen from his lips as he spun into the water. She straightened and blew the tip to a glowing red. Horror replaced hope. Like her, he must smell the leaked gasoline and oil, forming a thick layer on the water. "Cold, isn't it?" she said. "Let me warm you up." She flicked the bud below. A rain of fiery ash ignited the fumes first, then the pool of oil and gasoline. Flames chased across the blue water, reaching and swamping over Pak. She turned from his screaming and headed back, leaving him to burn above and freeze below. That's for Rachel. Chapter 32. November 20th, 9:55 a.m., IRKST, Olkhon Island, Russia. Julong lay on the ice, his blood spreading in a warm pool under him. He had heard Pak begging for his life as the gunfire died down, followed by his screaming. He felt no pity for the man. The bastard deserved a cruel end. And maybe I do, too. As if summoned by this thought, a face loomed into view, staring down at him, merciless despite her chosen name. "Guan Yin," he mumbled. He lifted a hand toward her, but with a tremble he dropped it, too weak. "Pak has my wife, my unborn son." Her face remained impassive, as hard as the scales on her dragon, not accepting his excuse. "I'm sorry," he gasped out, tasting blood on his lips. I love them so much. Please help them." "Why should I help you? after what you've done. I tried how I could to help."
A single line creased her brow.
"How do you think you found us?"
he said, gasping around a twinge of pain.
"Tracked Puck and me to this island. Like you, I have ears everywhere. I heard you left North Korea for Mongolia, so I followed, trailed you. I knew you must still be going after."
He cut her off.
"Who do you think spoke to those many ears of yours? I told them to speak to you."
It was the truth. Julong had to be discreet while with Pak, using the excuse of monitoring the assassin's tracker. He was able to regularly call Macau and manipulate matters from afar. While he could not raise his own army in Macau without alerting the North Koreans and risking his pregnant wife's life, he attempted to raise another, to stoke the hatred of Guan Yin to come to his aid. He remembered the surprise of the sword piercing his chest. Apparently he had stoked that hatred too well. A small miscalculation.
"I drew you here to kill Pak, possibly to free me,"
he said with a small laugh full of blood.
"To perhaps mend our fences in the end. Now all that matters is my beautiful Natalia, and the son I will never see."
Guan Yin leaned back. He saw she believed him. Still, was that enough for her to help? She was not known for the quality of her mercy. "I will find them," she finally promised. "I will free them." A single tear of relief rolled down his cheek. He knew she would not fail him.
"Thank you."
With this burden lifted from him, he allowed his eyes to close. But before they did, another face appeared next to Guan Yin, the pretty assassin who had caused so much trouble. Only then did he see the resemblance, one next to the other, mother and daughter. He now understood the cause of his small miscalculation. In the end, it had never been about money or turf, only family.
"No wonder you stabbed me."
Finally recognizing the error of his ways, his own silent laughter followed him into oblivion. 9:56 a.m. "So that's how you knew how to find us," Grace said, standing behind Se Shan and her mother, eavesdropping on the conversation. He carried a pistol and guarded over them, as Monk and Kowalski helped the rest of the triad mop up the situation on the ice. Guan Yin stood.
"Yes, it's how we knew you were on the island. But the last word to reach us claimed Julong would be at an inn at Kujir."
Gray understood.
Julong must not have had time to call and update his spies before moving here.
"Then how did you know to come out here?"
A sad look swept over her features. "We found a woman shot, still alive. She told us."
Rachel. Guan Yin read the rising hope in his face and quashed it.
"She did not make it, but it was her dying words that brought us here."
And saved us all, Gray realized, and maybe the world. Guan Yin touched his arm.
"I think she was hanging on just to get that message out."
Grief ripped through him, but he held it in check until later. They were not finished here. He headed toward the tunnel. Besides saving the world, he had another mission still to go, one even closer to his heart. As much as it would destroy the man, Vigor deserved to know the fate of his niece. 9:57 a.m.
"And Rachel?"
the Monsignor asked. Duncan read the hope in the man's eyes
as they crossed the threshold into the chamber of gold. Jada hobbled on the far side of Vigor, looking upon Duncan with an equal expectation of good news. After climbing the frozen waterfall, he had caught up with Jada and Vigor on the small pond that served as an antechamber to the Golden Gur. Duncan explained as best he could as they scaled the stairs. He had told them about Seishan being held at gunpoint, about the turning of the tides by the arrival of new allies, which still baffled him. Still, he knew one truth. Rachel was killed, Duncan said, seeing no way to blunt the news. Vigor stopped a few steps into the room, staring at him in disbelief, his face crashing into ruin. "No!" Jada stayed next to Vigor as grief felled the old man to his knees. She pushed Duncan toward the rock pillar in the center of the room. "Check the cross," she hissed, dropping her pack, going after the eye inside. "But don't move it." He understood. They needed confirmation that the artifact was what they all sought. He hurried to the nest of 3 boxes, iron, silver, and gold. A skull rested on the gold floor next to the cairn. Keeping clear of the relic, he looked down into the innermost box. A heavy black cross rested inside, seated in a sculpted bed of gold that matched its shape. He reached a hand inside, but even before passing through the outer box of iron, he felt the magnets in his fingertips respond. Again he sensed pressure, as if a force were resisting him. He pushed deeper into that field, drawing his fingers closer to its dark surface. Again he recognized the same oily, unnatural feel to the energy, but as his tips drew to within a hair breadth of the cross, he noted a subtle difference. With this unadulterated power wafting off the meteoric metal, he recognized that this energy, while much the same, had a different flavor to it, or color. It couldn't be described any other way. While he had gripped the eye, he sensed a blackness to it, like the darkness between stars, beautiful in its own right. Here he could only express this energy as white. Jada had said the 2 items, the cross and the eye, were opposites. Different quantum spins from each other, separate poles on an axis of time. But there was another fundamental difference. With the eye, he found its touch repellent. Here he had to restrain himself against grabbing that cross. It was nearly irresistible. Despite the warning from Jada, the tip of his index finger brushed the surface. As contact was made, that whiteness enveloped him, blinding him. From his background in physics, he knew black holes sucked all light into themselves, while theoretical white holes cast it all back out. He felt that way now, cast out, thrust somewhere else, possibly some time else. Through the brilliance, a figure approached, all in shadows. Like a dark mirror of himself, this shape reached to his outstretched hand, as if going for the cross too. As their fingertips touched, Duncan found himself blasted away. The room returned, snapping so suddenly back he stumbled to the side, clenching and unclenching his hand. "What's wrong?" Jada asked. He shook his head. "What about the cross? It's got energy." He retreated from the pillar, but not before noting again the skull on the floor, picturing the shadowy figure in the light. Could it be? Not wanting to think about such a possibility, he reached Jada's side. "What do we have to do?" "I think just touch the eye to the cross. Bringing their opposite energies together should trigger an annihilation, thus breaking that quantum entanglement." Duncan pictured that field snuffing out. "Okay," he said, holding out his hand for the eye. "Let's do this." Jada lifted the sphere, but she pulled it away from him. What? She glanced around. I think we need this room sealed when it happens. Gold is one of the most non-reactive metals. Pure gold won't even tarnish. Like silver and iron will, Duncan said. Maybe the ancients knew something. Felt such insulation was important. Jada stood up. Either way, I feel it would be safer if everyone else was outside this vault after it's sealed. It could be dangerous to be in here when those two forces annihilate. Then you and Vigor head out and close the door. Maybe I'd better perform this, Jada argued. I'm less sensitive to these energies than you. Duncan could not let her risk it. The stalemate was decided by another. Vigor surged to his feet and snatched the eye. He strode toward the ancient boxes. Duncan stepped after him, but the Monsignor shoved an arm up, pointing a finger at him, his tone both commanding and grief-stricken. Go! Duncan recognized that Vigor would not relent. Jada checked her watch and tugged Duncan's sleeve toward the door. Someone has to do it, and we're out of time. With a heavy heart, he fled with Jada for the threshold. As they stepped out and began closing the doors, he watched Vigor step before the pillar, his shoulders slumped, weighted down by grief. No matter the outcome, thank you, old man. Duncan closed the door and latched it tight. 9:59 a.m. Vigor stood before the reliquary of St. Thomas, cradling in his palms a crystal sphere holding the very fires of the universe. Within the triple chests lay a cross forged among the stars and carried by a saint. He should have felt exultant, elated to be allowed this hallowed moment at the end of his life. Instead, he felt only loss. He had made accommodation for his death, happy that Rachel would live on in his stead. Maybe part of his inner peace was selfish pride, knowing he would be remembered, that she would tell her sons and daughters, even her grandchildren, about her uncle Vigor and the adventures they had shared together. He wanted to curse God, but as he stared at the cross, he felt a measure of comfort. He knew he would see Rachel again. He was certain of it. "I have no doubt," he whispered. He followed it with a short, silent prayer. He had time for no more. But was that not the lament upon every deathbed? Regret about what could never be? The finality of death? The great destroyer of possibilities? Sighing, he pictured all his friends, old and new, Gray and Monk, Cat and Painter, Duncan and Jada. Rachel had sacrificed everything to keep them safe, to allow them the fullness of their lives, though hers was cut short. Could I do any less? Vigor raised the eye and placed it where the relic of St. Thomas had rested for millennia. It came to fit, perfectly, upon the small gold pillars that had supported the skull, as if the eye were always meant to be there. Only when the sphere touched the cross. 10 a.m. Duncan gasped, stumbling back as if struck in the face by a fierce gust of wind. Only he never really stumbled. Instead, his consciousness blew out of the back of his skull. For a moment, he found himself staring at his body from behind, standing next to Jada, both of them facing the doors. Then he snapped back, so hard he actually fell forward and hit the door. He caught himself with a palm on the jamb. Jada stared at him. "Are you okay?" "I'm suddenly glad I wasn't in there." "What happened?" He attempted to explain his out-of-body experience. Instead of being incredulous, she nodded. The blast from the annihilation of energies likely created a local quantum bubble, bursting outward. And for a sensitive like yourself, Where your consciousness is highly attuned to quantum fields, it had a physical effect. And what about someone in that room, at ground zero? 10:01 a.m. It was a good question, Jada thought, and one that frightened her, especially after hearing what Duncan had experienced. I don't know, she admitted in regard to Vigor's fate. Nothing or everything. A flip of the coin. She realized Vigor was like Schrödinger's cat. As long as the door remained closed, he was both alive and dead. Only once they opened it would his fate be decided one way or the other. She pictured the universe splitting, depending on that answer. Duncan reached for the door to collapse that potential, but before he could do so, a commotion drew their attention behind them. From the tunnel by the pond, Gray crawled into view, spotted them, and rushed up the stairs. He quickly took in the situation and noted who was missing. "Where's Vigor?" he asked. Jada turned to the sealed door. He agreed to take the eye in there, to join it with the cross. Did he do it? Yes, Jada said. Gray frowned at the closed door. How can you be certain? Duncan rubbed the back of his head, as if making sure it was still there. We're sure. Gray stepped to the door. Then let's get in there. Jada put her hand over the latch, suddenly feeling foolish. As if stopping Gray could truly leave Vigor's fate undecided. There's a good chance he didn't make it, Duncan warned, plainly trying to prepare Gray. Jada nodded and dropped her hand. Gray pulled the latch and swung the door open. 10:02 a.m. Gray stepped into the golden chamber, finding it little changed. The vast murals depicting the life of St. Thomas remained. The cairn of stones stood in the middle of the room. The triple boxes sat on top of the pillar. Only now Vigor lay crumpled on the floor, his head resting against the relic of St. Thomas. Gray rushed to his side and rolled him over. His chest didn't move. Fingers at his throat found no heartbeat. Oh, God, no. Tears welled up. He stared at his friend's face, noting the look of peace, of calm release. Did he know? Gray said, not looking away. About Rachel. He did, Duncan said hoarsely. Gray closed his eyes, praying they were together again, finding a note of comfort in that thought, wanting it to be true, needing it so. Be happy, my friends. He kept bowed over Vigor for a long breath. To the side, Duncan stepped to the boxes. He passed his hands over the sphere, picked it up, and examined the cross. He finally shook his head and passed his verdict. The energy is gone. Did that mean they had succeeded? Gray had a more important question. Were we in time? Jada checked her watch. I don't know. It all happened right at the cusp. It could go either way. Chapter 33. November 21st, 1:08 a.m. EST. Washington, D.C. Painter waited with the others on the National Mall. The president and key members of the government had been evacuated. Coastal areas had been sandbagged and cleared. Even Monk and Kat had taken the girls for a short vacation in the Amish country of Pennsylvania, away from the potential blast zone. Though that potential was not high, no one was taking chances. Even his fiancée, Lisa, had suggested returning early from New Mexico to join him, but he discouraged her. Washington, D.C. was under a voluntary evacuation order. But like Painter, not everyone had abandoned the nation's capital. A vast number of people crowded the mall. Across the swaths of grass, tents had been pitched, candles lit, and much alcohol was drunk. Songs echoed to him. along with a few prayers and angry shouting matches. From the steps outside the Smithsonian Castle, Painter stared across that great mass of humanity with their faces raised to the skies, a few in fear, most with wonder. He never appreciated his fellow man more than this moment. Here was curiosity, awe, and reverence, all the best traits of humankind squeezed down to this one moment, making each soul smaller against the grandeur of what was about to happen, and far, far larger for being a part of it. A scuffle of feet drew his attention behind him. Jada and Duncan came running across the street from the doors of the castle. He noted their hands clasped together, though they broke apart once they drew closer. He didn't say anything about that. Painter faced Jada. "Don't tell me that the estimates from the SMC have suddenly changed." Jada smiled, carrying a cell phone in her other hand. "I keep checking in. So far it looks like Apophis is on track to hit the Earth, but only a glancing blow at best. Still, it should be spectacular." "Good." Painter pictured the destruction shown on the satellite image. By severing the quantum entanglement that was drawing Comet Icon's corona of dark energy toward the Earth, they had stopped the potential warping of space-time around the planet, preventing a catastrophic bombardment of asteroids from pummeling a swath across the globe. He remembered Antarctica, a sneak peek of what might have happened globally. That event had led to the death of 8 Navy men, and that number would have been much higher if not for the brave efforts and ingenuity of Lieutenant Josh LeBlanc, who had heroically rallied his men to safety. Painter was considering recruiting the kid into Sigma. He had great potential. Still, they were not entirely out of danger. What had already been set in motion by the comet's passing could not be stopped. A few meteors struck in the remote outback of Australia, more in the Pacific. A large rock hit outside of Johannesburg, but the impact did little more than frighten the animals in a nearby safari park. The biggest danger was still posed by the asteroid Apophis. It had already been shifted from its regular path, and nothing could be done about that. While Sigma had succeeded in severing that quantum connection, it had done so too close to the point of no return. In the end, it proved too late to stop Apophis from striking the Earth. But it was at least in time to keep the comet from pulling the asteroid into a direct path toward the eastern seaboard. Instead, the asteroid was destined to hit elsewhere. Its current trajectory was now along a glancing course through the upper atmosphere, where that longer path should wear away much of its kinetic energy. There also remained a high probability it would explode. But rather than casting its stellar debris across the eastern seaboard, it would rain down upon the Pacific Ocean. Or so they all hoped. Painter searched Jada's face for any sign of misgiving, any doubt in her calculations and projections. But all he read there was joy. Then Jada turned away from the skies. Another figure came running down the street, waving to them. She was a tall, black woman in tennis shoes, jeans, and a heavy jacket, unzipped and flapping in her haste to join them. Painter smiled, recognizing the appropriateness of this late-comer to the party. She truly should be here. 1:11 a.m. "Mama," Jada said, hugging her mother. "You made it." "Wouldn't miss it," she said, huffing heavily, clearly having run most of the length of the mall to make it in time. Jada took her mother's hand, leaning against her. They both stared up at the night sky, as they had so many times in the past, sprawled on a blanket, watching the Perseid or Leonid meteor showers. It was those moments that had made her want to explore those stars, to be a part of them. Jada wouldn't be who she was without her mother's inspiration. Fingers squeezed lovingly upon hers, full of pride and joy. "Here it comes," Jada whispered. Mother and daughter held tight. From the east, a roar rose, and a massive fireball streaked into view, burning across the world, trailing streams of light and energy, shedding the very forces of the universe. It ripped past overhead, hushing the crowd with its fiery course. Then came the sonic boom of its passage, sounding like the earth cracking. People fell to the ground, windows shattered throughout the city, car alarms wailed. Jada kept her feet next to her mother, both smiling, watching the flaming star rush to the west, where, at the horizon, it exploded in a blinding flash, casting fiery rockets farther out, vanishing into the distance. A second boom echoed back to them. Then the night returned to darkness, leaving the comet blazing in the skies. As they watched, a scatter of 100 falling stars winked and zipped, the last hurrah from the heavens. The crowd cheered and applauded. Jada found herself doing the same, her mother cheering just as loudly, tears shining in her eyes at the wonder of it all. A line from Carl Sagan struck Jada then. "We are star stuff. We are a way for the cosmos to know itself." It never felt truer than this moment. Chapter 34. November 25th, 11:28 a.m. EST, Washington, D.C. Duncan sat on the stool with his shirt on his lap. The tattoo needle blazed fire across the back of his arm, where his triceps formed a hard horseshoe. The fiery pain was appropriate, considering the subject matter being inked upon his flesh. It was a tiny comet, ablaze with fire, and trailing a long curved tail. The design had a slightly Asian flair to it, not unlike what was sculpted in gold back at Lake Baikal, hanging above the Chinese king as he offered St. Thomas his cross. A bevy of archaeologists and religious scholars were scouring that cave on Olkhon Island. Word was still being kept under wraps from the general public due to the sheer volume of gold inside, not to mention the 12 bejeweled crowns from Genghis Khan's conquests. Duncan expected the site would eventually become a new Mecca for St. Thomas Christians, for all Christians, and likely those of Mongol descent, too. Vigor would be proud, Duncan thought. More than saving the world with his sacrifice, Vigor had likely renewed the faith and wonder of millions. Clyde straightened from his work, wiping a bloody cloth across his latest addition to the tapestry that was Duncan's body. "Looks good." Twisting to check in the mirror, Duncan examined the angry, colorful welting and passed his own judgment. "Looks fantastic." Clyde shrugged, humble. "I practiced with the first." His friend waved to a neighboring stool, where Jada sat. She shifted to bring her bare arm next to his, comparing her artwork to the fresh one on his arm. They looked an exact match, a shared mark of their adventure together. Only this was her first tattoo, the first strokes on a blank canvas. "What do you think?" he asked. She smiled up at him. "I love it." And from the look in her eye, maybe it wasn't just the tattoo. Adorned with their new art, the two headed out of the warehouse and back into the midday sunshine. Out in the parking lot, his black Mustang Cobra R shone like a polished piece of shadow. His muscle car remained a symbol of his past, haunted by the memories of his younger brother Billy, a blurry mix of sorrow and joy, and also of responsibility. I lived, and he died. Duncan had always felt he needed to live for the both of them, for all his friends whose lives had been cut short. After opening the passenger door for Jada, Duncan slipped behind the wheel. He touched the knob of gear shift, only to have soft fingers land lightly on the back of his hand. He glanced over to see Jada's eyes shining at him, full of unspoken possibilities. He remembered her story in the mountains, of entangled fates, of the prospect that death is just the collapsing of a life's potential in this one time stream, and that another door could open, allowing consciousness to flow forward in a new direction. If so, maybe I don't have to live all those lives. He leaned over and kissed her, recognizing in the heat of that moment that by attempting to live so many lives, he was failing to live his own. "How fast can this car go?" she mumbled as their lips parted. A mischievous eyebrow lifted. He matched it with a smile, curved just as devilishly. He shifted into gear, punched the accelerator, and rocketed away. The car roared down the bright streets, no longer chased by the ghosts of the past, but drawn forward by the promise of the future. For in this world, one life was enough for any man. 4:44 p.m. "Thanks for the lift," Gray said, shouldering his overnight bag as he climbed out of the SUV. Kowalski lifted an arm in acknowledgement. Puffing on a cigar, he leaned over. "She was a great gal," he said, unusually serious and sincere. "She won't be forgotten. Or her uncle." "Thanks," he said, and pushed the door closed. Kowalski tapped his horn goodbye and jammed back into traffic, coming close to sideswiping a bus. Gray crossed to his apartment complex and headed across its grounds, freshly frosted with new snow, making everything look pristine, untouched, hiding the messiness of life beneath that white blanket. He had flown back an hour ago from the funeral services in Italy, where Vigor's body had been given full honors at a ceremony in St. Peter's. Likewise, Rachel's services were attended by the uniformed and marshaled forces of the Carabinieri. Her casket had been covered in the flag of Italy. Blasts of rifles had saluted her graveside. Still, Gray found no joy, no peace. They were his friends, and he would miss them dearly. He climbed the steps up to his empty apartment. Seishan was still in Hong Kong, slowly building some kind of relationship with her mother. They had found Julong's pregnant wife imprisoned on an island off Hong Kong, safe and unharmed. They had freed her, and according to Seishan, the woman had returned to Portugal. On Macau, Guan Yin had filled with brutal efficiency the power vacuum left behind by Julong's passing. She was well on her way to becoming the new boss of Macau. Using that position, she and Seishan were already taking steps to better the lives of women on the peninsula and across Southeast Asia, starting with the prostitution rings, holding them to stricter, more humane standards. He suspected these early efforts were a small means of repairing that fence between mother and daughter. By lifting the burdens of other women who shared their same hard plight, they were helping themselves, as if repairing the present could dull the pain of their brutal pasts, to allow room for them to find each other again. But it wasn't the only way. Seishan had taken it upon herself to help the lost children of Mongolia, those homeless boys and girls who had fallen through the steamy cracks of a city struggling into the New World. He knew by rescuing them, she was rescuing that child of the past who had no one. While in Mongolia, she had also checked on Kadu. The young Mongolian girl was out of the hospital, her belly healing from the arrow wound. Seishan found her at her family's yurt, training with a young falcon, a high-spirited bird with gold feathers and black eyes. Ketu had named the bird Sanjar. We each mourn and honor in our own way, he thought. Gray reached his apartment door and found it unlocked. Tensing, he slowly turned the knob and edged the door open. The place was dark. Nothing seemed amiss. He stepped cautiously inside. Did I forget to lock the door before I left? As he rounded past the kitchen, he caught a whiff of jasmine in the air. He saw a flickering light from under his closed bedroom door. He crossed and pushed it open. Seishan had set out candles. She must have returned early from Hong Kong, perhaps sensing he could use company. She lay stretched on his bed, on her side, up on an elbow, her long, naked legs dark against the white sheets. The silhouetted curves of her sleek body formed a sigil of invitation. But there was no accompanying sly smile, no tease to her manner, only a subtle reminder that they both lived, and should never take that for granted. Seishan had told him what she had overheard at the inn back at Kujir, about Vigor's terminal cancer, of the final words an uncle and niece were able to share. In this moment he remembered Vigor's most important lesson about life. Do not waste that gift. Do not set it on a shelf for some future use. Grab it with both hands. Gray stalked forward, shedding clothes with every step, ripping what resisted, until he stood equally naked before her. In that moment, with every fiber of his being, he knew the fundamental truth about life. Live it now. Who knows what will come tomorrow? Tales. For now we see through a glass darkly. Corinthians 13:12. November 26th, 10:17 a.m. CET, Rome, Italy. Rachel waited outside the exam room for her uncle to finish meeting with his physician. Vigor had only come to the hospital upon her firm insistence, especially as she had no sound basis for demanding this battery of tests. The door finally cracked open. She heard her uncle laugh, shake the doctor's hand, and come out. "Well, I hope that satisfies you," Vigor said to her. "Clean bill of health." "And the full-body MRI results?" "Besides some arthritis in my hips and lower back, nothing." Vigor scooped an arm around her waist and headed toward the exit. "For a man in such good health in his 60s, the doctor said I should expect to live to 100. Rachel could tell he was joking, but she also noted a flicker at the edge of his eyes, like he was trying to remember something. "What?" she asked. "I know you insisted on this cancer screening." She sighed loudly enough to cut him off. "Sorry. Ever since coming back from Old Corn Island, I just had this bad feeling, like you were sick or something." She shook her head. "I'm just being silly." "That's just it. As I was lying there with that machine clacking loudly around me, I was almost sure you were right, too." "Only because of my insistence." "Maybe." He sounded unconvinced, and stopped before they reached the hospital doors. "I have to tell you something, Rachel. Back when I placed that crystal eye atop the cross of St. Thomas, I felt this tearing inside me, like my very being was being ripped out or split apart. It felt like I was riding a fountain of white light. I was sure I was dead. Then, in a blink, I was back. And there was Gray, Duncan, and Jada bursting inside to check on me." Rachel squeezed his hand. "And I'm glad you were safe," He stared down at her. For just a moment then, as I turned to face them, I was overwhelmed with grief, like I'd lost you. But I was fine, she said. Okay, just barely. She again pictured that silver coin flipping in the air, bouncing across the wood planks of the floor, of Pak placing his boot on it. She had been furious at Seishan for telling him where Gray and the others had gone. Then Pak had lifted his boot, revealing the back side of the coin. Tails! Pak had such a disappointed look on his face. She was suddenly sure, in that moment, if it had come up heads, he would have killed her. I survived, Rachel said. Well, I know that because you came running in after the others a minute or so later. He headed back with her toward the door, but it makes me wonder why we both had premonitions of doom for the other. I mean, I could have had cancer, I suppose, if some cell in my body flipped the wrong switch, up instead of down. I could very well be riddled with tumors. Heads or tails, Rachel mumbled. Vigor smiled at her. So much of life and death is random chance. That's disheartening. Not if you trust who is flipping the coins. She rolled her eyes at him. He pressed his point. There are 1,000 paths into the future, forks after forks in the road ahead. Who knows? If one road closes, maybe another opens in another universe. And your soul, your consciousness, leaps over to continue that journey ever forward, always finding the right path. Still, Rachel considered those paths left behind of possibilities that would be gone forever. A flicker of sadness pierced through her, as though she had lost dear friends. You see, Vigor said, drawing her attention back, there's always a path forward. To where? She asked. Vigor pushed open the door, blinding her with the brightness of the new day. Everywhere!
This is Christian Vasquez. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged